Oh, oh, sorry, we're live. We're live. Good evening, everyone. Turn this down just a bit here. Oh, I've got it on repeat. I've got it on repeat. There. Fixed it. Everyone, good to see you. Hope everyone's doing well today. Oh, how's everyone doing? Jay Russell, Retro Gaming. Good morning from Australia, Voltar. Stick my show in my ass. Thank you for the follow, BLTO24. Thank you, guys. Thank you so much for being here. Good to see everyone. I just pulled up some instructions here so we could follow along. We'll give just a few more minutes here to let people sort of funnel in a little bit more. Hope everyone's doing well. Good evening, Halo Slayer. You have been gifted moderation responsibilities. Okay? You have a job to do. Don't fail me. So, if you didn't already know, which I'm sure most of you know, we're going to be doing a Xbox 360 reset glitch hack mod from start to finish. Now, I will tell you, I will preface this stream by saying I am a complete rank amateur. I don't have a lot of experience with the Xbox 360. I don't really have a lot of knowledge. Let me close some of this stuff out here. Get rid of this, get rid of that, a little this, a little that, bada bing, bada boom. There. I don't have a... Hold on just a second here, let me make sure this is working right. Yep, we're in good shape. There, sorry. I don't have a lot of knowledge about this system. By the way, is it just me or these cameras, are they glitchy or is it just my capture here? They look a little... Let me turn these off. There we go. Okay, so in my preview, it looks a little choppy. It looks a little, doesn't look quite 60 frames per second. But is it smooth? Okay, good on your end? Okay, so we'll just say that's just some weird capture thing going on here. All right, so, guys.
Stick your show in your ass.
My God. Hope everyone's doing well. We're ready to get started on this. We've got a few people in here now. Who in here has done... Mic level okay? Music okay? Is there too much audio background noise? Let me know real quick before we get super into this. But how many of you out there have done an Xbox 360? I'm curious to know who has, in fact, done one of these. I'm just curious to know who out there has actually done one of these. I've done just a couple. Okay, a few of you guys have. Now listen, I may need some help as we go along. I am a rank amateur. I am a modding noob when it comes to the Xbox 360. So there are some things that will be kind of slow because I'm not extremely well acquainted with this system. But I can tell you what we're going to be using. I made up a little doodad here. This is just a Pico, Raspberry Pi Pico, that a very talented modder, or I guess he's a modder. I think his name is Ball Licka. He created a little interface that will allow you to use a Raspberry Pi Pico as a NAND writer and a reader. And these are about $3, and I just printed this 3D printed case just to put it in something. But basically, you just put a few headers in here, and you have a wiring harness ready to go. And all we're going to do when we strip this thing down is we're just going to wire this into the NAND, and we're going to read the memory off. We're going to dump it, and make sure we take good dumps. and then we're going to modify it, and we're going to write a hacked memory back. Oh, excuse me. So, very simple. The nice thing about all the guides that we're going to be using is there's pretty much a standard now in terms of color coordination. So all of our colors here are going to match appropriately the pinout of this, and it's going to coincide with the pinout that we'll be following for the breakout pins for the NAND. So not a big deal. Got some diodes here. I think we need a 22K resistor. I've got some other tools here. This is just an old-fashioned Xbox 360 opener, mainly because of the clips in the back. This system is actually Stefan Kulov's. You may know Stefan from his work many, many years ago with HD Retrovision, where he designed the best component cables available for either the SNES or the Sega Genesis. This has been sitting here at my house for a few years. I've been meaning to finish it for him, but at any rate, I hope everyone's doing well. Are we ready? Are we ready to get started? Chat, let me know. Are we going to get started now? Are we ready to get going? I need to know. You better tell me right now. Are we locked up here? Oh, no, we're here. Yep, we're working. All right, so you got some diodes here. Well, we'll worry about the components. We'll worry about the components in a minute. So here we go. This is the Xbox 360. We're going to disassemble it. Now, I'm not an amateur. I'm a total amateur at this, so please bear with me. The Xbox 360 isn't too terribly difficult to break down, but there are a few little things that can get you every time. What I'm going to start with is this front faceplate. Now, you'll see here we have this little provision where we're supposed to be able to grab onto this, and effectively, we're just going to take this faceplate, we're just going to pop it off. Now, I see a couple of different methods for this. A lot of people will start with the faceplate, but some people will go ahead and move this grill because it's a little bit easier, and this grill is just removed by getting in here with these clips. Oh my god, a raid? I'm being raided. Thank you, Patu0. Thank you so much. God bless you and your family. Shalom, my brother. But a lot of people start... Justin, Sisson, thank you so much. Thank you so much for the super chat, and I am impressed. I'm very impressed. Thank you so much for the raid, and welcome, Raiders. Welcome. I think I'm going to go ahead and take this off. This top grill piece is very simple. We have these holes here for ventilation, and the only thing that we really have to do is we have these little tabs that live underneath these holes. Maybe I can zoom into this a bit. It's pretty easy to see. Now you should be able to see if I do this right here. Sure you can. Thank you for the follow. You can see these gray tabs behind these little pop-outs here for the vent holes. And all we're going to do is we're just going to take our little tool here. And I'm going to just show you what this is. We're just going to shove this in here. Whoops, we're just going to shove this in here like this. And when you shove this in here, you basically lift this up. A lot of people somehow manage to take this off first. I'm not good enough to do that. This is not my forte. Oh my gosh, another sub. Thank you so much for the sub. I'm not good enough to do that. So I'm going to start with the front cover here, the face cover. And the way it is, you grab it, and you just start lifting up. Oh my gosh. Thank you, Galaxian. So a lot of people, I don't know how they do that, guys. They get in here somehow there's no way to really grab this mesh. Oh my god. Pickle pie. Thank you so much for the gifted subs. Guys, I'm going to have to mute this for just a second. I'm sorry. I appreciate all of this, but, I've got to work on this. Thank you. Okay, I'm sorry, guys. There's plenty of room to kiss my ass later, but thank you. I appreciate all the well efforts. I appreciate all the nice sentiments. But I don't know how people get in there and they pry this thing off without first taking the cover off. But back to it. The front faceplate's very simple. I just go very carefully down the line here, just like this. When I get to about right here, I'll put it on its side like this, and I'll use my right hand because this is my strong man hand. And I'm just going to pull forward. The front face comes off. There's the plate. And that allows you to grab in here and get to this a little bit easier. Stop the music too? No, you can stop yourself. We're never stopping the music. Do you guys want me to stop the music or not? Let me know right now. Why, oh why, would you RGH a fatty? Well, why wouldn't you, Reset Glitch, a reliable fatty? You know, other than the launch model Xenon and the very much so Xenon with HDMI Zephyr, the Falcon and the Jasper Fatties are extremely reliable. The Fat 360 initially at launch, yes, horrific reliability, but Microsoft fixed some problems. They downsized the chips a little bit too. The Falcon and the Jasper are solid workhorses. So, you know, there you go. Anywho, so we've got the side off. Now I can grab onto this thing. And as I was saying earlier, these clips are very easy to get to. It's just a matter of taking a little tool. Now I'm going to poke. I'm always going to keep tension on the front of it here, but I'm just going to poke and go. Go over to the other side here. This is so hard to do on camera. See if I can do it this way. See if this is a better view for everyone. There we go. How about that? Okay. Just come on down here. Come on downtown. Come get a good deal. Okay. So that's that side. I want to come over here. This is really finicky because I want to show you guys this, how to do this, but it makes it a little bit more difficult when you're trying to keep it in frame here. But it's not too bad. Okay. There we go. One left. I think there's just one left down here. Yep. Okay, and one little final clippy clip. Oh yeah, just like that. Okay? Not a big deal. Okay, so that's the front clip. It's actually the base. Now this one, first of all, let me ask this. Let's just stop real quick. Who has disassembled an Xbox 360? Who has done this? Okay, quite a few people. Now, I'm so glad that we're talking about this. Now, of you people who have done this, the base plate's relatively easy to take out, but do any of you have any tricks for taking the plate out that the hard disk lives on top of? Because this, to me, can be really tricky, because some of these clips you can absolutely poke through, but some of these clips live back here and there's no perforated area. So what do you guys do? What is your technique for getting these out in the back? Like, what do you guys do to take this plate off? I'm very curious. Because I'll show you what I'm talking about. So this is relatively simple. I'm just going to come in here. If I can see, I really can't see that well. I'm just going to, oops. I've seen people rip, and I'm not doing that. I mean, it's really, really kind of tricky. Let me get in here a little bit. I always have trouble here. A little force and start poking. Remove the rubber feet if it becomes too much hassle. You can get your poke on in those little holes. Yes. So you guys have like a variety of different methods here of doing this. What I have found to work for me is I'll show you what I do. And I've only done this a couple of times. If I can find my tool of truth. Well, this will probably work. I will just come in here. You can use anything to poke these. Right, you remove the first ones with the holes. So what I do, typically, is I'll just come in here. I think this is the area I start with. And I'm just going to put a little force, a little lifting force, And while I'm putting a little lifting force on here, I just pop these like that. So there's one. Now I got this side out. I'm going to come over to this side. I can't get to that one. And I lift up. Whoop. Hold on. Hold on, Daddy. I release this side, and I get my finger under it, just like this. And then what I do is I keep tension on this. I'm not warping anything or ripping anything out, but then I look, and I'm trying to remember exactly how I did this before. I think I just came through here. I think I released this one. Just like that. Now you felt that give. Now we've got a little more here going. Alright. I'm going to grab it. Pull forward. And I pull forward and I move it to the right. And when I move it to the right, this clip that we really can't access very well, I shift it out of like the little slot that it has, and then I just rotate this to the left and right very carefully. And that's how I remove it. Now, it's a little bit of work, but if you do it this way, from my experience, just as you saw, we don't break any of the tabs. Everything here is totally intact. Nothing gets contorted, bent or twisted. But the trick is, I'm not going to put it back on, is get a tool, get a small screwdriver to this effect that you can see, insert it in one of the holes, and just lift up and elevate it and get these two tabs out first, and then don't pull straight up, shift it to the left, it'll free these clips. When these clips get free, shift this to the right, it'll free this section, and then just elevate out of there. I don't know, that was me, messing with this, trying to understand the mechanics of this. Does that make sense? If there's a better way, if there's a better way of me doing that, I would love to know. Does it make sense? Hey, happy birthday, untitled person. I'm glad that you're here with me. Okay, so that part is easy. We're done. Now we got to split the cases. So that's very simple. What I'm going to do is I'm not going to preserve this sticker because I want Stefan to know that I was in here. I'm going to come right in here. And this warranty sticker is going to get slit. Okay, just like that. And this is very simple. Now I had a little spudger here. Let's see what I did with it. This will just help me out here. Whoa, let me back this out. That's pretty good. Okay, let me get my little tool out here. Okie dokie. So, all we have to do is we first need to remove or lift and elevate. Again, the Xbox 360, it's all about elevation. Everything's about lifting and elevating things out of place. But we have these little tabs here. It's very simple. I'm just going to come across. I'm going to put a little tension on it. Whoops, I'm going to spread it apart. While I'm spreading it apart, I'm going to come down here. Let me zoom out a little bit. Okay, I'm holding that under tension. I'm going to come down here, pull this apart. I'm going to come down here, pull this apart, come down here and pull this apart. Great. Now, we're totally split here, okay? Oh, yeah. Now, what I'm going to do... Now, you don't have to use the tool I'm about to use, but in my experience, it's easier. But then again, I'm not a professional at this. I don't know. There are these little tabs here that interlock. What this tool does is just depresses those so that you break the clasp between them, and they just straighten up, and they're allowed to, without friction, come apart. So all I'm going to do is you'll see these little provisions here. I have the same little provisions here. I'm just going to very carefully stick this in. Okay, just like this. Push forward. Pull forward like that. You know what? Actually, let me do this side. I think it'll be easy if I start with this side. Hold on. Hold on. Put it on its side here. Ooh. Okay, give me just a second. This is kind of goofy on the camera. Let me see if this is any better for me. Okay. I'm trying to find a way to do this so you guys can see this. I think if I hold it like this... See, the thing is, I've got to release these tabs, but I also have to spread it apart. And it's kind of difficult to do when I have it on this side, when I have this side facing up so you guys can... So you can see it. But I think I can make it work here. Just give me a second. Okay. Put it in there. There we go. Okay, perfect. Okay, I hope you guys could see that happen. I'm going to come right down in here. Okay, same thing down here. Make sure this is in frame for everybody. I'm sorry if it's not, guys. This is really difficult. There, just like that. You just have to keep the tension on it. But if you keep the tension on it, it really comes apart quite easily. I've seen a lot of people on the internet struggle with this, and it is kind of tricky, but if you... I think the problem that a lot of people have is they don't keep the plastics, they don't keep them under tension. If you don't keep them under tension, they're never going to free themselves. So it's all about keeping it under tension. Now we have some Torx screws here. Very simple. Make sure you have the right bit. Can you guys see this okay? I'll wait. I'll wait for you guys to answer before I start. Can you guys see this okay? Yeah, you know, a lot of people, and I hear a lot of people talk shit about this tool. Let me tell you something. This tool's fantastic. Like, as far as taking these cases apart without damaging them, like if you go online and you look at Xbox 360s to buy and they look like, if you want to know if they've been tampered with, because that warranty, that seal, I don't know where the seal is. This seal is hidden behind the faceplate. You don't know if it's necessarily been tampered with or not. The best way to find out is to look at the back. Look at the back of the damn thing, and you can't see them here, but if the, well, you can see them here. If there are big gouges here, where we insert our tool, where someone's just cranking on it, you know that the Xbox has most likely been opened. Okay, we're going to zoom out just a bit. Okie dokie. Whoa, how about, how about that? Too much? Is that okay? Okay, we'll put this tool up. But yeah, like, don't let people talk smack about this little $2 jig. Fantastic. Absolutely fantastic. All right, let's see. I need a Torx. What is this, a Torx 9? Is this Torx 8? I'm just curious. Oh yeah, way too small. All right, here we go. So we're going to zip all these out, and this will free the bottom case. But other than that, really other than just getting those cases split and taking off the top and bottom air vent grills, it's not a big deal. I would much rather do an Xbox 360 than say, or I'd much rather do an Xbox 360 fat than, let's say, a Wii, for example. And if you guys have seen my in-depth analysis of the Wii, boy, that's not any fun. Okay, I'll pop these out. Oh, I think we got to change sizes here. And again, there are probably much better techniques than what I'm using. I am a rank amateur at Xbox 360 modding. I'm sure most of the people in here who are watching that mod these are better than I am, without a doubt. So I am by no means an expert or an authority on this. I enjoy it. I've been having a lot of fun. Now the reset button here is very simple. I'm sorry, the eject button. It's just a piece of, it's not riveted plastic. This actually just pops out like so. We'll put that to the side. And now all the screws are removed, and a lot of those screws, these long neck screws, actually tie into the shell on this side, and this is what holds this in. So now this just simply, this will lift up and away. Oh yeah, oh yeah. Now, Steve is relatively clean. Not bad. I'll blow this out a little bit. Okay, not too bad here. All right, so here we go. Let's go ahead and start by removing the optical. Now that's just a matter of lifting the drive out of the tray carefully. There's a little foil tape here. Just fold that down like so. That should lift the drive, allow you to pull the drive out, which it does. Two connectors back here. A little proprietary connector for, I guess, communication and power. And then there's a SATA connector. Pop those out. I'll just move the drive over here. Okay. And we will remove the air ducting. And it's really simple. It literally just pops out like you see here. And I will also remove the fans. Now the fans are kind of they're kind of finicky. All you want to do is, I'll put this at an angle so you can see this. See this piece of metal that goes across that the fans are actually tabbed in? Just take your thumbs, and while you're bringing the fan towards you, lift up on this. Ow. My hands are weak. That sucker is in there. Let me get in there because my hands are very... Man, I've been digging trees. I just need to free you. Thank you. I've been digging trees and my hands are kind of... they're kind of sore, so I really can't lift too hard. But you just lift this piece of metal out and the fans come right out. Now these fans... Steve is a very disgusting person. He is not clean and we can't trust him. He's an alleged alcoholic. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'll be right back. I'm going to go blow these. If you don't mind, I'll be right out here with the door with some compressed air. Oh, yeah. Disgusting. Steve, you sick son of a bitch. God damn it, in the middle of my stream. I promise I cleaned the Xbox. Yeah, you sure did. Christ on a cross. Alright. Okay. Yeah, you clean this Xbox just like you finished those Dreamcast component cables, you worthless slime. Okay, everyone, I'm back. Hey, everyone. Back here with you. Sorry about that. Got it all done. Oh, goodness gracious. That's much better. These things were disgusting. So, that's all said and done. All we need to do now is, I believe we have removed all the screws necessary. This can be kind of a tight fit. Now, one more thing we're going to remove here is the front assembly for the LED and the radios for the wireless controllers. Sorry, just removing this front plate here so I can get to these screws. Very simple. They come out like this. Okay, very good. Just like that. And that is the last component that's going to hold... It's going to hold this thing in there. It's going to hold the main board in this metal chassis. Now, this metal chassis, even though we've got all the screws removed, it wants to grip this main board. On fat systems, it just wants to grip it. So what I suggest you do, come down here to the power port. Just give it a little wiggle. Not the power port, I'm sorry, the LAN port. Get your finger on that LAN port and just lift up a little bit, just like this. Come over to the power port, give it a little wiggle. Come over here to the USB connector and just give it a little lift too. Now, if you just go to all the corners and just wiggle a little bit, what you should be able to do is just very simply pick it up. Pick it up from the front. Okay, don't let the metal scar the main board. Pick it up gently. Okay. Now we can remove or put this chassis to the side. Whew. Okay. Jesus, I am so sore. Guys, hold on. Can I stretch? Do you mind if I just stretch? Oh, man. Oh, God. I'm old. I can't dig anymore, and I can't do this stuff. You know, when you get to be almost 40, things just don't work as well as they used to. I'm telling you, when you get old like me, it's not fun. I need a water, and I also need a priest. Should be reminded to not use the heat sinks to lift and pull the board out. I disagree with that with this, and I'll tell you why. Because if you were to use the heat sink like this to grab it, we have X clamps. Now, the Xbox has a very unique clamping mechanism for these heat sinks. The X clamps on the back are all based on tension. Now, we're not going to be removing these because, quite frankly, this Xbox doesn't need to be repasted. But these X clamps really carry the burden or the load and the tension for these heat sinks. You are not, and the way this is distributed across 4 different points, you are not going to do or risk any sort of damage to your Xbox. Now, don't be ignorantly flailing it around, but there is no harm. There's no harm that's going to come from doing this. You don't want to force it out with the heat sinks, but if you want to just gently lift this board up from the heat sink, these X clamps are going to keep you pretty safe. Okay, so what are we doing? Well, I think it's time we talk about soldering. Now, again, I'm not repasting this, and therefore there's no reason for me to remove these X clamps. This thing runs very cool. This Xbox is actually very, very, very low hours, so it's not been, it hasn't sustained a lot of heat cycling. Steve actually bought this as a replacement for an Xbox that was busted, that red ringed on them, and it's not seen a great deal of use. Now, this is a Falcon. This is a Falcon. This is the beginning of what I would consider reliable Xboxes. I'll tell you what I'm going to do since we're in here. I see a little residual dust. I'm just going to blow it around the room. I don't care. I'll zoom in on this so you guys can see a little bit what's going on here. There's just a little bit. Actually, I need to go ahead and move the camera down. So let's just go ahead and do that while we're here. Okay, that's pretty good. That's pretty good. Let's try that. Nope. That. Nope. That. We on the money? Oh, great. We're perfectly on the money. Okay, so on these FETs over here and these components, these inductors, there's just some dust. Are you going to go to the effort of using a solvent or a liquid or a fluid? No. I'm going to use air. Well, air is technically, air currents are fluids too, but I'm just going to come in here. We're going to blow this. There's nothing corrosive and there's nothing caustic here. It's just dust. I'm going to come in here. Come on this side. Just give it a good blow. Say hi to your mother for me. Blow out these heat sinks. That's all we're going to do there. So we're in good shape. Okay. Oh, God. Okay, so let's just get into this. It's time. So we've got 2 things we can do. We can either go ahead and dump the NAND, or we can go ahead and do all the physical mods, the soldering for the physical mod, so that the RGH 3 works. Do you want to go ahead and do you want to dump the NAND, or do you want to get right into soldering the fun stuff? Doesn't matter to me. It doesn't matter the order. It's whatever you guys want to do. Okay, RGH wiring. Okay, so RGH wiring is very small, but it's not a big deal. I have a guide here. Now, as far as from what I found, and again, I'm a rank amateur, from what I have found, there is a resource, and it is called The Weekend Modder. He is this dude that does a lot of tutorials for the Xbox 360. It's all about hacking the Xbox 360. So on his website, the Weekend Modder has great visual diagrams that are color coded and are very easy to follow. Extremely good. Now, we're not going to get into what you need and what you don't need because this isn't a tutorial. This is just you guys following along with me as I navigate this too. We know what we need. We have to have a Pico Flasher or another device that could dump the NAND. We've got that. We've got wire. We've got a little resistor. We've got a diode. Everything that we need. So really what we're interested in is these are all the points for this green point and this blue point. And these points here, the yellow, orange, red, black, and brown, these are all the NAND soldering points. So in order to read and dump the NAND, we have to solder and interface our programmer to these points. We'll be doing that soon. Right now, we're going to come right in here. Now this is for FAT systems, Falcons, Jaspers. We need to locate these parts. So right here, the order doesn't matter. We'll read and dump the NAND second. We're going to start here with step 5. We need to locate this point, DB1F1, and we need to install a 22 kilo ohm resistor in series, and we need to run it under this X clamp here. So we're going to do that now in real time. DB1F1, I believe. Put my hand here. DB1F1. I think it's right here. Oh, it is. Good. Okay, so right here we go. Okay, there's DB1F1. Okay, how about that? Now, is that legible? Can you guys see that okay? So there's DB1F1, and according to the diagram, right here, installs the CPL phase lock loop bypass with 22K ohm. Okay, great. Okay, now, see, thank you. Resident007 says it's better to use the alt point for DB1F1 so that you won't have to go over to another side of the board. Okay, can you guys help me with that? Can you guys help me with that? So if there's an alternate point, can you guys link me or show me where I can buzz this out and find it on the bottom? I love this. See, now I get to learn something. So this is great. So I don't have to. Otherwise, if we solder this, we have to run this all the way up to, I think, here, the south bridge. We do one of these holes on one of the corners. We poke it through, get to the other side of the board. But if you're saying that there's an alternate point on the bottom, I would love to see that. Who can help me? I'll wait. We'll wait just a couple of minutes to see if anyone can guide my Johnson. There's an alternate point on the backside of the motherboard for DB1F1. You can find a lot of alternate console mods. Okay, thank you so much. Okay, I'll tell you what I'm going to do, guys. I'm going to go to www.artbell.com. Let's see if I can find this. Console mods. I wish you could. Let's see, console mods. Let me go. I'm going to go to the console. So the console mods wiki. Does it have an alternate point for this? Try pasting a link in. Try it. Okay. Here we go. Okay, hold on, guys. I'm sorry. I'm just looking at the guy. Okay, I'm going to post this here. I'm going to post a link. You guys scroll down and you tell me if this is where we need to go. A... Okay, whoops. Okay, here we go. Okay, guys, I've got this picture pulled up. Let me just look in real time. So, okay, right under DBF1. So let's think about that. All right, hold on. Okay, so we're right here, DBF1. I'm going to put my finger here. That means that right here, RF1U1. Okay. Our FT1U2, FT1U1. Okay, hold on. I'm looking. Right here. Are you saying right here? Right under DBF1 solar to FT1U2. Right here. Okay, so what we're going to do, I'm going to test this. I want to test this. Whoops. I'm going to turn this on. I believe you. I believe you. But I want to test it. So we're going to buzz this. You're saying yes or no? You're saying this point right here. Yes? Right here? All right, hold on. Let's see if we buzz. I'm going to make sure of this. Yep. Yep, we got it. Okay, thank you. Thanks, guys. Thanks a lot. Wonder why the Weekend Modder doesn't have this. I wonder why the Weekend Modder doesn't have that. I don't... That just seems so much more streamlined to me. Okay. Well, what I'm going to do is, just so I can make this stand out a little bit more. Is I'm going to just add a little bit of fresh... Yeah, it is FT1U2, right? I'm getting... Yep, that's right. Okay, sorry. Alright, I'm going to feed some of my juices in there. Beautiful. Okay, clean that up a little bit there. And I'm just going to grab a 22K ohm resistor. If I can find my thing of resistors. Now let's see, where's the other one? Here, let's pull this up. Because I don't remember. Right here. Where's this? Let me make this really big if I can. I don't need to make it really big. That is... Let's see, there's a... Okay, I see it. I see it. I see it. I see it. I see what that said. Okay. Gotcha. All right, so let's go ahead and let's get our 22K ohm resistor on there. Now, I'm just going to do surface mount. Because really, that's the best practice here for this, as far as I'm concerned. Let me just get a pair of tweezers out. Anything smaller than that? Let me try this. Let me try this. Let me try this. Okay. Can I come in that's a little harder? That spot should work in theory if it's the same, but other guides do not say... Okay, well, it is the same because we've got a direct connection there. So I am not concerned about that. Okay, so 22 km. Now what I'm going to do just to help this along is I'm going to put just a drop. Just like that. I want to grab this baby. Okay. Take my iron. Now, I hope you guys can see this. Here we go. We're going to work. Ready? 3, 2, 1. Sorry, guys, if this comes out of focus a little bit here. I've got to... Whoops. That's what I want. Okay. Oh, God. I'll tell you what I need. I need to put something. I'm sorry that tilted like that. Let me see if I can't. That's better. Okay. That's better. Now we got something there. I want to clean that up just a bit. Okay. There's our 22k ohm resistor sitting right on the silk. Now, if you don't like that, let's say, for example, that you want to elevate that a little bit so you don't have the active or the other side of this node living on that. That's okay too. Just take your iron and come back in here and just put this at a little angle, and I'll show you how to do that. Just lift it up a little bit. Lift up, lift up, lift up. Okay, now I've got a little angle on that, but I need a little bit of flux. I want to clean my tip. Now we've elevated this part off. Now, so I don't care about this. It doesn't matter to me. This solder resist isn't going to wear through. But if you're concerned about it, just come in here. Whoops. Lift at an angle. Whoops. My hands are slippery today. Perfect. Now that, you can't really see that because you don't have any depth perception here, but that part, maybe if I clean off some of this residual, you'll be able to see this. But that part is now, I can technically get my fingernail underneath that if I really wanted to. That's just to protect the part from shorting to the solder mask. If somehow the solder mask underneath this side of this resistor was to somehow short through or wear through. Not really a problem, but if you're worried about it, do what we just did. Lift it up a little bit, you'll be in good shape. I need a little bit of a conductor here, so I'm going to take some red. Juices here. Okay, I'm sorry guys, I'm just going to strip this off camera just to be quick about it. I'm going to show you a trick. A lot of people are like, how do you get such good contact with such little surface area when you've got something like a 32 AUG, 30 AUG, 34 AUG conductor, and you're putting that on an 04, 02, 06, 03, 08, 05. Now these are 08, 05s. I'm going to show you how I do that. Now I just pretend this. I'm going to cut this down. Actually, I'm not. I'm not going to cut this down. I want to get your tweezers. Your tweezers are one of the best. Sorry, hold on. Let me fix this. There. Your tweezers are one of the best general purpose tools that you have, and I'm going to show you why that is. Let me move this back into frame. Oops. Okay. Tell me, did you guys miss all of that? Did you guys miss all of that? Was that stupid guide up the entire time? Fuck it. I'll do it again. I don't care. I'll show you guys. I'll show you guys. I'll do it twice. Oh, you could see. Okay, well, I'm still going to clean this up a little bit because I'm a real man. So, hold on. Let me just sort of grab this and elevate this up and pick. Oh. Okay, that's what I want. Now, we've been on the same point for 30 minutes. I was explaining to you, people ask, how do you get good contact between a very light, very small, very thin gauge conductor and a very small surface mount part? There's not a lot of material here. There's not a lot of beef. There's not a lot of meat. Your tweezers are your best friend. Now let me show you why that is. All I'm going to do is I'm going to take my tweezers, and I'm going to try to do this on cam in real time. I'm just going to take my tweezers and I'm going to clasp. This is really important, so I'm going to take the time to show this. I'm going to take my tweezers, and I'm going to clasp the end, and I'm going to fold this. Watch. I'm going to fold this at 90 degrees, just like that, and I'm going to let go. Look what we've created. We've created a nice little leg that will go beautifully hold on, let me find it. It'll go beautifully onto this little 0805. Now let me show you what I'm going to do to prep this. I'm going to go ahead and tin the other leg of this resistor. Just like that. Doesn't take much. We'll even shoot in a little flux here. Now watch, we have created that little leg. And we can come right in here just like this. Now watch carefully, this is where the magic happens. I'm blind, I can't see, I'm just kind of eyeballing it based on what I can kind of see going on here, so please forgive me. But I'm going to come right in here and we're going to make contact. We've got two nice mating surfaces, and just like that, it doesn't get any cleaner. I'm going to straighten that out a bit. Look at that. Very strong. Very strong. And also, as I said about elevating this part, you'll notice I can take cable and I can shove it underneath. I can take this conductor and I can shove it underneath this resistor. This resistor is not laying flat. This keeps me from having to do any sort of insulating. It keeps me from having to putting down any sort of insulating barrier. I don't have to worry about any of that. All I'm going to do is spritz this down and I'm going to clean it, and I'm going to show you something else that I'm going to do. Okay, nice and clean. Very strong, very strong. So what I'm going to do now is we've got a resistor in place here. What I am going to do is I do want to protect this to a degree. I know that all of this stuff, I know where this wire is going to run. I want to sort of go ahead and get it out of the way, get it in position. Run it through here. Whoa, easy. Okay. Hold on, guys. I'm kind of doing this off camera. I know. I recognize that. Just give me a second. Okay. Whoa, we're out of focus here. What I'm going to do to protect this is I'm going to use a little UV-cured glorious liquid plastic. Now, this is very simple. I'm going to take a little bit here, and I'm going to do this. You could use hot glue too, but the problem with hot glue in this board is this board gets very hot. Hot glue is going to become very plastic, and it's going to cycle hot and cold a lot, and I'm just not so sure hot glue or hot melt is the best application for this. This stuff has a much higher temperature profile, a much higher temperature ceiling. Not a lot higher, but high enough to where it's effective. So what I'm going to do is, and it's UV curable, so what I am going to do is I am just going to get my wire in position here, which it is, all out of the way. Got everything that I want. Now here's what we're going to do. We're going to take our juices, and I'm going to cover this. Watch. Very carefully. I'm going to cover this component. Just like that. Whoops, sorry. Now I covered the component, and I covered a little bit of that wire just to get it all ready. Okay? It's liquid. You can see it's liquid. Now, with that submersed, apply a little UV light. Do this for about a 10 count. So 1, 2, 3, 4. Suns are golden. Thank you for the super chat. God bless you. My friend Paul and I are strapped on and watching. You're doing the Lord's work here. Thank you. You and Paul are welcome here. Your bodies are welcome. And I will see you later tonight. You know what I'm talking about. Thank you so much. So that's good enough. So we've protected this part. It's fully insulated. This is hard. Look, hard as diamonds. All set. Now I'm going to follow this down because according to our diagram, the other end of this is right here. So we've got a regulator here, we've got an LDO, we've got this little resistor designator here. I'm going to find this on the board. So I think what we need to do is turn this around. Okay, and I think, now look, here's the regulator, here's the bottom of the X clamp. Let's see how close we are. Pretty close. U6R1. All right, let's zoom in. Let's dive into this. Yep, U6R1's right here. Let's move in. Right here. Test point 7R3, it's 2 to the left of that. TP7R3 is right here. There's our point right there. Right there. Very small, very small. That's an 0402 capacitor above it. I hope you guys can see this. I am going to investigate it. First, I am going to pre-tin it so that we know where it's at and we know what we're looking for. I'm going to center in the shot. That looks pretty good. Alright, so here we go. I'm going to clean off my... Alright, this is quite precise. Right here. Precisely here. Now watch carefully. I'm just going to come in here. Just like that. Now I know exactly where this wire is going to be going. I'm going to hold it taut. I'm going to just play with it. I see where I want to go now. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take my snips. Here we go. Everyone ready? Everyone strap it in. It's hard for me to see this. That's better. Perfect. I made my mark. I know where I'm going to make my cut now. So I'm going to pick this up. Whoops. Boom. Great. Now, we can either strip this wire or I can just clean it. This is a nice Kynar wire. Now this is unique in that it has a very high temperature ceiling, so it doesn't melt. It just retracts, and it takes a little effort. So rather than trying to strip this wire, which we could easily do, I'm actually going to use my soldering iron to my advantage here. I'm just going to come right in here. I'll hold it while I do this so you guys get a good visual of this. Okay, so I'm going to come right, whoops. Give me a second, let me pick it up. Perfect. Okay, I'm going to hold this just like this so you guys can see what's going on. And I'm going to just make some small circles. Just like that. Now look at that. Beautifully stripped. That takes some practice, but once you get pretty good and you get it down, you've got it. I'm going to let that go, and I'm going to pre-tin this because I want to make sure we get a good, solid, wetted connection there. That's nice and pre-tinned. Great. Now I'm going to cut that down just a little bit. You might be thinking to yourself, Voltar, how the hell do you want to cut that down? That's already a fraction of a millimeter. Well, you got to remember, my penis is also a fraction of a millimeter. So I'm going to come right in here, and I'm just going to cut a little bit of material off the top like that. Now look at that. Look at that. Do you take a good goddamn look? Okay. I'm going to apply a little bit of flux right in here. Whoa! A little more than I wanted, but it's really not a lot regardless. So I'm going to grab this conductor. These are not my best tweezers. Got to get it over there. Look, we are pretty precise. Now check this out. Very good. We're going to come right in here with my snips. Not my snips, with my soldering iron. Now watch carefully. Watch the master. Okay, we're going to lay this flat in there just like this. Now watch. Doesn't get any cleaner than that. I have to tell you, that is exceptional work. Great wetted joint. I'm going to spritz this. I'm going to work away, or work towards the wire. Remember, if we scrub perpendicular to the wire, we risk damaging the work. But if we go along with the wire, along with the conductor, we're in good shape. Now, I think that's the right point. We're going to make sure in real time by checking this out. So right in here, oh, let me grab this. Hold on, let me grab this. Where are we? Right here. Whoops, sorry, I'm sorry. Let me make this really big. There we go. Okay, we're right here. Okay, I think we're on the right path here. Let's take this off and look. Yes. Yep, that's what we wanted. What I'm going to do is, you don't have to do this, but what I'm going to do is to protect this point. Xbox 360s are inevitably going to have to be serviced. I am not going to put any sort of material over this because this is a test pad that was already exposed. What I am going to do is I'm going to zoom out a little bit here so we can get to see a bigger picture. I'm going to tack this wire down just as we did before with some of our nice clear UV curable plastic. So the way I'm doing that is, once again, I'm going to come right in here, find me a position. I like this area. Okay, just like that. Looks really nice. Get your hand out of there. Perfect. And we're going to take this and we're just going to cure this plastic. Okay. That's it. So here we have it. Oh, is that Jose? Hey, Jose. Yo, Jose. Do you have a copy of JTAG tool? What are you talking about, my brother? Which one? What JTAG tool? All right, so hold on. Let me back out there. Let me show you what's going on. So we've got this here. We've got it here. I'm just going to put another little bit right in here. Probably right here. Right here. I'll be really fast about it. It just takes a drop. That's plenty. Makes a nice little thing there. I'm going to hold it down on both sides. Cure it. Oh, Jose, I don't have one of those. I don't think I have one of those. I have, I'm using the Pico Flasher. I'll show you that. I'll show that off in a second to dump and write to the NAND. Okay, hard as a Johnson. Okay, and I'm going to come right. Whoa, one more right here just for good measure. The thing is, here's what you got to consider. this is redundant. You don't need to do this. He's just wasting time, you know, by blotting in this UV curable plastic. Well, that might be true. In my 20 years of doing this professionally, I can tell you that you don't know who's going to be opening up this system one day. And when they open up this system, if you have a wire that's loose and it gets snagged, it's going to get ripped off. So I would much rather put a few little wire run drops in, or put a few little blops here on my wire run, so that if a wire gets snagged here, it's going to pull here. If a wire gets snagged here, it's going to pull here. It's not going to pull the component off the board. So, you know, you don't have to. Would I do this with my personal console, or would I do this for Bob or somebody? Well, yeah, I would do it for Bob because he's a... yeah. But typically for somebody who's I know is accustomed to this stuff, of course not. But it's just in my opinion, it's just a better practice. You don't have to do it. So, let's zoom out of this. That is a nice run. Thank you guys for showing me that alternate point. Thank you so much, man. That is a huge difference. Okay, so we've got that. The CPU, PLL. Now we're going to come down here. Oh, hey, Zopher. How's it going? Zopher, how's it going, dude? Good to see you. Now we have the diode, which I have one that's plenty fast enough. It's not the exact one that they call for, but the one I have is plenty quick enough here to do what they wanted to do. What I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and pull out the diode. Now notice, of course, the orientation here of the diode. I am going to grab... Give me just a second here. Let me just take a look. Okay. Oh, yeah. Okay, hold on. Let me see here. Oh, right here we go. Alright. Sorry, guys. I'm just setting up for the next shot. Alright. It's pretty good. Alright, so we know the diode lives here at FT6U7. And that connects way over here to this test point. Great. Let's just examine this first, though. FT607 is about right. Here's my finger. Let's zoom in on this. Perfect. Okay, not a big deal. There's FT607. All I'm going to do real quick, just so that I can see it better, or hopefully make it stand out a little bit better, so I'm just going to come right here, and I'm just going to add some fresh solder just like that. Now we have a nice ball there, much shinier than the rest. We can clearly see that as it's contrasted out pretty well now. So let's look at this diagram. So we have a diode that runs through series here, and then it comes up through here at this little point right here next to R3P7. Now here's, unfortunately, so the way these diagrams really should work is they should have a big blown out picture with a square around the area that you're going to be working. That way you can easily identify the location. We can't see this very well. It's kind of difficult, but I see an LDO right here in the corner. We can see this LDO. We see the corner of a an X clamp. So let me look for an LDO that's at the outside corner of an X clamp. I don't see an LDO. What does that say, guys? What does that say? U3P1 on the bottom left hand of that LDO. U3P1. I see an empty provision. Let's see if this is it. I got my finger on it right here. U3P1. Great. Okay, so I think we're in the right area. U3P1's right here. Yep. Okay, U3P1's right there. So let's click this back on. It's the point right. It's the point directly to the right of R3P7. Where's R3P7? R3P7. Here. Right? Where's my... Here's R3P7. Let me make sure I looked at this correctly. I think it's this point right here. Let's see if it is. Yep, sure enough. Okay, R3P7. So we see that, we visualize that. Again, let's add a little bit of, let's see, where am I? R3P7's right there. Add a little bit of fresh solder so this is nice and shiny and I can see it. Oh, much better. Okay. And the little rosin flux that caramelizes next to it's okay too. So what I'm going to do, I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to do something a little different. What I'm going to do is I'm going to take my diode and I'm going to install it manually here across. Now, the way I'm going to do this is I'm going to bend this. So here's a fun little trick. Come to an area where you don't have any traces. I want to come over here. I need this to lay nice and flat. I want to cut a significant amount of this conductor lead off. Lay this flat, totally parallel to the work. I want to take a tool. I'll hold the diode with one hand, and with my other hand, with this being flat, I'm going to flatten this lead to the board. Now watch carefully. Oh yeah. Oh! Perfect. Now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to cut the end of that off right where the bend is, about right there. Perfect. Now what we have is, if you can see, we're going to be able to lay this diode perfectly flat against the board. And we're going to be able to, without putting a lot of surface tension or tension on the solder joint, we're going to be able to solder this into position. Now I'm going to do a few things first. The first thing that I'm going to do is I'm going to prep this by putting a little bit of fresh solder and tinning the end here. Here we go. The end. Remember that guy from Metal Gear? Remember him? Okay, just like that. That's a little globby, but that's okay. I want to come right off camera here and I'll just zip that off just like that. Perfect. Okay, that's all I wanted. I want to come to the other side. I'm going to go ahead and tin that up. Whoa. See if I can hold it. No, I can't. I'm sorry, I can't do it. I'm going to put it in this hole, actually. I'm using this hole as a holder. Okay. Sorry, guys, I'm just going to cut this down. Let me just put some juice on that. Sorry, guys. Sorry. I'm trying to make this look super nice. That is super clean. Okay, we're in good shape. Now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead. I'm going to put my diode in there just for a second. I'm going to actually go ahead and solder a conductor to this. Go ahead and get it ready. Now, these are small signals, or these are high-speed signals. Not a lot of voltage, not a lot of current. 30-ohm hookup wire is perfectly reasonable for this. This diode is way oversized, but that is not going to have any negative effect on anything. Just give me a second. I'm going to go ahead and pre-tin this off camera so we don't spend another 45 minutes tinning wire. All right, perfect. Now I'm going to come right here. Ooh, I'm going to take this out. Whoops. There we go. Okay, so right here, I'm going to influence this soldering. I'm going to influence it with my influence. So watch carefully. Rapidly deoxidize this. Now I'm going to come on this side. And I can't really see, but hold on. I'm trying. Oh my gosh. Beautiful. No, I don't like that. Hold on. I'm weird. I don't like it. You see, you follow me? Hold on. I don't care. Put some on there. Put some flux on there. Now, this is not conventional, and certainly this is not how I would do this. I'm just showing you guys. I want to get the good angles because everyone likes to see this. This is by no means conventional. Am I even in the frame anymore? No, I'm in the frame now. Ready? Watch carefully. Oops. Perfect. Okay, great. Okay, we've got our conductor there nice and tinned, and we've got our conductor applied. Now let's come right back in here. There's my finger right here. Okay, ready to make this connection? Right there, R3P7. You guys see it? Now I'll go ahead and apply just a bit of some cleaner here, just to clean this off a bit. Where's our 3P7? I can't even see. Oh, here we are. All right, now we're looking quite nice. Now, the only thing that I'm going to do, as I said before, is we flatten this diode in preparation for this. Now, watch carefully. When we put this down, it lays perfectly flat against the board, and we don't have to fight this thing. So let's bring up... I lost my place. Here we are. Sorry. Okay, so we're going to put it right in there. Now look at this. Hooks up beautifully. Don't have a lot of surface tension on this. The only thing that I'm going to do right here is I'm going to put just a little flux on here. Okay, doesn't take much. Doesn't take much. I'm going to use my tweezers just so I can have much better control than with my flimsy hands. My flimsy hands. They are flimsy. I'm not very manly. And I'm going to come right in here like this. Now watch carefully. Are we on the... Oh, whoa, whoa, whoa. Sorry, let me get off the frame here. Let me get out of frame. Again, you guys see that okay? You see where we're at? You see what we're doing? Let go. Just like that. All set. So, I'm going to clean this off. Again, spritz it with some alcohol, and remember what I said. Work towards the work. What does that mean? That means if you're scrubbing, work towards the work, just like this. Okay? Now, that looks quite nice. We're going to protect this. We're going to protect this. We're going to protect it by hiding Bob from all the horses. And I'm going to help this dry real quick. Ugh. Just come in here with some hot air. Evaporate this alcohol. Not a big deal. Okay, nice and easy. That's pretty good. Okay, we're in pretty good shape. So what we're going to do is, again, I want to protect this work. I don't want Bob getting a hold of this and killing it because he's, you know, Bob. He'd probably try to eat it. Anyway, so... Oh, God. What I'm going to do is... We're going to take this liquid plastic, and I'm going to come on both ends. I want to come on this end right here. And I'm going to come over the diode, and I'm going to come just like that. Okay, we've got that nice and in position. Now all I'm going to do, watch carefully, take this. We're going to count this for about 20 seconds. This is a very fragile component. I see people heat shrink these and do all sorts of different things, and they'll actually put the diode in the middle somewhere. That's all perfectly fine. I want the component to be as close to the board as possible, and now this can be the anchor. Now look, we're in great shape. I want to come on this side a little bit just to make sure we've got a good cure, but I like to take passives, and I like to affix them directly to the board rather than having the passive between two different, having the passive in the middle of a spliced wire. And this stuff is very easy to remove. It's actually easier to remove than hot glue if you ever need to rework something. So that's another reason why I absolutely love this stuff. And in just a matter of seconds, like I said, you've got, I don't know if you can hear that, it sounds like glass, rock hard. Okay? So let's go ahead and see I'm looking at the board. I'm trying to remember where are those F points at? Oh, here. Okay, so I see where we're going. So we're going to back this out. Okay. Just going to feed this through. Okay, make that nice and taut. We're going about right in here. Now I'm going to go ahead and zoom in on this. Ah, shit. Hold on. I'm sorry. Hold on. Let me fix this cable. It's such a pain in the ass. Okay, sorry about that, guys. I hope that wasn't too disruptive. But we've got our cable here. I'm going to move in right... Where is it? Right here. I'm sorry, right here. Now, again, very simple. All I'm going to do is just hold this nice and taut in position here. I'm putting a little tension on it. You can see me pulling it. Not too hard, but hard enough. Got a pretty good idea where this is going to live. I want to come right in here. Okay, I marked it. Not necessarily cutting it. I'm just marking it. Now I see the mark here. I'm going to pull this out. Okay, now I'm going to work with it here. Now here's the break. All I'm going to do is come in here. Finish it off. Again, we can either strip this or we can... maybe it works better if we have it this way. Hold on, guys. Let me just get this. I'm trying to find the better angle here for you guys. Is that too bad? Is that bad? Let's see. Where are we? Right here? That's not bad. That's not a bad angle. We can either strip it or we can just remove very carefully that little bit of insulation. We'll do what we did before. We'll come right in here. Hope you guys can see this okay. I'm trying to get a good angle on that. And we're just going to make a few small rotations around the end of the conductor, like so. Okay, clean that off. That's quite good already, and I don't think we need to do any more. Take my hand and just pull off any residual, which we did. And I will take some extra flux, and I'll take not some extra flux, but I'll take some solder here, and I'll just tin this up nicely. Perfect. Now there's nothing more there to be done. All we're going to do is I'm going to bring this down. There is FT607 right there. Very small points. These are very, very, very small. Let me move this over here. See if this helps. Yep. I did the job. These are very small areas that we're working in. That's pretty good. Let's zoom in on that. Oh, too far. Sorry. That's a pretty good angle. Okay, very small areas that we're working with. I'm just going to come in here once again. Just a drop of flux. You don't need it, but it'll help. It will absolutely help you if you're not very good at making contacts like I am. Not saying I'm the best. Definitely not the best soldering person out there. Probably, you know, mediocre. If a mediocre person was the best, I mean, that would be me. All right, so what we're going to do is let me just pull this conductor through. Perfect. All right, we got the conductor through underneath the X clamp. All I'm going to do is I'm going to take my soldering iron and I'm going to keep it in my hand, ready to go. I'm going to line this up. Now watch very carefully. This is why tweezers are so important. We're going to come right in here. Very carefully. Let me get my hand out of the shot. We're going to put it in position. Now watch carefully. 1, 2, 3. Oh, sweet, sweet daddy. Oh, daddy, you did it again, didn't you? You son of a bitch. You son of a bitch, you did it again, didn't you? You mother effer. Great. We're looking great. Spritz that. Grab our brush. Once again, remember what we talked about, working away from the work. We're working either away or towards. We're going to work away this time. Always working in line. Never going down. Watch what happens when we go down. See how it pulls the wire? See how it's pulling the wire? Never work perpendicular to the work when you're doing site cleanup. Never do that. Okay? How does that look? Doesn't get much more precise than that with no optics. So we've got that. Let's zoom out and let's look at our work. So we've got this wire here going all the way from our diode way. Let me turn this right here. Our diode way over here. Goes all the way across. Now we're going to do a few things here. Again, I would like to just clean this up a bit. I am going to put some tension on this conductor, and I am going to, right where it says E37, we've got this bus of traces here. All I'm going to do, once again, is I'm just going to come in here with a little bit of the sauce. Okay, just like that. What I also like about this stuff is that it's self-leveling. It doesn't blob up. It'll automatically conform to the surface and absolutely self-level. So I'm just going to hold it. Oops, sorry about that, guys. I'm going to hold this in both ends just like this. I'll be able to even use my tweezers for this. Yep, I absolutely can. So I'm going to come right in here, hold this on both ends. No, Bob, I didn't say I was going to give it to the horse from both ends. Perfect. All right, here we go. Give that about a 7 count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I think we can even pull this out to concentrate. Oh, you sure can. Let go. Again, great stuff. Modsville USA actually turned me onto this a year ago, I guess, or so. Very nice. So I want to come right between. I would like to, let's see, I want to do one more right here, right in this ground fill. And then I'll feel pretty okay. So all I'm going to do, once again, come in here a little bit. Right about. That's a good angle. That's good enough of angle. That's as good of an angle as any angle. Okay. Okay. Nice and flat against the board. We'll cure this in. So green solder mask, and I have a ton of that stuff here too. Let's talk about that actually. Green solder mask is great if you want to protect a component from oxidation. Let's take this point down here. Let's say that we wanted to cover this so that this exposed joint on FT06 or FT607, let's say that we wanted to protect that. How could we do that? Well, it's very simple. We'll do that. For the sake of this, for the sake of academia, we'll do it. So, UV curable solder mask is great. Let's come right in here. Okay, see my hands? I'm just going to come right in here. Whoa. Let that go across. Okay, let's say we wanted to protect this. We would apply our solder mask like so. Give it a moment to self-level. Let me clean this up real quick. Let that just sit for just a moment. It's perfectly fine like that. Whoops. And then we would apply UV light. I'll apply this for maybe 20 seconds. Okay? So we applied way more than we needed, but it's just demonstrating the differences. Solder mask, you can't build up thick. Like, so if you remember the diode that we did, that epoxy, that plastic, that UV curable epoxy was probably built up to about 3 or 4 millimeters in thickness. Epoxy is not this. It's not like UV curable solder mask. Solder mask is a very flat, plain. It does not want to be very thick. It'll be oozy. It'll be nasty. It's just to protect exposed conductors and exposed metal. Okay? So now, when we touch this, hard as a rock. See? Hard as a rock. That is the difference between UV curable solder mask and liquid plastic. Liquid plastic is great for both insulating and if you need to build things up, and if you want to substitute or supplement it as with from, like, say, a hot glue. Like all these nice wire runs we have, this stuff is great. It's fantastic for that. You don't want to use UV curable solder mask for that because it's just not what it's designed for. UV curable solder mask is designed to make a nice, conformally coated layer that will protect conductors from oxidation. That's not what this stuff's for. So I hope that makes sense. Okay? So, as it stands, that is all of the wiring necessary. That is all the RGH 3 wiring that we have to do. You don't have to have a glitch chip. You don't have to have an external glitcher. It's all done now with the CPU. The guy who made this, came up with this, is absolute genius. What a great contribution here to the Xbox 360 community. But at any rate, that's how this part works. Now, should we move on to the programming side? All this is done. Now the only thing that we are left with is programming. Who's ready for that? Oh. Can I have a water break? Oh my goodness. Oh my Lord have mercy. Oh my gosh. Whew. How's it going so far? Has this been good? Has it been crappy? Let me know. Give me some feedback. How are we doing here? Oh my goodness. Okay. Let's stretch for a minute. Good. Thank you. Thank you very much, Blind Execution. Thank you so much. Oh my gosh. Okay, so only thing that's left is wiring up the connector. Now I'm going to come over here. Oh, let me shrink this down a little bit here. No, I don't need to shrink it down. We have these points right here. Now solder in a NAND reading writing programmer. That's what we're doing. We're going to use our Pico Flasher. If I can find out where I placed it. Oh, it's over here. We are going to use our Pico Flasher, which is right here. That's what this device is. It's just a little $3 Pico board that we've got a wiring harness that we built up. And we're going to match the colors of these wires to the wires in this guide. Now, this is very simple. This is all on the top surface of the board, so you can't see me doing this on the overhead camera, but we're just going to flip this over. And I'm going to come in here, and I'm going to get started. So what I like to do is I like to begin with the top wires here, 6 and 7. You can see them. Okay, they're right next to the south bridge here. So 6 and 7 are the green and blue wires on this header here, J2B1, which I think is right here. Let me turn it this way so you guys can see when I turn this on. Great. 3 over is green, 3 over is blue. Gotcha. So let's turn this on. Okay, let me get something underneath this so you guys can see okay. That should be okay. Let's see. Let's zoom in here. Okay, now I'm not going to remove any of these wires. I don't need to remove any of this stuff. It's okay. It's not in my way. It's not in your way. Let's see. Here's J2B1. I think that's a pretty good shot. Now, can you guys see this okay? Okay, great. So let's make sure that we're right here. Now, we're right in the zone. Right up here. J2B1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah. Okay, 6 and 7. Okay, so what we're going to do, very simply, is we are going to come over, and I'm going to pretend these. So I'm going to come over here, and I'm going to pretend number 6. Whoops, let me get my iron up to temperature first. Okay, just like that. Perfect. And I'm going to take our wiring harness, which is right here, and I'm going to go ahead and get started on this. Now, to help me, I will add just a little bit of flux here. Oh, let me shove it in there. Oh, shove it in there hard. Get in there. Good Lord. There we go. Okay. Okay, sorry about that. I had to adjust my plunger. So again, back to the diagram. The top is green, the bottom is blue. All I have to do, because I made this wiring harness to match all of the diagrams that I could find, so they're all the same colors, is I've got these little ends that are already pre-tinned. Whoops, sorry about that. I'm just going to come in here very carefully, very gently, and I am just going to pretend they're already pre-tinned. I'm just going to go ahead and insert them in. Okay, there's green. Okay, here will come. Can you guys see this? I'm sorry, I don't mean to block. Here, let me move my hand out of the way. Okay, there's green and blue. That's not super clean. Well, you know what? I'm sorry if you guys can't see this, but in order for me to do this to the best of my ability, I want to try to use tweezers. I don't want to block the shot, ultimately, but if I have to, just to get this soldered properly, I'm going to have to. Remember, this is not easy. Okay? I think this will work better. Yes, I think this will work better for you guys. Okay, perfect. There we go. Excellent. So there's green and blue. And remember, the soldering that you see me doing, the way that I'm doing it, it's not conventional, and it's not the way I would do it normally. It's just me on camera. So it's not easy to do a lot of this on cam. Okay, so here we go. I'm going to come right down here to this area right here. Let me get this in frame. Whoops. You can see right here, J1D2, yellow, orange, brown, red, and black. Oh, we are way out here. Let's see. Oh, we're right on it. That's exactly where we want to be. Okay, let me just put a unit under here. That's pretty good. Now, let's see what we need to do first. Well, the first thing that we need to do, I'm not even going to look. I'm just going to go ahead and pre-tin all of these. Pretty sure we're just going to roll our iron. Now, I'm just going to roll the iron over all of these points. Doesn't have to be perfect. I just want to get some solder on there. That's perfectly fine. Doesn't have to be pretty. I just want it pre-tinned. Now, I'll go ahead and apply some flux to make my life a little bit easier across all of these. That's perfectly fine. Let's look at our diagram. So what we have here in the beginning is yellow, red, let's see, yellow, orange, brown, red, and black. So let's do those first. Okay, great. You get these ready to go. Okay, we're looking good. Let's grab our iron here. Perfect. Can you guys see this? I hope so. Okay, there's yellow. Let me try my masturbatory tweezers here. There's orange. I believe brown is next on the agenda here. Sure enough, okay. Oh, sorry guys, I'm gonna let that get back in focus. I'm gonna solder with my left hand, and I'm going to manipulate the wire with my right hand. Okay, you guys should be able to see this okay. If you want to work on your dexterity, I suggest sometimes switching out your hand position, or your hands. Okay, let's see what we got. Brown and black, brown and red, or black and red, excuse me. Very simple. So I'm going to grab black. No, I'm going to go ahead and grab red. Go ahead and get black out of there. There we go. Can you focus on this? Thank you very much. Guys, I'm sorry if these last few bits are a little bit out of frame here. Okay. That's it. Okay. We have soldered all of our connections. Now what I'm going to do is, give me just a moment. We're going to load up into Windows 3.1, and we're going to use the software JRunner tools. Now, Jose was asking, I wish Jose was still here. Jose, if you're here, I'm sorry if I didn't understand, but you're asking if I had something to read or write NANDs or something? I can't remember. I'm so sorry, but what you're going to see me do here on this camera is I'm just going to plug this in real time. Okay, that's plugged in. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to move us over to RVM. Now the music's gone because I want you guys to be able to hear me very carefully. What I'm going to do now is I'm going to leave the motherboard like so. Whoops. And I think what I can do, if I'm not mistaken, is I just need to apply standby power. And I'm pretty sure I can leave this all out if I remember correctly. I could be wrong. We'll find out right now. But what I'm going to do is, off camera, you can't see me, I'm plugging power in real time. Okay, so the power is in there. We've got the power going. We've got everything going beautifully. I don't have a light on this. Why is that? Oh, we do now. Perfect. Okay. Now, I've got power going to the main board. That's just to basically effectively energize the NAND. So this could be read through. Which folder do we want to go through here? Let's see, JRunner. Okay, we're going to open this. Yes, run it. Okay, now the first thing that we're going to do is I'm actually going to go to devices, and I'm going to make sure this is set. Now we should see Pico Flasher populate here, which we do. That means that it detects our USB programmer that we have connected. All I'm going to do is I think I just need to read this in first. So I'm going to click Read NAND, console not found. Okay, give me just a moment here. Let me see. Do I need to... Does it not... Hold on. Let me just do a couple of things here. I think I just need to... Right here. We could go ahead and put it back together. I'm not necessarily super interested in doing that, but I think if I just... Does it need the DVD drive? I don't remember. I'm sorry, guys, if I'm messing this up, the exact order. I can't remember what peripherals it really wants. But that's okay. I'm just going to plug this in here. Everything's in pretty good shape. Okay, everything's in here. I'm not turning anything on. I am just going to apply power. All right. Let me close this. Let's see. There is a order to this. So let me remember very carefully. The first thing that you do, let me do this. The first thing that you do, plug this in here, and then we're going to open up, then after we do this, then we're going to apply standby power. And then, oh, I'll tell you one thing. Let me check one thing real quick here. Let me check one thing here. Real quick. Oh, goodness. Yep, let me see. Yep. Okay, hold on 1 second. Yep, okay, perfect. Perfect. Okay, it's just making sure something here. Let me come back here. Okay, so boom, boom. Let's now start this up. Okay, great. Let's open up JRunner. Okay, keep everything stock here. Read the NAND in. Console not found. Okay. Let me see. Right here, baby, yeah. Good. Good. This happens to me sometimes. It's just the order in which you do this. Let me make sure this is okay. Yep, okay. Hold on. Can you guys see this okay? Okay, great. You guys can see it. All right, I'm going to DC this. Okay. And I'm going to go to 1 second. This is totally on me right now. Pico Flasher wants you to do this in a very specific order. There we go. There's a very specific sequence. You have to plug in you have to plug in the console, and then you have to plug in your cables, and then you plug in Pico Flasher, or then you start JRunner, and then you plug in the Pico Flasher. JRunner is garbage. Use auto GGG. I have no idea what that is.
Oh no.
Uh-oh. Hold on. Let me do this. Oh, so the order doesn't matter? I thought the order mattered. All right, let me try this. Yes, damn. That is so loud. Okay, that's clearly not working. Hold on just 1 second. Let me do this again. Okay, go to right here. Turn this down because that's incredibly loud. All right, read NAND. There, I think that's got it. It's the order does matter because I didn't touch any of the wires, but if you change the sequence around, in my experience with Pico Flasher and JRunner, it doesn't want to read properly. It doesn't want to read properly. So it's just a matter of knowing the sequence of putting standby power to it, getting the programmer connected via USB, opening the software. God, that is loud as hell. Now, we did our first run of the NAND. Now we're doing our second read in to make sure that the contents match. I want to turn this down because this is incredibly obnoxious for my ears. Okay, there we go. So we're just reading this in so far. Okay, now we're going to compare the two. Okay, so the NANDs are the same. So now we've dumped our NAND. We have dumped the NAND on our Xbox 360. We've dumped it twice. We verified that they both match. Therefore, we've got good reads. What we need to do now is we need to create Excel. So we're going to take it. What this is basically going to do, it's going to take our dump. It's going to add just a little bit of information to it, and then we're going to write that little bit of information back, and we're going to boot this system up. Oh shit, we have to actually boot this up. We have to boot this up, so I need to probably put it back together. So let's go ahead and do this. Let's create Excel. Before we do that, let's make sure we have our parameters set correctly. So we've written this in, we've read it in, we know that it's a Falcon, we know what kernel revision the software is. All this information populates. The only thing I need to make sure of is that we have glitch 2 set and have RGH 3. Now you have two different timing methods here. You've got 27 megahertz and you've got 10 megahertz. For the most part, in my experience, these things boot very quickly, set to 27 megahertz. If you find that your glitching is taking an exorbitant amount of time, try changing it to 10 megahertz. But for me, 27 megahertz works really good. I'm going to leave all this alone. Now I'm going to create the Excel, or Zell, I don't know how you pronounce this. Okay, we've created that image. Now I'm going to write this to NAND. Okay, we're all set there. I think now with this written, I don't believe I need the optical connected. Now I'm going to do something real quick. I am going to block out some information. What's the best way of doing this so you guys can't see this? Well, I don't care if you see this. It's a 50-year-old Xbox 360. Who cares if you... Let me ask you guys. Is there anything that's going to happen if I reveal Stefan Kulov's Xbox CPU key to the world? At this point. At this point. For God's sakes. Well, here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to go back to the modding area here. No, I'm going to leave it here. It's perfectly fine. What I'm going to do now is we're going to hook this up. I'm going to get an HDMI cable here. I'm going to disconnect the connector. I'm going to disconnect the programmer, and we're going to load this in, because now that we've written this little bit of information, we're halfway there. But this little exploit's going to run this Linux bootloader, and it's going to reveal the CPU key, and it's going to reveal some other things. Okay, so the key vault is not being shared openly. It doesn't really matter. Gotcha. Okay, so what I'm going to do now is I think that this will boot without the optical. I'm going to remove that, move this out of the way. Got to boot it for just a second. Okay, I am going to remove here the programmer. I've disconnected the programmer. We're going to move to mod testing. And we're going to try turning this on. Now, I think all this is connected properly. Let me make sure that we have this set. Yes, we do. Let's go to menu. Let's go to HDMI or input selection. Set this to HDMI. Great. Now we're going to turn it on. And what we should be met with is a nice blue bootloader screen once it glitches. Let's see if it glitches. I think we just glitched. Here we go. Perfect. Now, we've got two options here. We can either manually write down the CPU key and put it in our software, or we can put this on the network. I'm going to put this on the network so that it can, in fact, read this data over the network, so I don't have to freaking worry about... Uh-oh. I think I plugged it in. I think I plugged it in and I messed it up. That's okay. Let me just unplug this. I think that was my fault. Okay, let's turn it back on. It's glitching. Oh, wait a minute. Hold on. I think I might have bumped this. I did. Okay. That's in. Sorry about this, guys. All right. Okay. Well, hold on. Let me see if it wants this back in, which is very possible. Give me just a second. Set it up here for now. Is this what you wanted? No? Okay, hold on. Uno momento. What did I do? Did I do something? Is there something underneath here? No, looking good. Well, what happened? Let's see. Did I move something? Did I short something? Did I write something wrong to memory? Oh, I know what I've got to... Son of a... Hold on. I think I've got to write this back in. Hold on. Okay, wait just a second here. Nope, I don't want to read those. I want to... want to write this back in if I can. I think I made a little boo-boo here. Okay. I'm going to pull this out. Turn her on. Oh, all right. Let me pull the power for a second. Well, we glitched okay. I thought I might have bumped it. I don't think that you, Oh, that's a good point. All right, hold on. No, we're looking good here. Let me take a look. Let me take this. Let me just very carefully flip this upside down. Maybe I bumped something. No, that looks okay. That looks okay. Let's do this. Let's do this. Let's carefully put this back in its casing. In case I might have moved something here. Let's see if that's likely. Yeah, looks good. Nothing here on the bottom to do. I wonder if it... Do you think it's possible that it is that alternate... it's that alternate PLL point for the CPU? That maybe it just doesn't like that? I'm just popping this stuff back in. I mean, is that a possibility? That it just doesn't like this PLL point, and maybe we need to route it to the top of the board? I don't know, I am an absolute noob when it comes to the Xbox. Alright, here we go. Okay. Now we are green lighting. Okay. Now we're running. Okay, hold on just a second. It is not glitching. Let me turn it off. Let me just see if let me just see if this drive is throwing it off. I don't think so, but I just want to check, because what we're going to do is we're going to write the unmodified NAND back. Okay, I plug this in and it busts. Okay, so what I want to do is, just for the sake of fun, I'm going to write let's get back here. Windows 10 VM, there we go. I am going to write NAND. I'm going to write our original dump back, and let's see if this is a glitching issue or if this is something else. I think that once we write the Zell, I don't think that you have to have the DVD drive back into it. So the RGH3 wires, they have to be DC'd when using a stock NAND. So does it just boot to a black screen? What does it do? Excuse me. Sorry about that. I want to try it anyways. Let's just see what happens. Okay, so I'm going to just do this for fun. I am going to go back to here. Well, I think it will, well, let's see, will it... So what happens if you try to boot a system, if you flash the stock NAND back to it? What happens? I think it's that CPU fix. I think we should probably run it. I think we should probably run that into the board on the top layer. I've never seen that I've never seen a fatal error like that before. The system's coming online. Let me take a look. Well, I'll tell you what. Let me do this first. I'm just curious. I'm just curious about something. I just want to see the activity on the front. Yeah. So when I plug in the DVD drive, it's lights out for everything. All right, so I'm going to back it up. I'm going to do another dump. I'm going to take another hot dump. Okay. Let's come right back in here, and let's go to... Okay. Hold on just a second. We're going to do this from scratch. Okay. Let's get rid of these. Let's go to, we've got everything in. Let's do a read NAN. Hold on. I'm pulling up the VM so you guys can follow along too. Here we go. So I'm just going to close this. We'll open it back up for fun. Okay, let's read in the NAND. I did choose the latest kernel version. I made sure that was selected. So we'll read this in. Okay, it's going to read in the second one. Header is wrong. Header is wrong. Okay, let's compare them. Too many bad blocks. Too many bad blocks. Do you think that the NAND got corrupted? Do you think the NAND got corrupted? Now this isn't the stock NAND. We have the original copies of this. So what I'm going to do, we have original copies of the NAND. I think the NAND is busted. I think it's corrupted. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to load a source here. And I have on the desktop under Retro RGB's folder, I've got the NAND right here, pulls in the information okay, and I'm going to create, okay, make sure, yeah, just making sure we're selected. Yep, okay, and let me do that again. Okay, write. Okay, write successful. I'm going to DC the programmer. And we are going to move back to, mod testing. And I'm going to try turning this on. Nothing. Okay, I'm going to check. We're going to come in here and we're going to look. Well, you guys can't really see this. I'm going to go over what happened. Whoops. Good shape, good shape, good shape. Just make sure we're okay here. This all looks perfectly good to me. Okay. I think it's a write issue because it clearly wasn't reading in properly. Too many bad blocks. So let me just clean this out, which I just did. But our first two NANDs were okay, and it booted into Zell. Let's see. I'm going to humor myself here real quick. Okay. I'm just curious. Interesting. Interesting. What's interesting is though, we had the Zell screen, and then we got a red screen of death. I'm curious about that. I don't think it has anything to do with our NAND here. What I'm going to do, I want to get one more. Well, I'm going to do something here. One more time. I want to try writing to this NAND once more. Let's see, create Zell. See, this is all correct. Oh, I know what I was going to try. Just for fun. Let's try 10 megahertz, just for fun. Okay, let's DC this. You guys couldn't see that, I'm sorry. I forgot to switch it over. Interesting, so when I set it to 10 megahertz, it doesn't even boot now. Okay, booted that time. Let me see something here. Okay, that works. Can I sync a controller? Alright, let's see. Let's see if it'll sync a controller. Okay. Interesting. Okay. Well, I've done a couple of Falcons before, and there was no problem. So, I'll tell you what I'm going to do. Here's what we're going to do. Let's go back to modding. Let's back this camera out. Here's what we're going to do. I'm going to leave this alone. This is perfectly fine. What I think I'm going to do is I want to back this out. Pull the fan out. Whoops. I'm going to pull the board out. And I'm going to do it a little differently. Looking good here, looking good here, looking good here. I'm just checking things out. Everything here is exactly the way it's supposed to be. The only thing that I can think of... Where is that point? Do you want to... Okay. Is there any way... This all looks good to me. Let me turn this around. Let me just take a look here. So, I think that's exactly where that's supposed to be. I know that's where it's supposed to be. Well, we booted into it once and then it died after that. So that's what I'm trying to figure out. What the heck is going on here? I think what I might do, though, ladies and gentlemen, I may take this point, which is alternating here. I'm going to take some heat. I'm going to remove this, and we're going to try. Where are we? We're right here. Let's take this off. And let's move this back to where the original documentation said to put it. Let's just try that, just for fun. Just heat up this part. This is just about 120 degrees heat. This is not a big deal. I'm just going to get in here and superheat this stuff. Superheat this epoxy, just so we can remove this resistor. Getting it nice and toasty here. I'm just going to advance my tool underneath this if I can. Just like this. See how easy this is to remove? It's easy peasy, beautiful cover girl. Okay, just like that. Well, I'll tell you what, I'll go ahead. What do I do with my... Go ahead and remove this little tacky wire here too. Bring this off. Perfect. How about that? Something is up with the NAND image, in your opinion. Well, okay, so let's see. Should I remove these? Should I remove these and try just to write back a stock NAND? Just to take these off temporarily, write a stock NAND, see if it works? Let's just try that. Let's see if it's just the RGH3 being problematic. I would be really pissed if Cool Runner, you know, it detected it. I mean, so the stock NANDs, I dumped it twice. They matched, and it populated. It recognized that it was a Falcon. It recognized all this information. I hope that our initial dumps weren't That would be really crappy. But I don't think so, because Zell, it booted. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to DC this, and I want to take this just to show you how easy this stuff is to work with. I'm going to come right over here. We've got this solder mask here. You saw how easy it is to remove the UV cured epoxy. I'm going to come right here with my heat. Okay. Okay, I'll take just a okay, just like that. Like I said, if you ever need to work this stuff off, super easy, super easy. Now, I'm not going to remove these. I'm just going to lift them up and out of circuit here. And we're going to turn this over. And we're going to write a stock image back. I think we can do this reasonably okay. I just put this here. Oh yeah, we're in good shape. So we're going to connect our Pico Flasher back. We're going to take our stock image, We've DC'd our 2 connection points here. So we should be okay to write that stock NAND back into memory here. Okay. Perfect. Move this here. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I've got standby power to her. We're doing okay. I'm going to... Nope, leave that be. I've got the NAND backup. I am going to write NAND. This is our backup. Oh, sorry. Whoops. We're going to write this in. Or should we write NAND dump 2? Oh, shit. Yep, my bad. I see what I did. Boy, this is... So, okay, I guess my question is, so this Zell injected NAND, does it inject that into one of your backups and then it writes that to flash, or is this a totally separate image that it creates and it doesn't fuck with your 2 NAND backups? Let me fix this back. Okay, I'll check the power supply light here in just a second. Okay, yep, kernel version, and this is to the latest version. Just making sure. Okay, let's write this back. Write NAND. Okay, so the Zell file. Okay, well, let's just see if this. Let's see if this gets the ghost. Okay, thank you. You can see it in the working folder. Okay, well, let's try this. Let's write the stock NAND back. It's interesting. It booted and it was fine, and then it just crashed to this red screen, this fault error. I have no idea. Okay, almost written. Okay, great. Written. Let's take our programmer and DC it. Let's come over here to mod testing. Okay, we're back. Okay, turn it on. So the moment I turn it on, it turns right off. Something is wrong. The light is, let's see. Goes green and orange. Let's see. Let's see if there's something weird going on here. Let me turn it on its side. Nope, nothing here shorting out. Okay. I don't know what the hell's going on. Oh! That's a good point. That's a good point. Do we need this connected? I don't know. With the retail, I don't know. I know with the Zell, I know when you have the Linux bootloader, you can forego this, but let's just kind of let that live on top and give this a try. Nope. So now it's not booting at all. That's great. What I'm going to do is I am going to undo these. Let's uncouple the programmer altogether. Okay. Okay. Boy, this is really interesting. Oops. I keep forgetting about changing the scenes, guys. I'm sorry about that. I am going to... We're decoupled here. We're decoupled there. I'm just looking over everything. We booted into it, and then it corrupted. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to come in here, just for fun. We will do this again, just to make sure that nothing crazy has happened. Oops. See why I love this stuff now? No mess. Liquid UV resin's phenomenal. Now this point, this diode was installed in the proper orientation. I'm going to go ahead and remove it though for now. Okay. I'm going to leave all of this open. I'll DC this trace over here. We'll connect it all back once we figure out what the hell is going on. I mean, I couldn't have made that any nicer. Okay, I'm just going to lift these out of circuit. Anything neighboring bridged or no? No, everything's perfectly good. Okay. Lift these up, lift everything up. We'll put this on its side like this. Actually, I'm going to hold it up. Now let's see if we can get a boot. See if we can get some booty up in here. Okay. Oh yeah. Okay, now everything's been removed for the most part here. I'm going to balance this like this. Just put this here. I just want to test this. Pull this out. Now I'm not going to have the optical installed for this. I just want to see if we can get this to turn on. I don't understand this. I think it has something to do with the NAND. I think the NAND is busted. I think that even though JRunner reported we got 2 good reads, I think something glitchy happened. It was only when I plugged in. This is a disaster. Let me take all this out. Okay, we're going to remove everything, and we're going to try to get a better. We're going to work with the. We're going to put the programmer back in here, and we're going to see if we can't figure out what the hell is going on. Okay. Okay, perfect. Pull this out. Oh, shit. I'm just taking a look. Sorry, guys. I'm just looking. I am just as puzzled by this as you are. There's nothing here. CPU, everything's getting good and hot. Like everything's coming online. I'm telling you, I think that JRunner, we did not get the good dump that JRunner told us that we got. We're gonna find out. Because I can't understand why it would red screen. It was already loaded into memory, I thought. Like, why would that happen? Either it would glitch or not glitch. Why would we get a fault in the middle of it? Like, that is just really weird to me. Hold on. Let me see. Everything that I'm reading says that this is a JRunner NAND issue. So what we're going to do is we're going to take our programmer and we're going to hopefully we can fix this. So this is quite frankly a programming issue with JRunner. It did not get a complete NAND. I'll show you what I'm reading. I've read a couple of these. Did you close it? Yeah. So that is what we are currently experiencing, and it makes sense to me. So I think what we're going to have to do is we're going to have to write back because the mod itself is very simple, but and JRunner is really simple to use, but I don't feel like we got I'm sorry guys if I'm doing this off camera, we've already seen it once. I'm feeling like this is absolutely a dumping and writing issue. 110%. I just don't see how... I need to look at the pinout for this real quick. Okay, yellow, orange, brown. I just don't see how this could very well possibly be the wiring for the RGH. Like, it just doesn't make sense to me. This was wired perfectly fine. Let's see, any issues with any of that? Okay. Sorry guys, I'm just putting a little flux on here. We're going to dump this again. Whoops, let me get my tweezers. Just need a second and we'll get right back into the JRunner. Because ultimately I'm pretty confident that is where this is going to be fixed. Okay, perfect. Okay, sorry about that, guys. So here we have it. I have just we've just wired the programmer here. We've got our leads back into position. All we're going to do is we're going to grab our Pico Flasher, plug our harness back in. Boy, if that's the case, Pico Flasher, I'm sorry, JRunner needs to have a better redundancy have better redundancy in place for dumps, for reading dumps in. All right, so here we go. So I'm going to close this. What I'd like to do, oh, sorry. What I'd like to do is open up JRunner. And I would like to read the NAND in. No, I don't want to read the NAND in. Yes, I do. I want to read the NAND in. Wait. I've already got copies of this. Yes, I do. Okay, so I want to read this NAND in. And I want to compare it Pico Flash, try to unplug. Okay, well, okay, very good. All right. Okay. Read that in. Console not found. Oh my God! Fuck you, Pico Flasher. I take it back. Pico Flasher is killing me. Okay, it's killing me. Okay, let's try this again. Okay, we've detected it. Okay. Yes, because I have saved what we have in STDumps. Okay, these are the original backups that we took from Steve Kulov. Okay. Josh Davidson. What a nice dude. I love this guy. Josh Davidson was the guy who helped me recognize that my Zephyr had a later die revision that was much more less susceptible to failing from the interposers. Thank you, Josh, for being here. And I'm not upset with JRunner, my brother, at all. I'm upset with the weird. I don't understand, Josh, why you have to go through this very specific procedure for Pico Flasher to work properly. You have to power the console with standby power, then you plug it in, then you connect it. I don't understand why. It doesn't matter. So let's see. Let's write the second one in. Josh, this worked. I wrote the Zell file into the NAND, and I wrote it back the menu booted, the bootloader booted and everything, and then after a few minutes, or after about 5 or 10 seconds, I got a red fault error, a red screen of death. Now let's see. NANDs are the same, great. I want to look at this NAND dumped, and I want to compare it to the original series of dumps that we did. Now I want to do a comparison, a comparison here. So, PicoFlasher has fucked up our NANDs. Even though we got two reads that verified, there's a discrepancy in them. So, Josh, this is a software problem with PicoFlasher. All of these blocks are different. Let's see. Okay. I am going to grab, hold on just a second. Why is this taking forever? Just a second. Just a second. Give me just a minute. Thank you. Oh, this is miserable. Okay, so here we go. Sorry, I am trying to... Sorry, guys, I was just bringing this over, but Windows 10 is such a piece of shit that it is not going to work properly. But what I'm concerned about is what I don't understand, and I'm just going to cancel this because it's fucking garbage. What I don't understand is why I did two dumps. I have Steve's dumps right here. Okay, this information is based on the dump that we did initially with PicoFlasher. I dumped it again here. And it's incomplete. Like, I don't I just don't understand this. Yes, Josh, I'm sorry. I'm back on chat here. Yes, so um, that is probably most likely why there's a discrepancy. Um, the NAND, the original NAND dumps before writing the Zell to it are here. This is the vanilla. This is the vanilla NAND, and I'm going to try to write this back. So I have it selected. I have retail selected. I'm going to write. Um, I'm going to write the first NAND, which is the NAND I've already written a bunch of times. But we're going to write this in. And I'm sorry, guys. Correct me if I'm wrong. The Xbox 360 with stock NAND, stock dash, it will error if there is no disk drive detected. In other words, I need to plug the disk drive in. Okay. Okay. I can finagle that in just a moment. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. You don't need the disk drive to start. Okay, thank you, Josh. Thank you. Okay, gotcha. Okie dokie. We'll let this write in. Almost done. Okay, write successful. Is there any way to verify? Okay, so here's the question in JRunner. What if I want to verify uh, what I just wrote into memory? What do I do to do that? I mean, is there a way of doing that just to make sure? Fuck it, it doesn't matter. Okay, so here we go. Let me disconnect our programmer here. Oh, yeah. Okay, so let's move over to mod testing. Okay, let me plug in some HDMI here. www.htmi.org. Let me press the power button. Oh my god, it's working! See the red lights? We're getting red ring. We're getting red ring here. I would try to show you the red ring, but it's light 1 and it's okay. God, I wish I could show you in real time. Let's see. Can you see that, Josh? Okay, so now... Oh, shit, son of a... I'm sorry. I'm so sorry about this. I'm an idiot. Here you go. Yeah, my bad. I keep forgetting. Okay. Let me turn down this music. So, how do you get the secondary code? Do you have to press a button on the board? Do I hold the sync button down? I can't remember. Do I hold the eject button down? Hold sync. Sync, hold sync and press eject? Hold the button at your thumb and press the eject 4 times. Okay, Josh, I'll wait for you to tell me what to do. Okay, noting the LED. Okay, so, okay, here we go. 1, 2, 3, 4. 0, 0, 2, 0. I guess. 1, 1, 2, 0. I guess if you look at it as like a 4-segment LED or something, right? Okay. I want to power this down in real time. Oh. Okay. I'm going to very carefully turn this over, and we're going to... Ooh. Okay, so hold on. If you need to remove to start the stock NAND. Okay, so all of those components... Go on, kitty. How dare you? All of those components have been removed. Now, what I did do is we did pull... I will show you everything. Now get out of here. Come on, little boy. Come on, little angel. Oh, be careful. Do you want to go use the bathroom and take a dump? Jeez. Okay, so what we did do... Ouch. I removed here, or wherever it was. I don't even remember where the hell it was. It was right here, I think. Okay, so we removed here. We removed... Where's the empty footprint for that? Over here? Where's my finger? Okay, right here. Removed here. The pad you pulled is the G... Did I pull... Okay, so wait. Are you saying there's... Okay, Josh, are you saying that there's something wrong here? I think the camera... I think the camera is messing with you here. This via is intact. There's nothing pulled here. That via is completely intact. Is this the area we're talking about? Whoops. So we're looking right here. We're good here. Perfectly good there. And, hold on, where was that one area? Hold on, let me take a look. We pulled the alternate CPU phase lock. Where was it? Where's my finger? Right here. So we had a conductor going here. Whoops. Sorry about this. Whoa. Jesus. Sorry. So we have right here. Now there's some solder resist missing from this, but I don't think that's an issue. No, it's not. The point, okay, the point called SMSC post 1 in the RGH guide is what you need to check. SMC underscore post 1. Let me take a look at that, Josh. Okay. Are you talking about, there's a little array here. Oh. Here, FT6U6? Is this what we're talking about? Right, let me just sort of make this a little shinier so you can see. Here? Other side of the wire. Okay, on the other side of this, let's see where that goes. Let's post out. Okay, so I put the diode. Okay, I understand what you're saying. I understand what you're asking. That diode lived directly here. And that diode was affixed directly to this open path here, open via. So right here, it looks like we come to the other to this node here. Okay, this looks good, feels good. No problem there. I don't think it goes anywhere else on the bottom side. I think we're just going right into this resistor here. This little, what is this, an 0603, 02, 0402? I can't even tell. It's an 0402 definitely. I'll tell you what I'll do. I'm going to just take some sweet Let me touch that up a little bit. Not that it needs to be touched up, but I just want to come in here and clean that off. There we go. Off the board. Thank you very much. I didn't like the way these looked. I don't think I moved them when I was doing anything, but I just want to make sure that we're okay here. Good. Good. Yeah, we're in good shape. Good, and yep, we're winners. Yeah, okay. That pad is also a via that goes to the other side. Okay, so let's see. Let me put my hand here. It's going to be very difficult, but I think it's right under the north bridge here, the south bridge. I don't know. Whoa, 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 whoa. Where am I? I don't know if I can get to that, Commander. Let's see. Well, maybe I can. try something real quick. Let me just try turning this on. It's really weird, Josh. Like I said, the blue menu came up. We were doing great. And then here's what happened. I plugged in the Ethernet, and then we got a red fatal error message on that Zell bootloader. It was running perfectly fine. I wonder if somehow plugging in the friggin' Ethernet cable, I don't know. What? Okay, we've got a solid green light now. No error codes, no nothing. Are we right? Hold on. Let me just make sure we're on the right thing here. Yeah. Okay, now we're back to the error code. Okay. All right, so we need to... Okay. I'm just curious about something. I just want to see something. I'm sure this has no bearing on anything. Just for my own amusement. I know you guys can't see this. I'm just checking something real quick. And then, Josh, I will take your suggestions. You think it's possible that this thing just gave up the ghost? Okay, solid green light. I think it's going to red ring. Green light. Green light. Green light. Okay. Red light. Red light. So I'm going to hold this down. 0, 0, 2, 2. 0, 0, 2, 2. 0, 0, 2, 2. Zero, zero, two, two. Yes, that's correct. I don't know what 0022 is. This is really weird. 0022. What does that mean, Josh? Check the CPU pins. Okay, gotcha. So what I'm going to do, Josh, in real time, is I'm going to DC this. Ah! I'm going to go ahead. Josh, can I DC the optical drive? Yes, I can go ahead and take that out. I don't know what's going on. I have no idea what's going on. I wish I knew. Okay, so Josh, here we go. I'm going to flip this around in real time. Okay, and I'm going to apply it, Josh. I'm going to apply it just like so. Do I need video? I'm just going to go ahead and plug it in anyways. I don't know if what I need in life. On the back, you'll find FT6U1 through FTC. Get voltage with red ring showing and tell me. Got it. Let me just get my bearings here. 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 Right here. Okay. Here we go. Let me sort of get this position so I can easily... Okay. Is this a good ground? Is this a digital ground reference? The perimeter of the board? Can I use the outside? Can I use the outside edge of the board as a ground? Is FT6U11 a ground? Is this all ground plane? No. Here's ground. Okay, I got ground. Let's go for it. Let's turn it on. You guys ready for this? Here we go. I'm turning you on, Josh. Oh, I first need to plug it in. Okay. Okay, perfect. Okay, we're on. The light, the yellow light, the green light's blinky. Blinky, blinky, blinky. Blinky some more. We're blinking. We're still blinking. You guys can't see this, but the green light's just now... Okay. Okay, gotcha. It's just no optical. Okay, I'm going to wait, Josh, for that... well, I guess we can go ahead and sort of buzz these out, right? All right. Okay, here's our code. Josh, prepare yourself. Okay, FT6U2 or FT6U8. We've got 7.2 millivolts. Okay, hold on. Let me just move through these. 7.3 on FT6U2. FT6U3 is the same. Okay, FT6U4 is 1.16 volts. Okay, FT6U5 is 1.16 volts. FT6U6 is 1.16 volts. FT607 is 1.16 volts. 1.1. And then FT6U1 is floating? 7.4 millivolts, 7.2 millivolts. Okay, I can check these again. I can do anything for you in real time. Yep, still the same 0022. Please wait, I get the code for you. Okay, thank you. If I need to read these again, I will. It's no problem. OX1E error. This is not a hardware fault. I suggest PicoFlasher did a bad flash because he's unreliable. I suggest reflash the NAND again. If same problem, write Zell and try RGH again. Then we can rebuild a fresh donor image, okay? Okay, so okay, hold on. Let's go through this. Okay, stay with me, Josh. It has nothing to do with hardware. This is Pico Flasher being just level with me. Is Pico Flasher a piece of shit? It's okay. No one will take offense. If it's no good, it's no good. Let's just be realistic about it. I was just using the Weekend Modders tutorial. Okay, so here's what we're going to do. We are going to take a okay, so this is all software. CPU is not initializing because the NAND is busted. Okay. Okay. So what we need to do, guys, can I level with you? Can I tell you something? You're going to hate me for this. Everyone in this room is going to hate me, including Josh. Josh, don't hate me. Oh, God. The reason I didn't use this was because I wanted to use a tool that was free and affordable. Pico Flasher is only $3 or $4, and you can make the wiring harnesses yourself. I could have used this, but a lot of the guides talk highly about Pico Flasher, and I thought, well, for $4 or $5, $6, it's cheap and anyone can use it. So maybe I made a mistake by using Pico Flasher. Is this a piece of crap? I don't know anything about this stuff. I don't know anything about Xbox 360. Is this good? Okay, so I'm a rank amateur. I don't know anything about Xbox 360 JTagging. I'm just having fun and learning. The Weekend Modder, that website I found, the tutorials, the diagrams and stuff were pretty nice. And he had some, that guy had some videos on using the Pico Flasher, and I thought, man, that's pretty nice. It looked good. Okay, so what we need to do, so Josh, I'm sorry. Tell me again. We're back to square one. Do I need to go ahead? Well, like I said, the only reason I used the Pico Flasher was because, it's not expensive, but it's, I guess, 35, 40 bucks. I just wanted to use something that was kind of homebrew, that was cool, that anyone could buy and wire up themselves. I was just trying to do something nice. I mean, okay. Okay, so let's do this. Do I need to redo? Do I need to screw with the retail NAND to get this booting properly, or is there no reason to do that? Should we go ahead and should we just do the RGH mod again and then go from there? Start with writing original stock NAND, dump with XF. Okay, but so before we do that, okay, so Josh, let's load the stock NAND in, right? That's what we want to do? Okay, so I'm going to flip this back around. Okay, I'm going to flip this back around. I'm going to plug it in. Shoot, here we go. I had no problem. You know, can I just say, I just did a... So here's something interesting. Here's something interesting. This is... You can't see this, but this is a an Opus that has no... This has no service date. So explain this to me. I have an Opus here. I just want to ask you this question since you're here and you're the Xbox master. Ah, Lord. I have an Opus here that has no manufacturing, that has no service date. It's got... Oh, God, can you not focus, you piece of crap? Anywho, there's no service date. It's a manufacturing date of July 18th, 2008. It is an Opus. And I thought that Opuses were only done they were only used for servicing. Is it possible that they just didn't put a service sticker on this and it just says manufacturing date? No, this is not a Xenon. This is a Falcon. This is a Falcon without the HDMI port. Okay, they do not get service dates. Okay. Okay, I understand. I understand. Thank you for telling me that. So, Opus equals refurbed console that they used temporarily before the Elpis revision, and they did not wrap these in... They did not wrap these with a service date sticker. Thank you, Josh, for telling me that. Thank you very much. Okay. Okay. Okay, great. So, all right, Josh, let's try this. I've got it here. I'm going to plug this in real time. Okay, we're all plugged in here. We've got standby voltage. We've got, put this here. Okay, we've got everything. Let's move over to the VM. Okay, so what we're going to do is we are going to X-Flasher. Go ahead and use X-Flasher. Okay. We'll get rid of Pico Flasher. Getting rid of it. It's gone. I have never used X-Flasher before. I hope you guys can help me with it. Which sucks because that means I'm going to have to rewire this whole goddamn thing. I think this is the correct wiring harness for it. Well, you guys can't see. Okay, I got you. So hold on, let me go to modding. Is this the correct wiring harness for Pico Flasher? Hold on, let me just see what's going on here. Let me just check this real quick. Okay, I'm sorry, Josh. I'm going to add you on Discord, okay? Now Discord wants to install 50,000 updates. God, I fucking hate these apps. Installing update 1 of 15. I literally just opened this. Okay, Josh, give me just a second here. There you go. Okay, I see ya. Okay. Okay. Gotcha. Sorry, Josh. Give me just a second. These stupid updates. Ouch. Okay, here we go. It's installing them. Okay. Yes. Oh, ow. Jesus Christ. Josh, would you like to be on voice in real time? Josh, I can call you if you'd like to be on voice. Okay, I'm waving to you, Josh, in real time. I won't call him until he... Oh, he's here. Okay, Josh. Josh, it's me. It's Voltar.
Hi.
Good evening, Josh. Let me just adjust the audio here.
No problem.
Okay, everyone, can you hear Josh? You just let me know real quick if he's too loud or if he's too if the volume's too low. Josh, I'm going to real quick. This will just take me a moment. I'm going to just quickly undo all of the soldering here off these little headers that had the Pico Flasher wiring harness here ready to go, and I'm going to look at the wiring diagram and get the X Flasher wired in. So, Josh, you don't recommend, I mean, respectfully, you do not recommend the Pico Flasher because is what I'm experiencing common, the reliability of its firmware and reading and writing in these NAND memories?
Well, I tested it and I found that unless you do things in a very specific way, then yes, this issue is very common. So I have seen it work, but I've also seen a lot of issues with it, so I don't recommend it.
Okay, thank you.
If there was a way I could fix these issues from the JRunner side, I would, but the issues come from the firmware that's on the Pico itself.
Well, this is my fault. I just wanted to use the Pico Flasher because I thought it's cheap and anyone could write that firmware to it and make a little wiring harness. But if it's going to be inconsistent and possibly brick units, I can't in good conscience demonstrate that. So I feel kind of bad for doing that. But thank you for being on this, Josh. I really appreciate you staying here and helping.
No problem.
I'm going to. I'm sorry, guys. This might take me a few minutes. Now I got to look up an X Flasher. First of all, do I have to install a driver for this? Let me just get everything going here.
So the driver there's an automated wizard to do it. And also the wiring, the colors should be the same as the other diagram, so the colors are all standardized.
Okay, good. Thank you very much. Let's see. Let me plug this in. Okay. FTDI RS-232. I guess it's this FTDI chipset.
Yeah, in JRunner, there's an option to install the drivers there.
Oh my God! So let me ask you this. Josh. I want to get back here. I think there might. I don't know how much latency or delay there is between us live talking and the stream. I don't think there's much at all. But it immediately.
It's probably my college internet.
Oh well. Oh, I understand. I understand that. I plugged it in and JRunner immediately recognized it. Does that mean I don't need to mess with the driver if JRunner recognizes it?
That just means that Windows has detected the device. So what I recommend to do is to go to the XFlasher menu on the top and install the drivers there, because that will install the drivers that are specifically verified to work with it, rather than just the Windows default ones.
Okay, so XFlasher menu here, install drivers. Gotcha. Okay, let's give this just a second here.
Yeah, it looks like it's about a 20-second latency.
Okay. Okay, whoops. Okay, extract that. Okay, yep. Do-do-do-do. Give that just a second. This is a pretty slow system here. Okay, great. All right, so we got our FTDI RS-232 driver installed for this. Okay, great. Do I need to power cycle it or unplug it? Or just, it's okay?
I recommend doing it. You shouldn't need to, but I always recommend a power cycle after any driver install.
Okay, the NAND on, okay, so just this is just for everybody else too. So I just want to talk about this real quick. The modding. Here we go. So if we zoom in on this, everybody, you're going to see that we have a little bitty surface mount switch here. We've got SPI and eMMC. The NAND technology that's used on fat systems, unlike the Trinity and Corona, we are SPIing. We're using SPI protocol to read and write those. So I'm guessing, Josh. I mean, I'm just saying this out loud, but when doing fat systems, Jaspers and Falcons, or whatever fat system, we want the switch set to SPI, correct?
Every console is SPI except for the Corona 4 GB. That's the only one that's an eMMC.
Okay.
All other consoles are, even like the Corona 16, those are all SPI.
Okay, so it's only the 4 GB Coronas that have the
Yes.
the 3D NAND, or what are they, the eMMC SD based NAND
Yes.
effective. Okay, gotcha. Thank you. All right, so I'm going to go ahead and power cycle this and plug this back in. And what I'm going to do now is just for my records, okay, I am going to just use this so the color coding is the same. I am just very quickly, guys, I'm sorry about this. I'm going to just
Yeah, those are correct.
okay, good. Thank you. I'm going to let me get my bearings here.
And by the way, my recommendation is always to plug the console into the programmer with the programmer not plugged into your computer, because the motherboard does not have any resistors to suppress transients.
Okay, so I'm sorry, Josh. Say that one more time. So when you're plugging this in, I'm sorry, say that again.
I always recommend, if you're plugging in or unplugging a console, not to have the programmer powered.
Okay, so because the motherboard on the computers don't have any ESD protection, or they have no way of mitigating any sort of inrush current, that could be very problematic.
It's just that the motherboard on the SPI header doesn't have any resistors there. Now, 99.9% of the time, you're going to be fine, but I always err on the side of caution.
100% gotcha. Yep, very good, very good, very good. Very good suggestion. Okay. Let me just sort of... Guys, give me just a second. Now this, I can't remember who I bought this from. I don't remember if I bought this from... I think the guy's name was The Weekend Modder. I bought a bunch of stuff from... Matter of fact, I bought... hold on, guys. I bought all kinds of stuff. I got all kinds of... Well, you guys can't see this, but I got LEDs in here. I've got some thermal paste. Guy had a lot of really good stuff on there. I'm pretty sure it was The Weekend Modder. Can't remember the guy. I'm sorry, guys. I'm sorry if I'm screwing up names here. Might have been that Mena guy, M-E-N-A. I think I bought stuff from both of them. I know that's where I got...
Yeah, the purple X flashers were done by Mina. I think they were just a limited run he did. I think he's making blue ones now, if that's right. But
okay. Well, it's where I also got this tool. And let me tell you something. This tool is wonderful for disengaging the X clamps. For me, I really this thing did the trick for me. Anywho, I'm sorry. We'll get back to it. So green and blue, 6 and 7 on this header up here. Green and blue. This should be pretty easy because these are actual DuPonts. These are male DuPonts, it looks like. Okay. Sorry, guys, if this is off cam. Well, here, I can do this. I'm sorry. Here. Whoa, 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 whoa. Where are we? Right here we are. I'll zoom in on this a little bit. Perfect. Okay. Okay, boom. Rotate my hand. Boom. Make sure that's, yep, centered beautifully. Perfect. Okay. Let's go down. Josh, down here. Yellow, red, and brown, I think it is. No, I was way off. Yellow, orange, and brown. All right, so let's come down here. Let's slide down to this header. Josh, if Pico Flasher has screwed up and didn't properly copy a lot of the blocks over from this NAND, do you think there's enough of my NAND to reconstitute it and rebuild it, or do you think I'm screwed?
The only thing you need is the key vault, and from what I see in JRunner, it looks like the key vault is there.
Okay.
So, worse, even if everything else is lost, we can rebuild it. There's a tool built into JRunner that will help you do that.
Oh, thank you. Thank you so much. Okay.
But I'm going to be honest, my money's on just, like, the Pico Flasher does not report a write error at all. So my money is just on that it didn't write the blocks properly. because it passed the stage of verifying the bootloader, but then it failed when it jumped to it. So there's something weird going on.
Gotcha. Okay. Let's see. Yellow. Good lord. Is it yellow, brown, and red? No, it's yellow, orange, and brown. Okay. Let's see. I'm assuming orange. Okay. Now, Josh, who is responsible? Whoops. Who is responsible for the? I'm sorry, guys. I'm totally getting this in the way, but just let me get this installed. Who is responsible for the X Flasher? Who came up with this doodad?
So the X Flasher was designed by Element, aka the Mod Shop. He's a good friend of mine, and I believe it came out in 2021. There were a couple of versions, but the latest is the USB-C, and I think there's a new version out now as well.
Maybe he's the guy I bought all this stuff from. I know Mina. Mina, I bought some things from certainly, but there was obviously I can't remember. It's been 20 years ago.
Element doesn't sell the hardware directly, so he just designed it, and then the redistributors like Mina or Weekend Modder
Okay.
have the hardware reproduced and sell it there.
Okay, there we go. Sorry guys if that didn't really come out very well, but we're ready. So let me disconnect the... We've got power, we've got standby power. Let me back this up. Okay guys, we've got standby power here. Is there any particular order, Josh, for this? We've got standby power already going to the Xbox. I'm going to plug this interface in. Let's see, there's a lot of conductors here. Let's see, which one? There we go. I'm going to
Yeah, it will only fit in one, so
I'm going to assume
it's the one on the... Yeah, that one.
Gotcha. Okay, and I've got my USB-C right here. I'm actually going to move this here. I don't want this connected to a hub. Those things are problematic. Let me go here, directly into a port. All right. Okay, here we go.
Yeah, it doesn't matter if you plug in the flasher or the console first. Either works.
Okay. Thank you. All right, I'm going to go and make sure this is being... Okay, now we should... There, okay. Whoops. Okay, so here we go, Josh. Windows 10 VM. All right, so now, my original dumps, my original NAND dumps are in...
That dump looks good to me.
Here are the two dumps. Okay, these are the original dumps that I did.
Mm-hmm.
They matched, so grab it. Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Now we want to set this to retail, right?
It doesn't matter. So those options are only for the create steps. So when you're writing the NAND, it literally just writes it. You could select JTAG or anything up there, and it doesn't affect the writing process.
Okay. So we've got our NAND loaded. We want to write this directly in.
Yes.
Okay. There's nothing else here to do. Okay, boom. Flash config, X flasher console not found. Okay, hold on. Let me just make sure I didn't... No. Now we have a red...
That error 0xF usually means you forgot to plug the console into power.
Now I have a red...
If not, it could be grounding.
Let's see. Okay. Let's try it again. Make sure I have this... Yep, okay, now we've got the orange light. We've got standby. Boom. Okay, here we go. Do, do, do.
But yeah, so when we were working on the software for the X Flasher, like if you see the software itself, the way it works, the X Flasher is just the chip. All of the actual, stuff that makes it work is done by the software in a DLL that's loaded by JRunner. So that way we can fix any issues on it. So unlike the Pico where it's the firmware and then the firmware and JRunner have to talk, it's all done on the computer. So it makes it much more reliable.
So in total fairness, Pico Flasher to me sounds like really it's just a second-class citizen for JRunner. You've kind of got it working, but you have no way of controlling or guaranteeing how functional it is based on certain firmware limitations of that device itself, right? Is that fair to say?
So I don't know how, I'm not familiar with the Pico itself, but as I understand it, it just hasn't been tested sufficiently. So it's very possible that somebody who knows more about Pico development could fix the issues. I only know about the side that's in JRunner. So
Okay.
I've tried my best to mitigate issues like adding delays and making sure the device is initialized before I talk to it. But other than that, I haven't been able to fix anything.
I gotcha. Okay.
Maybe one day I'll have the time to learn, but I just don't have time for that now.
I understand. Well, I mean, these are still being sold, right? The X flashers, there are still vendors selling
Yeah.
these. Well, I mean, if they, as long as this is an option and they're readily available, I mean, and this thing works, and let me just, oh, come on out, come on out. Okay, so I've DC'd this. Josh, are we going to plug in some HDMI to see if this boots now?
Yes, it should start now.
Okay. Okay. All right. Let's see. Let me pull in mod testing. Okay. Boom. Green light. Green light's immediately flashing. Fans are going. Fans are a lot quieter this time, it seems.
That would make sense, because if the dump is corrupted, it will run the fans at full speed.
Yeah, definitely not full speed now. Still flashing. I think it's going to red ring.
Okay, well, if it does, you can, by the way, you can disconnect the fans for this
In your ass.
when you flip it over. With the heat sinks on, it would take multiple minutes. So when it's booting up, it's in a low power state anyway. So you don't risk cutting your fingers on it. I've done that too many times.
Okay. Yeah, we've got to. Let me see what the code is here. Let me hold just to make sure it's the same. Hold the sync button.
Okay, probably the dump is bad.
It's 22 again. It's 0022. Okay, so
What it seems like to me is the dump has bad data, but not in the first part of it, because that's the only part that JRunner checks. It would take too long to check the whole dump. So, especially because things are encrypted. So I think that the best option is to try to RGH it and then rebuild a new NAND for it.
okay, so
I would confirm that when you flip it over, you still get the error, the same postcode error, and just to make sure that there's no other issue.
So flip it over, okay? Gotcha. I'll go ahead and DC this fan since you said we're okay for a few minutes to leave it on.
Yeah, it starts up in a low power mode anyway, and until the actual software starts and kicks the CPU up to full speed. So,
okay, so here we go. We're going to turn this on. Okay, so what do we need? Do you want me to measure the voltage of the whatever these CPU rails are or whatever at these test points? Do we need to do that again, or are we just seeing if it does it?
yes.
Gotcha. Okay, so
Yeah, so once the red ring blinks, it means it's given up trying to boot, and so those points are basically status that the software in the CPU is reporting out. So that just allows me to look up on the Xenon library where I have the table what exactly the CPU is stopping at.
okay, so no problem.
But it's good that it wasn't like a hardware fault, because you can get codes there that are a dead GPU and then it's, sad. So
Okay, we're red ringing now. Okay, so let me get my bearings here. Where is that little array of test points? Here. It's right here. Okay. Okay, Josh. Here's what we're going to do. I'll reference ground here on the outside. And we'll just zip through these. Is it just this? Okay, here we go, Josh. So FT6U8 is...
I love how it goes 8, 2, 3, 4. Like, they couldn't have made it 1, 2, 3, 4.
Yeah, it's interesting. Okay, 7.1 millivolts. FT6U2 is 0.7 or 7.2 millivolts. Yep. Okay.
Yeah, realistically, it's either going to be a 0 or a 1. So if it's close to 0, it's 0.
Okay, FT6U4 is 1.16. FT6U5 is 1.16. FT6U6 is 1.16. FT6U7, which I believe is the solder point we use, is 1.16.
Yes.
And FT6U1 is 7.2.
Okay, yeah, same code. All right. So, yeah, I suggest that we make a donor NAND for this.
Okay, so RGH it, put that 22.
Yes.
Okay.
So what you want to do especially is instead of the normal process where you go create exe build, once you have the CPU key, that's when it's going to change. So you're going to write Zel like normal and get the key like normal. And that the Zel image is completely self-contained, so the rest of the NAND can be garbage and the Zel image will still work.
Okay. Well, you're not going anywhere, Josh. You're going to be here for the next 10 minutes while
No,
we do this?
I will be here, yes.
You're not leaving, Josh. You can't leave now. Okay, so let me get my bearings here. So let me get... Okay. Josh, is there any negative effect or impact for taking the phase lock loop CPL signal from the bottom of the board? Hold on, let me get my bearings. Right.
Yeah, that's a refurb board. That's funny.
As opposed... Oh, this... So, yeah, so this is a unit that my friend Steve Kulov, lead engineer at HD Retrovision, he sent in. We'll talk about it real quick. So he sent this in to get fixed, but also, I don't know if you remember me asking you a bunch of questions about Zephyr chips, but he gave me this as a gift. This is his, this is a Halo 3, and it has a, this was something that he sent in to have serviced. It red ringed, and I was asking you in one of your, I think you did some sort of Frankenstein transplant where you moved a 65 nanometer process chip onto a Zephyr board or something like
Yes.
that. And I asked you, I said, I have this Zephyr that was refurbed by Microsoft. They didn't replace it with a Falcon board. It's still a Zephyr. And you told me that if the chip was, if it was a certain revision from Taiwan or something, the GPU, might have been, I don't remember if it was the GPU. It was either, yeah, it was the GPU or the CPU. I'm pretty sure it was the GPU. But if it was a certain revision, that it has the good bumps on it and the interposer most likely won't fail. And you said that I've got a good one, that this will probably be quite reliable. I don't know if you remember that or not. That's been a few years ago.
So what they did is when they fixed the problem, the in production chip was the RIA chip, which is on most Zephyrs. And what they did is they made a different version of the same chip with two different types of underfills for testing reliability. And then after they finished that test, there was another revision of the same chip that is also fixed. So there's one revision of the chip that's junk, and then there were 3 revisions of the chip that are reliable. So if you have any of those 3 versions, then the board should be as reliable as the Jasper.
Oh, great.
And your Falcon doesn't have RAM on the bottom, and it's a refurb board, so it's most likely a later board and most likely has a reliable chip.
So can I ask you a question? Tell me if this is incorrect thinking or if this is wrong. Is there such thing as a Rev 1 Falcon, and would this be technically a Rev 2 Falcon, or is that not really... Is that not correct? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, is there a Rev 1? Would the Rev 1 be the version of the Falcon with the RAM on the bottom, or are there 2 different revisions of the Falcon? I'm asking that in a really backwards way.
You're good. Yeah, that's a common misconception. If you were to look on the bottom right of the board, you'll see, I don't know, I think it's like X812, 320, something like that. Every single Falcon board has that part number. There's only one version of the Falcon board. But
Gotcha.
what they did is that the different vendors who build the board had different options of RAM to use. And for a while, there was an option you could use 8 chips of 64 or 4 chips of 128. So what happened is when the red ring issue started, my guess, obviously this can't be confirmed, but my guess is that they told the companies, okay, only use this type of RAM because we want to rule out any other possible issues.
I see.
So when they started putting in the fixed GPUs, every single Falcon got that same configuration of Kimanda chips in 4 chips of 128. So it's the same exact board and everything is identical. The only difference is that the companies were told to use a different type of RAM, but it's only one type of Falcon.
I see. So, so there's no such thing as a Rev 1 or a Rev 2, in other words. Not really.
Correct.
Got it. Very interesting. Josh,
there are different revs of the Jasper though, and different revs of the Corona because they actually made changes to the motherboard.
Can you tell what those revisions are from serial number, or do you have to break it down?
You can guess based on the manufacture date. So, for example, if the board is made in July 30th, 2009 or later, then it's a Tonasket board, which is the second revision of Jasper. But again, the dates are just rough guesses. To really know, you have to open it.
Do you know what version of the Jasper this is?
Let's see. That is a first version Jasper, aka Jasper A1.
Still good though. Even their first rev is it
Yes.
pretty good? Okay.
All the Jasper boards have fixed GPUs on them.
Okay. Cool.
Every single one.
Okay. Great. Great. I don't have a case for that. I have that unit, but I don't have a case for it. Okay, sorry guys. I'm sorry. I am bothering Josh. We are getting
No,
distracted
you're good.
here, but he is the authority. 22K. He is the
By
authority
the
on
way,
this.
all of the information I try to document on the Xenon library site. So there's all the motherboard versions and stuff all listed there. So if you have any curiosities, there's a lot. I try to put as much info there, and it's still a work in progress, but I'm trying to put as much info there as I can.
Shoot me that link, Josh, and I will put that in chat here in just a few minutes, and I'll be sure to put that in the video descriptions of this so that people will be able to use it as a reference.
There you go.
Thank you, sir. All right, now I'm going to come right in here. Ladies and gentlemen, here we go. I'm just going to use good old-fashioned 0805 surface mount, and we're going to put it right back to where we had it before. Now I'm not going to worry about doing any of the protection stuff because quite frankly we don't know. Well, no, maybe we will. Okay, so I'm going to put this at an angle so that this doesn't live entirely on the. Whoops. I'm sorry, guys. It's just I'm trying to stay out of the shot here.
That's the way I do it as well with the SMD resistor. I like that much better than having the huge resistor hanging off the bottom.
Well, you're not going to like
That's
the
the best
diode
way.
that I'm going to use because it's all I have. It's a through-hole diode. I wish I had some surface mount ones, but I agree with you. I like to use. Oh, come on, lift it up.
Well, I hope that it works because the diode it's kind of cheating the console. It's using current from one of the other signals on the board to pull up the post signal to the voltage that the south bridge can see. So that's the reason why RGH3 it's one of two reasons that RGH3 isn't perfectly reliable on FATs, but Falcons seem to be more they seem to work more than the Jaspers. The Jaspers seem to be more picky with it.
And of course, Zephyrs, RGH3 is a total no-go altogether because they changed.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
So the Zephyr, the majority of the slowdown for RGH3 comes from that PLL bypass point. The problem is the 90 nanometer CPUs, when you speed the CPU back up after glitching, for some reason those CPUs crash. So you can't use that point for slowdown. Now there is the alternative EXT clock point, but it only gives about 10 times slowdown instead of 128. And the South Bridge is too slow to glitch the console. And actually, it's a bit too slow in general, so that's the second reason why RGH3 can be a little iffy on FATs. It's just it's not fast enough. Whereas the Slims, you get 640 times slowdown.
I see.
Which, by the way, that confused me for like 3 weeks when I found that point. I was looking for 128 times slowdown, and it wasn't glitching, and that had me confused for a while until I realized after measuring it that it was different. So that was fun.
So the 90 nanometer processor, the older, the fatter, heavier GPUs, they don't like to be clocked down. So they don't like to be clocked down nearly as much as the later was the 65 process. The 60.
Yeah.
Yeah, I gotcha.
So it's the CPU, but what happens? So like when you clock it down, it's perfectly fine. And so like for a while you could grab the key using the TTL method and it would slow the CPU down, glitch it, and then just leave it slow. And that works fine. But when you speed it up, then the bootloader, it will just crash. And right now, I have no idea why. It just does. Even if you try to run the Jasper bootloader on it, which you can do, it will still crash. And I'm guessing it's just the way the clocking circuitry works in the CPU. It doesn't like going from such a slow speed up that quickly. So it just does not work.
There we go. Push this over. That's what I want. That's exactly what I wanted. Okay, so let's push this over here. There's a LDO SOT. Oh, it's over here. Okay, I got it. Let me push this under here. All right, here we go. Where are my tweezers? That would make my life a lot easier. There we go. Okay, let's just get this connected on the other side. Push this through. Come on. Perfect. Okay, sorry guys. Sorry this was all out of frame. I forgot, again, that we're actually recording, or we're live streaming this. Alright, so here we go. I'm going to come in right... Here we go. I think I even remember the point. I don't even think I need to look it up. I think we're right in here. Get this out of here. Thank you. I'm trying to make sure you guys can see. I hate that. I need a polarized lens. Does it help? Kinda, sorta? Yeah, that's just what I have to do. Alright. Okay, there's our point. Right there. Let's cut to size. Okay. And this is Kynar, so I will just remove the insulation. Oops. Perfect, okay. Okay, great. All right, so let's grab just a bit of flux here. We've got that tinned up. Boom. That's where we're going. Get off that cap. Okay, it's good enough for me. Okay, so let's get the diode here. Let me get my bearings way over here. Way over here where my finger is. I think right in here. Where's that empty LDO footprint? Right here. I think if we go up from here, it's right here. It's right next to R3P7. If I remember correctly, it's been 20 years. Can I just reuse that diode? Let me see. So
Did you try without the diode first?
I can't. No, I didn't, but I can. If you think it's... So my diode...
I would usually start without it, yeah, and then add it if it doesn't start.
So I looked at the specs of the diode that was recommended, and this one's actually quite a bit faster. Like, it should transition a lot fast. It should it should be quicker. So I thought, okay,
It shouldn't matter.
Okay, you're right, exactly. So I'm just...
Yeah. All it's doing is just slewing the voltage. That's really all it's doing. Like, it's not...
Okay.
It doesn't have to be... It's not like it has to be a specific type of diode.
Got it.
The quote-unquote proper way would be to use a level shifter, but that, isn't very cost-effective.
So you'd use a level... you would translate from... How would that... Can you explain how that would work?
So the FAT CPU works on 1.2 volts.
And what would you translate that to?
And the Southbridge works on 3.3.
Oh.
So that's what you would do. However, you only need about 1.9 volt. Wait, no, my math is wrong. You only need about 1.75 volts to trigger a high on the Southbridge. So you could even do a 1.8 volt level shift, and that would work.
And that would be enough logic threshold, threshold for the logic? Okay.
Yeah. And to be clear, because a lot of people don't seem to understand this, there's no risk of damaging the Southbridge with this. I don't know who came up with those myths, but it's nonsense. Or there's people that say the resistor PLL damages the CPU or stuff like that. It's nonsense.
Okay, so you're not going to undervolt the CPU or any of the components on the Southbridge or anything into failure. That's not going to happen.
Yeah, it's just a digital logic point. The voltage has a huge range that it can be.
So it's got a big swing. It doesn't really... There's nothing negative other than it just not working. It doesn't mean it's failed.
Exactly.
Got it.
It's not like you're sending 10 volts into the Southbridge or 5 volts into the Southbridge. That would be different, but none of this is anything like that.
Gotcha. Okay. All right. Well, let's just feed this through this X clamp here. Josh, how did you become a master of the Xbox, if you don't mind me asking?
Well, in all honesty, I was very ill for a long time.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that.
So
hope you're better now.
I'm better now, yes.
Good.
So I had some free time on my hands, and I decided just to learn more about electronics. So
Well, good
that's
for
really
you.
what it was. Yeah, I rather, do something productive while I'm waiting for doctors rather than just, sit and spin. You know what I'm saying? So
Yep, gotcha. Totally understand. Ooh, let me feed this through here. Actually, let me put tension on this. I'm going to put this. Josh, this installation was so beautiful, and then to learn that software has crippled my Xbox. You know, I should have known it was acting goofy. Um, so Pico Flasher would read about before I got those dumps that I got 20% of the chip, and then I'd get an oh no, maybe 40% of the chip. That happened a
Hmm.
couple of times, and I thought, okay, I've got something messed up here. I've got an address line here or something floating off this header, but it's a shame that I'm sorry, I'm not good at talking and concentrating at the same time. Clearly,
Yeah, you're good.
it's a shame that that damn thing. You would think though that it would have some sort of block per block verification algorithm or something, so that it would verify back each block that was written, or some sort of redundancy check other than just verifying after you've dumped it, then you verify it. Like, I don't know. Like, so what you're saying is, from what you understand, Pico Flasher doesn't have all the active telemetry, basically, that the X Flasher has, right? I mean, to your
So
understanding.
if the X flasher stops being able to read, the DLL will stop the read process. So what will happen is JRunner will come up and it will make a sound. I don't remember if it's the success sound or whatever it is, but then it will tell you the dump is corrupt or missing. I don't remember what the exact message is, but it will tell you that the dump is missing data because the DLL reports back to JRunner, hey, I couldn't finish my job. And then JRunner sees a corrupted dump and it's like, oh, this isn't right. But the Pico Flasher, at least again, I haven't looked at the code for the actual Pico,
Uh huh.
but from what I've seen is that it just starts reporting back blank data. So JRunner thinks that it's still reading
Let
the
me give you
correct
this point.
data, but
Yes.
it's not.
I don't know what.
And then when the reads are complete, it does two checks. The first thing it does is it checks the NANDs against each other to make sure they match, and that will check every single block and make sure they match. The second thing is it will try to load the NAND and it will try to pull a bunch of data out of the NAND. The problem is
Ah.
we can't touch the file system of the NAND without rebuilding the entire thing. So it doesn't try to do anything with the file system. So if there's anything funky there, that's not something JRunner can detect. However, if there is if there's
Sure.
certain types of failures, it will detect and it will tell you, hey, header is corrupt or something like that. So it's unfortunately a limitation of just how encrypted everything is,
Yes.
that you can't check that until you get the CPU key. And if you get the CPU key and you don't have a good restore dump, you're already in complicated waters. So
I understand. I cut this way too
it's,
short.
yeah, I wish there was a way that we could check every block, but until you get the CPU key of the NAND, like there's
You're
no
kind
way
of
to
up.
do that.
You're up the
Even after
creek.
that, yeah, you have to know what you're expecting to see. So you'd have to know exactly what files are on the system. So then I have to get the file system list for every dash version. And there's some changes, I believe, console versus console with the bootloaders. Like it just becomes a mess. So
But if you don't have that CPU key, you are in your NAND. Well, again, I forgive my ignorance if I'm forgetting everything that you're telling me. But if you're in a situation like me, where you've got a NAND dump that's obviously questionable, part of it, the bootloader section of it at least, is busted because you said after it reads the first little bit of data, it doesn't really care or acknowledge anything after the fact. It could be all if you have a situation like that and you don't have the CPU keys so you can effectively decrypt the NAND, marry it or whatever, and make any edits, are you screwed if your NAND dump is totally busted and you don't have that CPU key to decrypt?
there's a couple options. So if you do have a NAND with bad bootloaders, you'll see on the, so for some of it, JRunner will tell you, hey, something's wrong.
Yeah.
Sometimes you'll just see a blank. So in the right where under the bootloaders tab where it lists them all out, you'll just see that they're blank. I probably could add a message that looks at that and tells you, hey, something's wrong here. But if you see any blank boxes, it means something's not right. However, when you go to actually create an exe build, that's when it will tell you. So I probably could add a message earlier on. I'll look into doing that.
Okay.
However, if you do lose all that data, unless you have a Xenon, and specifically a Xenon that was not serviced, because when they serviced them, they upgraded the security. So if you have any newer console or a serviced Xenon, the key vault is paired to the CPU key. So in order to restore the console on a retail NAND, you have to use that key vault. So you have a couple options. If your key vault in your NAND is still good, you can still get that out of the NAND. You can write Zel to the box, get the key, and then every other file we can recreate with JRunner. So nothing else is paired to the box specifically. You just need the key vault. If you lose the key vault, then the only option is to run the system as an RGH or a JTAG. Because those modded consoles, they patch out the check for the key vault. So you can have any key vault on those consoles and they don't care.
And it doesn't matter.
So the only thing you can't do if you lose your key vault is run retail, again, unless it's a Xenon that has not been serviced, as those key vaults are not hashed to the key.
I see.
It gets complicated.
No, I got you.
I hope I explained that in a way that makes sense.
Totally understand. So basically, if you don't, as long as you're not interested or you don't want to run it vanilla,
right?
High probability that this is recoverable. But if you do,
right, and let's face it, if you're dumping the NAND, you're probably mining it anyway.
Right. We don't. Yeah, correct. So it's really immaterial at that point. I understand.
Yeah.
Uh-oh, I knocked off blue here.
The big annoyance is mainly when I buy CPUs for Slims. And those don't come with the key with them. So if I'm repairing a Slim unit that has a bad CPU, GPU on it, that is a little annoying. But, most people want a modded console these days anyway, so.
Exactly right. Okay, just touching these up. There we go. Okay, we're back in business. Let's zoom out of here. All right, so here's what we got. Josh, we've got our RGH stuff, our RGH3 wires, mod wires all installed. I'm just going to go ahead and plug this up for the sake of this. And I am going to, now the procedure is power to the console, right? And do I want to DC the X flasher before plugging the interface in? Do I want to
That's usually what I do.
Okay, good.
It's unlikely to hurt it. I would be shocked if anything happened, but, electrical engineering says don't hot plug powered devices.
Yep. Inrush current is bad. Things have okay, there we go. So we've got that. All right, let's see. Let me come over here. Let me go to Windows 10 VM. Okay, so now, Josh, we're going to take our our first NAND dumped. We're going to load that in here, which it's already loaded in the source section. We have that. Hold on. Let me do this real quick before we go any further. There. Okay, now we should connect. Great.
So for future reference, if you ever just did not have any NAND dump at all, under the NAND menu, there's an option to load the glitch image separately. So if you ever had absolutely no dump for a console, that's what you would do. But since you have one, we might as well use it. Because what all JRunner is going to do is it's going to patch the key vault in. So that's all it's going to do. But if you ever don't have it, you can select that option, load glitch to Zel, and do it manually.
Okay. So got it here. We've got it loaded. Let's go ahead and create the Zel, and then we're going to write that bootloader into our NAND.
So make sure it's a glitch 2 with RGH3 selected.
Gotcha. Okay, so we've got this. Leave the frequency alone, 27 megahertz. Leave it be.
I would start with that. I'll be honest. So when I ran my shop, I never used RGH3 on FATs because of the reliability issues. So I did 1.2. But from what I hear, it sounds like 27 is the place to start.
Okay, so we've got all these parameters here set. We've got the latest kernel selected. I think that's by default these days.
Yes.
Okay, so let's create the Zel, and then we're going to write Zel, right?
Correct.
Gotcha. Okay, so let's create this from the image. Zel image is created, and then we're going to write this bootloader into the NAND. Okay. Well, it's a lot faster than Pico Flasher. Jeez. Okay.
Is that a VM?
Yes. Yes, it is.
Okay, if you run that on bare metal, it will complete in about 2 seconds.
Okay. Yeah, it's a VM.
Okay.
But I've with this VM, I've RGH three fats, including not the Halo one, but including the Jasper one that I showed you that you told me about, and the Opus. So it works okay through VM, like the USB communication
Yeah,
stuff's
it's just
okay.
a little slower.
It's just it's substantially slower. So we've got that. Now let's unplug the programmer here.
You mind if I ask just why a VM? Like you're using a different OS or something?
No. The thing is I'm live streaming and I've got a lot of sensitive projects and stuff on my computer.
Oh,
Like
gotcha.
I'm an engineer. I design electronics too, and I don't want people
Okay,
seeing
okay.
that. I don't want people
I
seeing that
gotcha.
stuff. So I run it in a vanilla VM. That way I don't expose people to things I'd rather them not see yet. And plus
Okay,
my
I
porn
gotcha. Yeah.
my porn collection. So okay, so let's go ahead.
Uh-oh.
Let's go ahead and DC this. Now, well, I just made a mistake. Technically, I didn't need to decouple this from the computer. I should have just pulled the wiring harness out, shouldn't I?
It'll be fine.
Either way, so okay. Um, let's turn it on. We've got everything connected here. I'm going to plug in. Well, can I use the eject
And for
button?
what it's worth, you don't actually need to disconnect the flasher from the console when you start it. Like I think the JRPs, I've never verified this, but somebody said that if you do that, they damage them. The X flasher does not get damaged by that.
No kidding. So I can just leave this baby.
Yeah.
All right. Well, then that's what we're going to do. All right. So I will then just unplug the harness. But I do want to unplug the harness, right? I do want to.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Good.
You don't have to, but I recommend it.
Let's see. HDMI power. Let's go to modding, or no, mod testing. Okay. All right. 1, 2, 3. Turned it on. What? Nope. Easy. Okay. So Josh, the system came on and it immediately turned off.
Okay, so then it didn't detect post, so you do need the diode on this machine.
Okay. So I'm going to.
That's what it does if it doesn't detect the post signal from the CPU in a couple seconds, it shuts back off.
Okay. It was just a solid green light. Fans came on, then off. Okay.
Yep.
Gotcha. Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to come here. Sorry, guys. I'll turn on the camera. Modding.
By the way, if you want a more secure mount for your resistor, you can mount it, or sorry, your diode, you can mount it directly to the resistor on the back of the board.
Right.
Or just wire it and don't mount it directly to the board. Like either will work. At this point, we just want to see if it starts. We can make it pretty later.
Exactly right. Exactly right. All right, so let me get a. What did I do with those damn things? I know I just had them. I had a little packet. There we go. Oh, here they are. Okay, so what I'm going to do. Don't screw up the polarity. All right, guys, here we go. Let me get this wire. Where are we at? Right here. Perfect. Okay. Hold on. Let me just bend this down so we don't put too much tension on the board. Down to the heavens. There we go. Perfect. Okay, let me cut this. Sorry, guys. This will take me just a second. I'm just prepping this diode. See, guys, what I'm doing, I'm just going to show you is I bend the component lead down. That way, when I put this flat against the board, the diode is not putting a lot of tension against this very delicate via. Now, Josh, is this? I'm sure this is 6-layer, right? This is a 6-layer PCB.
It's a 4-layer.
Oh.
Yes.
Was the Xeon? Was the Xeon a 4-layer too?
So all the 360 boards are 4 layers.
Oh wow!
But, the inner 2 layers of these fat boards are power and ground.
Right.
So your signals are all on the outside layers. However, the Xenon board is made of it uses a different material for the PCB. So the Xenon board is a high TG PCB.
Okay.
So it's going to take a lot more heat when you work on it.
I see.
But starting with the Zephyr, they basically the Xenon was completely overbuilt. The PCB is really strong. There's I shouldn't say too many, but there's excessive amounts of filtering on the voltage rail. It's a very overbuilt board. So when they got to Zephyr, they started to realize, okay, we don't need as much filtering. We don't need a board that's this expensive, blah, blah, blah. It's just a shame that, the ATI had to screw up those GPUs and bring the whole ship down, but the rest of the board is actually extremely solid. And aside from capacitors dying and the GPU issue, I have never had any other problem on Xenon boards come in for repair, except maybe once or twice. Like those boards are actually pretty solid.
Now, even almost 20 years later, what's wearing those electrolytics? Is it the heat? Is it just the insane amount of heat when that board soaks that those capacitors are exposed to, that just dome them, or is it just age in general?
So the Xenon, unfortunately, was made with caps that were part of the cap plague of the early 2000s.
Are you talking now? When you
So
say the cap plague, are you talking about when Toshiba or Rubicon or one of those, they bought or they were trying to counterfeit the dielectric, and all those caps were freaking garbage because the chemistry was very caustic and they just were popping like crazy? Is that what was going on back then?
yeah, so there are two types of caps used. There's a series of Nichicon caps and a series of Rubicon caps. Both of them are complete garbage.
Of course.
Starting with Zephyr, they changed to a different type of cap from both vendors,
Uh-huh.
and those don't really die. I mean, even though the CPU is the same and it puts out the same heat, those are perfectly fine. The only lasting issue was for the 12-volt caps. There is one vendor that used a Sanyo capacitor. It's a green cap, and those things are terrible. Those things, not only do they die, but when they die, they short the rail out, so then the console doesn't work anymore. But yeah, those are all just junk caps, and if you swap those out for some of the good ones, then that's the last you'll have any issues with.
Amazing.
Well, for the normal lifespan of an electrolytic.
That's amazing.
You could probably swap them all with solids, and it'd be fine, but I know Microsoft did that for some of the Zephyrs. When you get them refurbed, they'd swap solid caps on. No idea why they did that, but I saw a couple of those.
Okay, we are blinking green.
All right, good luck.
Blinking green. Interesting. I don't know if it's because I unplugged the power supply. It was the system was turning on and then turning off immediately again just now when I pressed the power button. I unplugged the power supply, waited a few seconds, plugged it back in, and I just pressed the eject button, not thinking. But now the system's on, but the green light in the center, the power LED is blinking. Is that any ideas? Did I mess something up?
Well, the green light blinking is just because the DVD drive isn't in.
Okay.
If it hasn't started by now, it means it hasn't glitched.
Okay, so let me okay, hold on. Let me make sure. All right, let me turn it off. Okay, the power button is not turning it off. Oh, there it goes. Okay, just took a second. Okay, let's try it again.
Yeah.
There we go. Okay, now just shut down.
If it's shut down on its own, it's still not seeing that post signal. So I would double check that the diode's in right.
So why can I turn it on with the eject button, but I can't turn it on with the power button? If I press the eject button, it comes on. But if I press the power button, now it's turning off again. Okay, let me make sure my soldering is correct here.
Yeah, it's again the diode thing. It's a hack. It's not the right way. So, it's gonna be a little hit or miss.
Okay.
But I would just double check that it's on the right way.
All right, let's just take a look here.
Yeah. I'll be honest, as I said, I don't do RGH3 on FATs, so don't know if I'll be the most help with that. Okay. I found it not to be very reliable.
All right, let's see. Let's go into here. Okay, that is facing the right direction. Let's do this. Okay, let's go up. All right, so we've got all this done. So
I wonder if the diode is...
Okay, so yes, so black is facing towards the CPU rail here, wherever this test point is.
That diode could be too good.
You think it's too fat?
It may just be blocking out the post signal. What it's supposed to do is it's supposed to allow the post signal to slightly pull GPU reset down to pull it below the threshold. That's what it's supposed to do.
Damn.
And then that signal is going into the south. That signal is repurposed by the south bridge for post in.
Let's see what I have.
But if that diode is too good, it might just be blocking the signal entirely. Let me see what.
That diode is a.
And
I'm sorry, it's a 1N4. It's a 733. 1N4 733. I looked it up and I said that's why I said this should be. That's why I say, man, this is a lot better than the diode that was selected. I'm like, this will be fine. Which I've done a couple of.
Yeah, it's intentionally a crappy diode for this application.
I got it. I
Let's see.
understand. I've got some diodes here. Somewhere.
Oh yeah, the reverse leakage is. Yeah, okay. I think that's the issue right there.
All right, let me see. Let me pull up another diode here.
Because that 4733 is going to block a lot more.
Okay. Let me see if I can find something in my little parts drawer. Those are some 1206 caps. What's in here? What is this? Is this an inductor? That's an inductor. Those are some... No, I don't need any inductors. Hold on, I'll find something here. No, these are some... Ooh, let's see. Let's get these MOSFETs out of the way, see what's in here.
I mean, worst case, you could do a DIY level shifter with a MOSFET, but...
Yeah, I don't want to... Yeah, I know.
For this one application, it's acceptable.
Let's see. Okay.
There are people that will tell you to put it in other places on RGH3, which makes no sense, but for this one case...
Well, I think... Let's see. Hold on. Got a whole slew of them. What did I do with those things? They've got to be here somewhere. Okay, let me get in here. Okay. Bear with me, people. I'm fine. I'll find something here. Could have sworn I had a whole blasted... Oh, let's get in here and look. Okay, so various fluxes. That is a 254. No, it's an H.
I'm surprised it popped up Zell the first time.
It did, and it did.
Yeah.
It started loading data in. You know what happened? I plugged in the Ethernet cable, and it's just as soon as I plugged in that Ethernet cable, I got a red error, like a red glitch screen saying fault error code or critical error or something.
Did you have the DVD drive plugged in?
I can't remember. I can't remember if I had the DVD drive plugged in.
I had one console in my shop that did something like that when you had the drive plugged in, although I think it may have been a Slim. But I just remember...
But after that,
even when it was done. So, but that error is just... It's basically just a kernel panic, essentially.
I see.
Or a blue screen, whatever you want to think of it as. It's basically just that.
Let's see. I think I got some diodes in here. An old Schottky diode. Let's see. Josh, hold on. I'll be right back. I'm going to go up to the house and get some diodes. I have some in a special box under my bed. I'll be right back. No one leave. Oh, damn it. Son of a bitch. I gotta find some diodes. right. I'm coming back. Do-do-do-do. Oh, shit. Are you with me, Josh? Okay.
Yes, sir.
Okay. I'm back. I was going to use these, I think I was going to use these for input for reverse bias protection. Yes, I was. In case somebody plugged in got the polarity wrong. Josh, what do you think? What do you think about these huge behemoth bastards? Ah!
Let's see.
Yeah, these are just old Schottky diodes I was going to use on the power supply I was putting together. So if you got the polarity wrong, you'd be okay.
Let's see what it says.
These shouldn't be nearly as fast.
I mean, it looks better, so I'd give it a try. It's not. The other one still lets through more.
Mm-hmm.
Actually, that might be rated at different amps, so. But regardless, this one looks better. Like, give that a try. You don't have, worst case, you don't happen to have a chip lying around, do you?
I may.
Okay,
I
because
may.
if this don't work out, yeah, 1.2 is still my preferred method.
Oh! Wait a minute. I'm a dum-dum. Well, hold on. Let's do this first. I'll look. Let's do this. Oh, shh. Let's just bodge this in. Okay. Oh, yeah, baby, yeah. Okay. Sorry, guys, this isn't super solder porn. This is a bodge. We're just going to put this in. I think I've got some glitchers over there.
I can't tell if it's just lighting, but make sure that it's going the way towards the CPU.
Oh, shit. Yeah, it's not.
Okay.
Good call.
It seems counterintuitive because normally you'd want it to go from the CPU to the south bridge, but as I said, this is a very, very bodgy
Right.
thing.
This is a very, yes, I understand.
Yeah, we're exploiting the diode being not perfect. I'm not gonna lie, when Alexi first told me about this, I laughed for a while.
Well, you know,
It's a very funny solution, but it works mostly.
yeah, I've done 2 Falcons now with the RGH3, and I've never, I mean, no, that's totally anecdotal. I've never had a problem. It's always worked phenomenally well. So this is the first time, as a matter of fact, I've ever ran into any trouble doing a RGH, a reset glitch hack. Oh shit.
At the end of the day, it's gonna come down to the silicon of the south bridge. If you get a south bridge that tolerates lower voltages in
You'll be
and
okay.
is on the faster side of the silicon, then it's going to work better. And if you get a south bridge that's a little slower and that wants higher voltages to register a high, it's going to not work as well.
Right.
That's because at the end of the day, I can't remember the exact numbers, but the south bridge is just slightly too slow to make a glitch pulse that is short enough.
I see.
Because unlike, even though they're running on the same clock, the glitch chip can do everything instantly on the clock cycle.
Right.
But because it's a CPLD, whereas the microcontroller takes multiple clock cycles to execute an instruction, so it's slower inherently by design.
That shuts down much.
It'd be cool if we could overclock them, but
Yeah, yeah, this is still, damn it, it's still busted. Okay, hold on. Yeah, now it's okay. Okay, let me just see something here. Is this correct? Yes, it's the right area. All right, so what we'll do. Yeah, okay. Just curious about something here. Okay. Question. Is it possible that the diode's fine and the hardware's fine? Could anything in software, would any software error from a corrupt NAND cause a system to fall off like this, or is this strictly something in hardware that forces the shutdown?
So the RGH3 SMC has custom code in it to shut down if it doesn't detect posts.
Okay.
That's the only thing that could make it just turn off like that.
Okay. Okay, gotcha.
The Slims will do that on certain power faults as well, but not the Fats. The Fats would red ring if there's any problem like that. So, to the best of my knowledge, I don't think this could be a software problem.
Okay, got it. Give me just one.
9 out of 10 times when somebody has asked me with this issue, it's been changed to 1.2. Oh, it works now. So.
Okay, let's see what we have here in real time. Okay, so give me just a second. I think I have. No. I think I've got a whole slew of stuff here somewhere. Already pulled out?
Yeah, I'm betting like that dial's just blocking too much still, or maybe that. Oh, it booted once, so.
Yeah, it booted fine. See,
may just need.
And it booted quick. It glitched fast. And then ever since I plugged that Ethernet cord in and we got the red screen, it would go off, it would turn on, and it would turn immediately back off.
Maybe it was a fluke.
You think
so?
so?
This is an analog glitch, you know. It could have just had a lucky boot.
Let's see something. Let's just for the sake of argument here. Let me just try something here. I'm just curious. I've got the diode going the right way, right? Because with the glitcher chips, we have to now, son of a bitch, did I put that in the right way? I can't even tell, Josh, if I put this in the right way. Oh my god, did I reverse the play? Did I reverse bias this? Did I change this? No, let's see. I can't see. Where's the stripe? Hold on, Josh. Let me take a look at something. I can't tell. What the hell? The markings on this diode are... Let me get another one. Let me just make triple sure that I didn't goon this up somehow. That did not look the same. Okay, so there's that. There's that. The stripe goes towards the X clamp. Oh, damn it. Fix this up. And then if this doesn't work, I'll just pull out a glitch chip. I've got a couple of them still here. I think. Oh, yeah. Oops. Okie dokie. Let's put that back in if we can. Okay, let's give it a shot. See if this has any influence on anything. Okay. Okay, now it boots. Okay, but we're not getting... We're booting, but we're not glitching.
Well, if it's not shutting down, that's a good sign.
No, no.
That means it's at least detecting post.
Turn it off, press the power button. Still running, still running. Turns off. All right, let's try it again.
It turned off again?
No. I turned it off. I pressed the power button,
okay.
and then it shut off on its own after a few seconds. Like I press the power button, the green light goes off, the fans spin for about another 4 seconds.
All right. Well, then if it doesn't turn off,
No?
that's a good sign. I would say the next thing is to check the PLL wire. Routing is critical on that wire due to how noisy the signal is.
Okay. Now the PLL wire, is that the wire that, is that the diode wire, or is that the,
The one with the resistor.
okay. Do you think I should just route this from the top of the board as opposed to the bottom of the, I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll tell you what I do. Okay.
Actually, yeah, that's worse. If the best way is to use, there's a small point on the bottom of the board near where you connected the diode. That's the best one to use.
Hold on a second.
I'll get you a picture of it.
No shit. I thought that this thing by R1U3 was the best place to grab this. I'm sorry. God, I suck at this.
Nah, you're good. I'm not sure that much of this is documented anyway. The point there, so the point you connect PLL to is the same I/O pin that used to be used on the old JTAGs, and they used to use an alt for that point for similar reasons. But I don't know why they didn't use it for RGH3. Let's see if I can find which one I'm talking about here. Here it is.
Okay. Interesting. Now, when I have it upside down, it turns off and then it turns on. There's something weird going on with this.
Try that.
Let's see what you got here. Okay, let's see. Okay, there's... I see what you've got marked.
So I marked where you soldered post, and then there's a green hole where the south bridge hole is. In between there is a small pad. That's connected to the same net as the other point you're using now. And that point is right near the X-clamp. So what you can do is keep the wire right near the X-clamp and directly to PLL. That's the cleanest route.
Okay.
Because that signal going into the CPU, it goes directly to the clock gen for the CPU. So if there's noise on that signal, what seems to happen is it causes the CPU's clock gen to get screwy.
Okay. Let me see something here real quick. Just making sure everything here is okay. Everything here looks okay. Good. Okay. Let me flip this back upside down. Just making sure it doesn't boot. I'm just running through a little... Nope. Okay. No glitch. All right, so I'm going to flip this upside down, and I'm going to look at this point. So this, Josh, let me pull this up in a bigger window. This is FTR2. Geographically on the bottom, where am I looking? In the general
It's
vicinity?
where you connected the diode. So you connected the diode to FT2R2.
Right here.
Or, I'm sorry, you
Oh,
connected it near FT2R2.
so these large pads here, these large green pads, I'm taking it. It's where this empty LDO.
Move to the right. So there's a south bridge hole. Yeah, there you go. And then there's a unlabeled via, and then there's FT2R2. It's the unlabeled one that you want.
Let me get in here a little bit here.
I have no idea why that's even there, but it is.
Okay, so here's FTR2, and you're saying right. Okay, I'm mirroring what you have here. So we've got FTR2, and is it this point directly above it right here?
So it's the tinned via between that and the hole. That one, yeah.
Okay, just so I'm sorry. Let me just make sure I'm not a complete imbecile here. This via, hold on, where was I? Where's FTR? Hold on, now I'm all lost. This via right here. This 10 via right here. Here's the Southbridge hole. Here's
Yeah, that one.
Gotcha. Okay, perfect.
Yeah.
All right,
I have
gotcha.
no idea why they made that a pad instead of just a via, but they did. So convenient.
Okay, gotcha. All right.
And then yeah, keep that wire touched up near the X clamps, and I'd also double check your soldering on the other side of that wire. That's also known to be touchy if it isn't soldered. I don't know the reason. I couldn't guess. It's something to do with noise. But yeah, touching up that joint may help as well.
Let me come to the other side of this here. Touch it on this side.
I will say though, I think you're starting to see why I typically go for a 1.2.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, this sucks. I'm just gonna tell you. I mean,
Like RGH3 is great when it works on fats, but when it doesn't,
yeah, it works great. I've not had a problem with the two
but on
Falcons I've done.
slims it's solid. I've done hundreds of those slims and they're solid. I think I've only had one or two not work. So, because slims get that increased slowdown, they get a closer IO level to the South Bridge. Everything's just set up better for it.
Okay, let me just. Well, let's see. That's okay. That's okay. That's okay. Perfect. Okay, I'm just touching everything up. Okay, let's give it a shot. If we can boot, I'd be so happy. I just can't understand why it booted and then crashed. After it reset glitches, that part of it's done, right? That, you know what I'm saying? Like once at
Yes.
RGH, see, that's what I can't understand. It loaded, blue Zell screen, it was loading in information. I plugged in the LAN, and then it all went to hell.
I'm wondering if that was just a coincidence. Like perhaps there was just some noise that entered right at that time. I couldn't give you a direct answer on that. But given that it didn't start again, it seems just related to noise or something, that you got a fluke boot and then a crash after that. Zell has really small requirements to run. It doesn't even bring up the EDRAM on the GPU, so
Making sure everything here looks good. No, when I move this over, now it's shutting down immediately.
that's unrelated to that wire. So that's still the diode at fault.
Okay.
So shutting down is the post wire at fault. Staying on but not glitching could be the PLL. Make sure it's also not just your power cord coming out of the system.
You know what? This diode, I think I'm about to damage this via. I think I just did. Hold on. Ugh. Let me pull this out. Yeah, I'm gonna have to work this over now. I'm gonna have to rework this. Right here, where's my thumb? Right in, where am I? Right here. Yeah. So I'm gonna have to fix this, unfortunately, now. Oh my God. I just did that on accident.
Ooh, yeah.
That's okay. I can take care of that. Let me clean that off. Whoa, where am I? Okay. Let me get a brush in here. Let me clean this area. Let me clean this site. Okay. Take all these wires out. Let me look on the bottom.
Yeah.
Can I get to that from this area? Do I have to take the heatsink off to get to this? Can I get to it? Does this via go all the way through? It's not a blind via, is it? Please God.
So it goes directly to the other side, but let me see what the route is on the actual board.
Yeah, I'm gonna take all this stuff off. We're
Let's see.
RGHing one. We're not RGHing 3. We're not doing an RGH3 on this thing. It's just not worth it.
All right. Well, in that case, what you should do is you should write back your stock NAND,
Okay.
and just make sure you don't get a 0020 after the fix. Because that error you're getting before 0022, that's going to happen after. So the 0020 happens when it brings up the GPU. That's pretty much one of the first things it does. So
So,
as long as you're not getting that error, then it means your fix is good.
so I need to go ahead and fix. Do I need to go ahead and fix this via?
You do, because that signal is the GPU telling the South Bridge, "Hey, I'm ready." And then after that, the South Bridge sets up the link between it and the GPU. So without that signal, the South Bridge will never know when the GPU is ready. So it will just assume the GPU isn't ready, and it will tell you by displaying 0020.
Okay, I understand. So let me go in here
I'm
and
looking at the route on the board right now. I'm gonna see what the easiest way to fix it is. And again, for this signal ain't too sensitive, so
okay.
it doesn't have to be a perfect fix. Here it is.
Where's my hand? Right here. Right here. Right. Whoops, 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 whoops. Right there. There's the little girl.
Let's see. That's that one. GPU reset done. All right.
I can probably just push this through. Wait a minute. Where's my
Yeah,
finger?
so on the other side of the board, it goes directly to under the South Bridge.
Oh, then I
So
can't get to that.
the options are pretty much you can run a wire. I mean, you might be able to scrape a little in the via and see if you can get some copper in there.
Can you
The
can
other option is just to run a wire around the board.
can you tell me which via? Can you tell me specifically which via it is? Because I can't.
On the top?
Yeah, so it's going to be in this area, right? So here would
Yeah. Give me a sec. I gotta change the colors from blue to green because the blue makes it really hard to see. When I take a screenshot, it ends up looking just like dark. All right, let's see. Flip that over. Let's see. Not unselected. I gotta go back. Find it. Flip. Oh, this software is so janky. GPU reset. There we go. On top side of the board.
I wonder what the hole diameter is. This probably 0.2 millimeters, 0.3 millimeters, 0.3 millimeters. Let's see, 0.3 millimeters. I think I can probably bust 34. I'll do that.
All right, that's the Southbridge side here. All right, there it is. Cool. All right.
Let's go ahead and try to stretch.
It's gonna be a little bit trickier to locate here, but I'm gonna try to underline this, and hopefully that will help you out.
Okay.
All right. There you go. That's on the top side of the board. Next, right to the right side of the South Bridge with the fan cutout facing away from you.
Let's see.
So yeah, if you locate C2, C1, you can use that as a reference to find it.
Okay, so there's our landmark. Hold on. Let me look at C2,
And you'll
C1.
see that big beefy trace.
It's a voltage supply, right? Right there, right directly.
Correct.
Okay.
That's V1P8 right there. And you'll see that via...
So on the end of that node, C2, C1. Oh, here, let me do it. Here, let's make it easier for me. Okay. Okay, right over here, Daddy. Okay. All right, let's see. Where was I? Whoops. Hold on. Where's... Okay, I see where we are. Okay, great. Hold on, let me get this in order here. C2, C1. Okay. Now I have a better frame of reference here. C2, C1. So here's a large power plane.
Yeah.
Oops, here we go.
So it's that one. So there's two vias right in that little corner. It's the one that's got a trace coming off of it.
There's power plane. Boom, boom. Boom. Here.
Let me
Here.
see, it's lagged a bit. To the right, yeah. There you go. Perfect. Yep, that's the one right there.
Understood.
Now, I think... No, you can't do that. That won't work. I want to see if there's a better way than just routing to the bottom of the board.
I
See
have
where
an
this
idea.
goes. No, it can't, because the other side of the trace, it goes through a resistor.
Ouch.
So, yeah, that's sad.
Here's what we're going to do. We'll do this the old-fashioned way. This is 36. No, this is 34 AUG. I might have to do 36. Sorry, guys, if you can't see this. This is... Might have to reduce the gauge. Let's see.
The V is probably tinted, but...
Yeah, I took care of that.
Okay.
Let me do this. Let me go to 36. Oops. Okay, let me see some of this, please. Thank you very much. Boom, boom. Well, this is tough. Perfect, okay. There's our tinted via right here. If you can see, I've removed that conformal coating. So the solder mask has been pulled over. What I need is, let's try it from the bottom. Let's try that. I want to come off, guys, over here. I'm
They may be
sorry.
filled.
Yeah, I want to see. I'll have a better idea of that when I get here. All right, so here's the via. Okay, good. Come on, where are my tweezers? That would make this job muchos easioro. I don't know where the hell they are. Alright. Bear with me for just a second, guys. I'm going to find out where the hell I was. Oh, here I am. Yeah, I think you're right. I think it might be. Well, hold on. Let me get some of this out of my way, and I just sliced the shit out of my hand. Oh my goodness, get this out of here. Let me see these. Okay. Alright, I've removed that conformal coating. Let's see if I can't come in here. Oh, these are tiny. I might have to route this from the bottom or from across the board. I don't want to do that, but I might have to do that.
The good news is the South Bridge hole's right there, so...
Yeah, I'm going to try that. I'm going to give this one good effort.
However, yeah, now that that's done, definitely don't do RGH3 because signal integrity will start to be an issue.
I'm sorry, say that again.
Definitely don't do RGH3 because with that repair, signal integrity may become an issue.
Right.
So that signal's got to be pretty precise for the glitch, but for GPU reset done, it doesn't matter.
All right, here we go. Let me try this one more time. Okay, I've got it inserted. Can I push through? That's the million-dollar question. Can I push through? Am I pushing through? I can't tell if I am or not. No, I can't. All right, so what I'm going to do is exactly what you just said. I am going to come up here, and I am going to fix this by pushing it through this little provision here on the south bridge. Where's my hand? Where's my thumb? There we go. Get all this out of the way. Not a terribly big deal. Here we go. Where are we at? We're right there. Okay. So what I'll do is I'll grab some 34 AUG. Okay. Keep this as trim as I can. Give me the big beefy solder. Oh, damn it. Okay, that's good enough for me. Tinted that down. Okay. Cleaner tip. Oops. Nice and easy. Where is my syringe? It's right here. Thank you very much. Okay. Right in here. Go ahead and route this through, actually. Makes our life a little bit easier. Okay. Don't have any optics here. I'm just doing this blindly, but I got pretty good eyes, so it's okay. Okay, everyone. That is very simple here. Where are we? There we have it. Let's pull this down. Pull this through. Okay, whoops. Okay, there's our little bodge right there. Turn this upside down. Bring this here. Whoops. And our area that we're going to be working with is right. Let me get my bearings again. Here. Okay, I see it. Right there. See that busted via, everyone? What we're going to do is we're actually going to, not going to pull any of that resist off of that trace. We're just going to go to the next node. I think that next node is right. I don't know why I'm putting my multimeter on. Let's see. It's right here. Yeah. There you go. So what I'm probably going to do, actually, now I'm looking at this, so I'm just going to grab this, bring this down right there. I'm going to cut very carefully, not into the main board. I'm just cutting right here so I can see what I'm doing. Okay. Made a little mark so I can see just exactly where we're cutting this. Oh, my clippers are too. Okay. Perfect. Okay. Let's remove some of that insulation. Okay. Perfect. Okay. Clean this off a bit. Okay. Tin up that pad. Whoops. Right there on this 0403. Oops. 0402. All right. Okay, perfect. Well, flux goes a long way here. Okay. I don't think people understand or appreciate. Most people watching this probably don't realize how small this is, Josh. Okay, I'm going to put this in position about like that. It doesn't have to be perfect. I'm not interested in perfection. I just want to reconstitute this. Okay, so we're right on the money there. Whoops. That's it. Perfect. Okay. All right, Josh. So we've got that fixed. We've removed all the RGH 1.2 stuff. So now, obviously, if we plug this in, Josh, should it technically not shut down?
No, it's still gonna check for that signal that isn't there.
And then it's going to shut it down. Okay.
Right. So what I would do is write back your stock NAM and verify that you do not get a 0020. If you get any later code, that's fine.
Okay.
Well, let me rephrase that. If you get a 0022, it's fine.
Okay.
But as long as you don't get a 0020, your fix is good.
Okay.
And if you're gonna move to 1.2, you got to rewrite a different Zell anyway. So
Okay. Gotcha.
not really losing much time.
All right. So let's go ahead and flash the vanilla NAND back from our initial dump. I think our programmer here is still okay. Yep, sure is. Just make sure this doesn't fall. So I'm going to make a little stand here for it. Okay. All right, let's see. So we are back in. Okay, so we have loaded the NAND. This is the vanilla NAND. I am going to make sure that's selected in source, which it is. And this is just a matter setting. Well, you don't have to set this here. You told me this is only when.
Yeah, just hit right.
Okay, so just hit right NAND and we're good to go.
Yep.
Okay, so this is. I don't remember this coming up. Okay, so Falcon.
What? Oh, that's because the flasher isn't in there. So.
Oh, I'm sorry.
What it does is if it doesn't detect a flasher, it asks you what console. Because if you're gonna write a 4 GB console and you're using like a different, like the X Flasher eMMC is automatic, but if you're using some cheap like $2 SD reader to do it, you have to tell JRunner, hey, go look for my SD reader. So that's why it asks you what console it is.
I understand. I get you. I get you now. Okay, this is all on. This is on. Right NAND. Console not found. Well, are all my points correct? Okay, hold on. Let me just make sure. Orange light. Okay, that's connected. All of my points here still look perfectly fine. Just maybe touch them up real quick. Make sure that.
Make sure the unit powers on.
Okay. All right, let me just.
Like I would disconnect the flasher and make sure it powers on.
Okay. Okay.
Because if it won't power on at all, and it's not going to get detected by the flasher either.
Okay, so let's give that a shot. Yep, on and off. Okay.
Okay.
Let me reset this. Maybe it was
me.
Try
to replug it again. It should work.
X flasher checking console. Flasher console not found. Okay, hold on. Let me do some things here. Okay. Okay. I want to go ahead and close out a JRunner just for fun, and I want to reset this. Okie dokie. All right, so let's see if this detects. I think I clicked run. Huh. What the heck's going on with that?
That's weird.
Bunch of instances here, okay. Maybe I'm gooned something up here. Okay.
It looks like that previous instance didn't quit. That's odd.
Let's see. Here we go. Okay. No big deal. Easy peasy. Dumps. Okay. Okay. I know what you have to do. I
should probably add a feature that detects another version. It asks you, hey, the old version's not responding. Do you want to kill it or something like that?
See, that worked. I just had to restart the program. It's okay. I mean, it's fine.
Where you don't have any file that's called error.log, right? In the root.
The root where this is. Let's see. I don't see anything. I just see Change
Oh,
log
fun.
console requirements.
Oh, that's funny. I wonder if it's related to the drivers through VM or
Maybe.
something. I don't know. Yeah, I gotta admit, I've never used it in a VM. I just used a different machine for it.
I'm not that sophisticated.
I had my work desk was just far away from my tower, so I just set up another cheap little machine there. It was like 10 years old.
I think, well, here, I'll let this go. I have some glitch chips over here. They're white. I know that they're white. Okay, so let me decouple the programmer and just press power to see if it immediately shuts down. Nope, it's running. And an immediate and this was an immediate red screen, red ring. All right, so let's see what the code is. 0020. Shit!
So the repair was not successful.
Yeah, I'm gonna make sure I read that correctly. 0020. Okay, so let me make sure that this is the right trace. Let's go back. Well, let's power it down. Not a big deal. Let's go to modding. What I'm going to do is look here. Yeah. Right. GPU reset done. Okay. So where is our south bridges here? We're going to rotate this 90 degrees to the right. Well,
One second.
Go ahead, Josh. Do what you got to do. Okay. Whoa, where's my hand? Here we go. Now, this looks a little different to me. So you've got these vias here. I don't know if this is... Oh, that's a bottom layer thing, isn't it? Well, where are these other ones at? 1, 2, 3. Okay, let me just make sure I'm looking at this correctly. 1, 2. Boom. Yeah, that's right. All right, well, I'm going to zoom in on this a little bit. We're going to take a look. I want to clean that so I can better visualize it. Okay. That looks quite good to me. I'll flood it with a little more solder here. Okay, little flux, little solder. I'm going to hold the wire with one hand and I'm going to advance this in. I hope you guys can see this.
And this is the right via.
Okay, a very nice connection here. We're looking really good. Let's flip it around gently and let's look here where I've made the repair on this side. Now give this a second to come into frame. Where's my thumb? Right here we go. And we have this resistor right here. You can see it as clear as day. Okay. Now there's a little extra exposed material here, but there are no traces or anything that's really going to interfere with that currently. Let's just make sure. Let's bring this down just a bit. Okay, so right there in the top left is our busted via. I could almost see the plating through there. I could have probably solder flooded this and fixed this, but at any rate, so there is a little bit of our trace that's been severed, and there we go. Okay. So we're definitely in.
Yeah, that is the right point.
So we're in the right point. Our repair there is fine. Let's see, maybe it just needed a little bit of a reflow.
Good luck.
Yep. All right, get this out of here. Okay, let's Power. Oops, sorry guys. Well, you guys don't. Let's go to mod text.
Man, if the GPU gave up the smoke, this would be sad. Let's hope that's not the case.
Well, right in the middle of. I mean, honestly, it was glitched fine, and then it just red screened, and then it just shut down. I mean, that red screen came up, and then it just shut down. I didn't do anything.
Did you change the thermal paste on the unit? Because
No.
if you did,
No.
okay,
The heat sinks have never come off this thing.
okay. Well, that makes it less likely, but because sometimes when you get a chip that's about to go out, if you take the heat sinks off and you're applying the pressure to get all the the gunk off,
In your ass.
you can make a chip that's already about to have a broken connection get one. So,
well, the good news is
let's see.
We're flashing green here.
Okay, so that's good. If you didn't get that immediate red ring, then the issue is gone.
Okay,
so the only code that will take that long to appear is the 22.
Okay, so do we want to wait for that just to confirm, or do we? Are we
Yeah,
satisfied?
go for it.
Okay. Well,
what it's doing is it's going through the boot process, and every 7 seconds or so, it's retrying.
Okay, and then eventually it gives up and says, "Hey,
yeah,
can't get it. Here's the error code."
After 5 tries, it's the SMC is basically saying, "Hey, the CPU didn't talk to me." Because that's what it's waiting for. It's waiting for the CPU to come up far enough in the boot process, and then it's going to ask the SMC some stuff. And when it does that, then the SMC says, "Oh, okay, you're up and running. Here, have control."
Gotcha. Okay, let's see what's in here. Oh God, I'm old. Let's see. Go to modding. Back this out. I don't know what's in this thing. I think there's some Xbox stuff. Let's see. Slim cable, fat cable. I don't even know what this stuff goes to. I don't know what this is. Oh, here we go. Yeah? Is that what we're after?
Let's see. Yep.
Okay.
There you go.
Corona postfix adapters. I have no idea. Okay.
So what I recommend you do first is try to flash a timing to the chip. There was one other person who had an issue doing that through a VM. So I would recommend you do that first.
Okay, so so let's talk about that. So RGH 1.2ing. The CPLD here, we're writing to it because this is lockstep with the clock. What is this, like synchronous, like with this rising or falling edge or something of this of the Xbox's clock here or something? And it's okay. So, anyways, enough of this.
So it takes the clock signal from the board just as a reference, and a nice advantage of that is since both the CPU and the chip are running from the same clock gen system, it means that every single time the count will be specific to that box. Whereas if you had a different crystal on the chip, it might be a slightly different amount of cycles from system to system, just because there's ever so slight variances in the frequency that the CPU and the chip are running at. But since they're both running off, if you connect that wire to the board, they're both running off the same crystal on the board, which is that one by the Hannah there. And as a result, every time, I don't remember what the number is off the top of my head, but it's a couple 100,000. Every time it counts to that number, it's going to be right.
Okay. So it's, in other words, since everything's referencing the same clock, it's pretty synchronous, right?
Yeah, and then what the chip basically does is it's waiting for the CPU to get to a certain part of the boot process. Then it's going to slow the CPU down and then keep waiting. And then it's going to glitch it, wait a little more, and then speed it back up.
Gotcha. Okay, I understand. So, all right. So, really, even though RGH 3, if it works, it's a lot easier. As you said, RGH 1.2 for any FAT, despite RGH 3 possibly working, is a lot more bulletproof. I mean, across the board.
So I spent months refining the timings for this to work on. I have to this date only encountered one console that I could not get it to work on, and even then it worked, but it just wasn't a perfect instant boot. It was like 15 seconds or so. So it's just having more precision of the chip means that the issues with RGH3 just don't happen.
I understand.
And plus, the I/O point that we're using on the Cool Runner is set to the correct voltage, which is one of the things that switch does on the chip, is it sets the voltage level for the chip for fat versus slim.
So can you walk me through this process, or is it pretty straightforward? Can you just talk me through it without me needing a tutorial? I've got this interface here, the X Flasher, this dip switch here, this little single pole surface mount switch. I need to set this to program mode. Do I need to flip this down so it's in program mode? I'm just
You
guessing.
don't have to touch that unless it's installed in a console.
Okay. What about the what about
And
this?
even then, you don't have to. But all it does is it isolates the console's 3.3 volt rail from the X flashers.
Okay, so they don't. Okay, I understand. This dip or this surface mount switch has been set to fat. It was on slim, and so now I think this is all set up properly. We've got this here. Everyone
Yes.
sees this. We're going to move over to the VM, and so right here, program timing files. Is this this is the section we want to get into to program our cool runner?
Yes.
Okay, so we're going
And
to.
when you go there, it's going to automatically bring you to the right place by default. So it sees you have a Falcon, so it's going to bring you to that page.
Okay.
And then you're going to select the timing that I usually recommend to start with is the timing 21. That works on most consoles.
Okay.
Sometimes I've had to change it for 20 or 19, but most consoles will at least boot with 21.
Okay, so we're going to start with 21 as our baseline.
Yeah.
Click program.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, where it looks like we're writing some data into here. Okay, so we've got our timing file programmed specifically for this Falcon.
Cool. Perfect.
Gotcha. Now we're ready to.
Yeah, so some people in VMs ran into an issue where it refused to write properly, but it doesn't look like you're having that issue, so that's awesome. It's probably just his specific machine.
Yeah, and we now get a whoops. We now my mouse.
Get a green light.
We now get yes, that is right. So we're
Yeah, so that's happening because the chip does not detect post from the console, so that light comes on.
okay. Gotcha. Okay, so
And when you boot the console, what you'll see is a bunch of blinks, and that's basically just the CPU progressing through the boot process, and it will show those blinks on the chip.
Okay, so good to know. Wiring diagram for an RGH 1.2. Now I need to find that because it looks like there's a lot of wires here. Where Josh?
So you only need power, ground, and 4 wires. You don't need E or F.
Okay.
So I'll grab that diagram for you. I've got it on my hard drive.
Thank you, sir. Josh, do you is 30 og a big enough conductor for this to satisfactorily?
Yes.
Okay, even for power and ground, is that big enough?
Yes. It doesn't. It really uses no power.
Okay, very low current
It
sink on
sips
this.
power.
Okay. Okie dokie.
Yeah, that diagram kind of sucks, but let me know if you need any clarification. But
Okay.
it's the only one I've got right now.
Okay.
My buddy did a great diagram for the slims, but I don't think he ever got around to the fat one.
Okie dokie. Let's see.
I'll see if I can find some better ones.
Okay. No, don't worry about it. Well, let me see here. Let me close this out. Open up Discord.
I had some HD ones at some point.
That's pretty good.
Find them.
That's pretty good, Josh. I can make heads or tails of this.
Alright.
What I will do is I will superimpose this. I will come here and I will. That way other people can follow along with us here. Now this should show up.
Yeah. So there's really the only things that really you should know is that keep the wires as close to the X clamp on the bottom as you can. I usually route them down through the closest hole near the south bridge to the bottom of the board. And then the biggest thing is to keep the clock wire away from all the other wires, because that wire is literally carrying noise to the chip.
Okay.
Most consoles probably won't care, especially because it's a Falcon, but saves you a little time if it is one that does.
Gotcha. Okay, so let me pull this in. All these wires are located on the other than power and ground, I would imagine. So clock, the 3 volts. Well, the clock. I'm sorry. The ground and 3 volt supply. Those are top layer connections. Reset and let's see. So there's God. Son of a bitch. Okay, this is kind of a shitty die. I'm not gonna lie, Josh. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, let me see if I can find those better ones for you. They're on here somewhere.
It's just they're so low resolution. It's hard for me.
Yeah. Hold on, I'll look for them. I know
Okay.
I've got them. I just gotta find them.
Let me get to the bottom. Some of these I can do. So.
Like PLL, you already know where that is.
Yeah. A lot of this
it's a
stuff.
different point, but you know where it is.
Yeah, some of these I can handle. Okay, let me get back into this into real time here. All right, so here we go. Right here, that is FT6. Yep, gotcha. All right, so that is going to be right. Yep, here. Okay. Okay, FTC6U1 to the 4th power.
Here's a couple.
Thank you, Josh. Thank you, my good man. You're a gentleman and a scholar. All right,
See what
everyone,
else
we
we
are
can
moving
find.
this over. We are moving it. We've hit DEF CON 3. We are going into RGH 1.2. We have programmed our baseline timing files. We may optimize those if we find that the reset glitch is taking longer than we would like, but Josh says that 21 is a good general purpose starting point. So what we're going to do now is we're going to handle the wiring necessary for the RGH 1.2 on this Falcon. Okay, here we go. That always looks, it does not look this nasty in person. It's just the light skipping off the camera. I'm telling you, as you can see in this shot, it looks pretty good. So here we go. Let's cut this down and let's get going. Now, we don't give up in this channel. We always keep persevering because we've got Josh with us. And Josh isn't going to let us fail. A lot of people at this point would probably throw their console across the room. We're not going to do that. We don't have to do that. Okay, so that's that point. Let's see what else we have here. Reset PLL, same spot. So PLL, yes. So PLL is pulled in the same spot.
Yeah.
Gotcha. Okay. This chip is probably going to live somewhere.
I recommend putting the chip directly on the AV port.
Okay, that's what I was looking at here. Okay,
Yeah.
so all
And
right.
if you put the chip with the programming header towards the Ethernet port, it kind of gives you some room to wire in the wires to it. That's usually how I do it.
Okay, gotcha.
Some people put them in other places, but I'll be honest, that's my preferred place to put it.
Okay. Okay.
See if I have any other images for you.
Sorry, everyone. I just want to let you guys know. I'm just taking our PLL wire here. Not our PLL wire, but I'm taking our little CPU wire, which is technically called in this diagram post. Okay, yep. This is our post wire. I'm going to run it through here. Josh, do you have any problems? Do you have any, so pushing, so this is the post wire here. Any problems or any concerns with just pushing this through one of the 4 holes here of the south bridge here?
Yeah, that's what I usually do.
All right.
I put all the wires through the hole that's near where that empty regulator is.
Yep, that's what I got going on here. Okay, great. So
yeah, brings you out right next to that south bridge.
All right, so here is our post wire. Nice and tight. Okay. Now we'll go ahead and we'll grab the phase lock loop, which is right. Okay, let me look at your other pictures here. Oh, these are much better. Thank you, Josh. Thank you.
Yep.
All right, so let me get into here. That blue wire is reset. That's a pain in the ass to get to. Let's see.
Yeah, it's right by the clamp.
Remove our reset cap before soldering.
Oh, ignore that. So I took that picture from the Xenon guide. Ignore that. It doesn't apply to this. So the Xenon boards have a cap there. So if you're doing a Xenon, you have to pull that off, but it's not present on any HDMI board.
Okay, hold on. I'm just trying to find R7, R1. Where is this?
Yeah, so it's right on the lower right of the X clamp for the CPU.
Which one is it? Of these two, which one? Okay, can you guide my hand? Okay, so...
Might be tough because there's a delay, but I've got a picture that kind of shows
No, that's
where
okay.
it's at.
So, just tell me, right side clamp or left side? I don't know which one's the GPU or CPU from the bottom of the board.
CPU is the left one.
Okay, so we're here, bottom...
Big heatsink.
Okay. Oh, I see. Okay. Okay, let me look for this little box here. R7, R19. All right, hold on, let's see.
It's near PLL, but further towards the edge of the board.
Okay, let me turn it. Okay. Let me get in there. Okay, hold on. Here we go. Okay. Damn, this is confusing.
I
It's
see it. Let's
confusing the
see.
hell out of me. Oh, here we go.
Right there. Oh,
Okay, so let me turn it this way. I think I see. I think it's these. I see the little call outs here, these reference designators. I think here's our LDO, whatever supply voltage this creates for us.
that's CPU PLL.
Okay. Let's see. Oh, here's a good picture you got. Okay. I see it. Now it's right on the edge. R7, R7. Okay, I see right here. We're going to drill into this a little more. Whoa! Actually, no, that's a pretty good shot. And there's a cap. It looks R7, R2. Find R7,
You
R2.
see it there?
Hold on. I'm trying to get my hand on it. Okay, here we go. Now I got my hand on it. I'm looking. Here we go. Now I think I'm getting 1, 2, 3, 1, 2.
Oh, you know what? I'm a dickhead. That image I sent you isn't gonna be perfect because it's from a Xenon. So if you're looking for a specific designator, it may be different because I'm gonna find you a better image.
I think I'm right here. I think it's. Hold on, let me see if I'm
Yeah.
okay.
It's the same point, but it's labeled differently on the HDMI's. Just slightly.
FT7R7. Here we go. Here we go. Okay, I see it. Is it this point right here, Josh? I'm going to point to it with my
No, that's
scalpel.
not it.
Not this point here?
No. Hold on. I'll find you an
Okay.
image from an HDMI board. Give me a sec, because
Alright.
I've got way too many images of these boards here, but... Yeah, I wasn't thinking. That image, the Xenon boards, they have a lot of differences from the HDMI, so I wasn't thinking.
Just above DB5R2, or DB7R2. Okay, let me see. Just above it.
You probably will want to grab the X clamp off of there, just as a heads up.
Here? I think I understand. I think I know where. I think I see it. I think it's this point right. Yeah, I got it. Okay, I got it.
You got it?
Yep, I got it.
Yeah.
I can get there. I can get through there. Don't worry, boys. This X clamp's not coming off
Alright.
today.
For you to double check, here is the better image. Also, you probably should repaste it because they don't use paste, they use a phase change pad. And if the heatsink gets rocked or moved once it's out of the cage, it will break the seal. And those things are seal once. So once it's applied, it's good until it either the seal is broken or a long time has passed. So I would strongly recommend a repaste.
Okay. Okay. Son of a bitch, Josh.
Yeah,
right.
there's a good image for you. That's an HDMI right there.
Well, let's get the. Okay, we'll get this first, and then we'll repaste. I'll.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. All right. One thing.
It's not shutting down, so you don't have to do it right now.
Okay.
It will shut down long before it gets hot enough for any issues to occur. So
You guys can't really see this, but I'm coming in here, and I'm going to. Right there. Yes. Wait, DVR72. Let me cut this off. Okay. Okay, wait a minute. Can't I just grab, theoretically, hold on, let me check something. Wouldn't it make more sense? Grab it. So you're saying it's this pad right here.
if you're wondering if there's an alt point nearby,
Isn't this it though, what I'm touching? Like, so you can't see it because it's under the X clamp, but right above DB7R2, there's this node right here. And then it looks like though that it connects to there's a common little node right here, and I'm getting it.
let's see what the board view says. It does look like it goes to that, so I guess you could use that.
Damn, I'm good. All right, I'm not that good at all. Kitty, honey, get down. Daddy is working. Okay.
There's the trace layout.
Okay. Quit! Kitty cat. How dare you? No, don't you even think about jumping up here. Okay, let me just pretend this nicely. He's biting me. I have to put him out. You're going to go outside, and you're going to have fun. Perfect. Okay. Come on. Come on, fat boy. Okay, you can lay there. If you're going to lay there, you can lay there. Okay, so here we go, Josh. Let's do this the old-fashioned way. A little bit of solar, like there, there. Dee, 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 dee. Oh, sorry, guys. I just totally messed up that shot. What do I do with my... Oh, here we are. All right. I want a little more conductor than that. There we go. Nope, 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 nope. There we go. Perfect. Okay. Let's come in here. Lay this flat. Ooh. Sorry, guys.
I gotta admit, pretty funny watching this after it's been a good 8 months since I've done one of these.
Oh, really? Have you
Yeah.
retired or you just taken a break?
I've been at college, so
Oh, okay. Yeah, you've been way too. Yeah, I got you.
yeah.
All right. There we go. Okay, he's got to go outside. He's biting me. Come on. Come on. Silly kitty. Go outside and have fun. Okay. Okay, so here's what we got. We got our connection here, looking great. Whoops. All right, so we're going to run this in. Perfect. Easy. Okay, push it off this regulator if we can a little bit. Sorry, guys. Let me, whoops, I'm so sorry. There we go. Zoom this back out. Come in here. Push this right through. Now, what I'm going to do, so I know the difference. Josh, remember, the stripped wire... Well, I'll tell you
This is
what.
why I like using the included wires, because they're all nicely color-coded.
Yeah, that's okay. I'm going to tie a knot in this.
Yeah. I've done some with my own wire, and I usually just, like, bend one of them over or something.
Well, we know what these two are. So what's left
Yeah.
on the bottom of the board? We've got to do...
Quick suggestion: you should use the hole closer to the AV port, rather than that one further away.
For both wires or just all?
Yes.
Okay.
Just because when you get the DVD drive back in, you want to keep the wires out of the way. Because the DVD
Oh,
wires, yeah.
rank amateur. I am. Good suggestion. Good save.
Don't worry. If I said it, it's because I screwed up doing that once. So pretty sure I had to add some slack to wires on one of my earlier times I did it.
Gotcha.
So
holes that are closest to the AV port.
yeah.
Okay. Gotcha. Okay. Pull those through. Now I want the wire.
Yeah, same side, just closer to the south, to the AV, and I'll get you in a good position. And then definitely leave some slack on the top side.
Hold on, let me just grab this here. This is... Now the wire we just soldered, that was for the reset connection?
Yes.
Okay, good. Let me put a...
I usually use the other one, but I mean, that will be fine.
Oh, you said keep it on the same side. Well, well, it's okay. We'll just leave it alone. Who cares? I'll die. I'll die before I change this.
Yeah,
Josh.
just leave a little slack, so I can get around to the actual chip.
Oh yeah, I'm not going to cut these yet until we get it in place.
Because you'll have the solder points will be towards the fan connector, so you'll want a little slack.
So other than, let's see, we got to do PLL, right? Is that what's next?
Yeah.
I think. Let's see. Where was it? Let me look at that connection again. I always get confused.
Sam, I don't think you're going to get a soft mod on this console. It's very secure. The only reason this works is because you can force a register to 0 by poking the CPU. And actually, they could have made RGH a lot harder of a process if they had made just a couple fewer mistakes in the bootloaders.
Well,
for example, if this mem compare was a branch, let me see what it'd be like, branch to fail if 1. If it was something like that, we would have a lot harder time glitching that, because you can't, forcing registers to 0 doesn't help you with that.
I see.
So the fact that this even works at all is kind of a miracle.
I'm looking for.
They screwed up in just the right way.
Well, I'm looking at the diagram here, and I'm looking for the PLL. It's the same. It's the same connection we
It's
made
the same
before.
one you used before, yeah.
Okay. Okay. I'm just making sure here. I don't remember. Okay. Let's
Essentially,
see.
RGH3 is just this mod, but from the South Bridge instead.
Okay.
That's the only difference, and there's less wires because the reset and clock are already routed on the board, so you don't need to add them.
Gotcha. All right. Let me pull this up. Whoops, because I don't remember where that's at. Whoops. Let me switch this out real quick. Yep. All right. I'm just going down here. Whoa. Okay.
You want a picture of that guy?
It's okay. No, it's okay. It's right here. I just want to make sure I'm not. Why did I make this so big? Yeah, I know where that's at. Hold on. Let me reset this. God. There we go. Okay, now I can actually manipulate this stupid thing. That's what I'm looking for. That's what I couldn't see. All right, let me maximize that way out. Okay, now I have something I can. Okay, I can better visualize this. Okay, so we are 2 steps away. Right here, there's a little grid. I see it. Okay, perfect. Okay. Sorry about that, everyone. I just wanted to be sure. Yep, I see the old point we did. Put a weight on this to hold it in place. Okay. Very simple.
I'll be honest, that point getting screwed up was one of the biggest repairs I did.
Oh, really?
People would screw that one up all the time. They'd pull that pad clean off.
Let's see. Well, you know, it's easy to do. I'm going to go ahead and pretend this. That way I have excellent contact. Okay. Okay, there we go. Let's put just a little bit of, we'll go ahead and snake this through. Oops. Okay. Once again, I've lost my tweezers. There we go. Yeah, we're right on the money. Okay. Cool deal. Flatten her out and go to town. Am I on the spot? Yep, I'm right on the target. Not too hard. All right.
Ooh, that's nice. That looks good.
There we go. Now, what I'm going to do, Josh, is I'm going to take our PLL, and I'm going to run it in the hole that you originally wanted me to. That's on the other side.
I mean, it doesn't really matter,
Well,
but
it's
more
just
convenient.
so I can break it out though. See, I already got 2 wires running through the other hole. So this will just tell me that, okay, so the PLL and the other thing are on this side. So let me just pull this through. Hold on, everyone. Sorry, let me back this out. Okay, all I'm going to do is just push this wire through here, grab it, just pulling it through, and I will turn this board over, and I will strip this wire. Whoops.
I love that. Making the South Bridge hack the console for you. Yeah, pretty much.
Okay. Let's see what's left. What is left? Other
Clock,
than our
power,
vault,
ground.
do we not have to? We have to have a clock to clock this thing in, don't we?
Yeah, that's from the top side.
Oh, everything else. So everything else is from the top side. Oh, thank God.
Yes, sir.
Thank goodness. Okay. I hate this. This sucks. All right. Let's see. All right. Let's move this out of the way. Let me pull this out. Okay. That is perfectly fine for this. We're going to back this down. And while I'm here, I'm going to go ahead and fix this because I gooned this up a little bit here. Sorry, guys. I want to do something off camera. I knocked off one of my little test points here. My little test DuPont connectors. All right. Let me just move this out of the way. Perfect. That's what I wanted. Okay, very good. All right, so this is PLL. This is reset. This is no. I'm sorry. What is the wire going from one of the FT? You know the test points we were monitoring the CPU voltages with. Let's see. Let me go back and look. What was that?
Yeah, that's post. That's the post out point.
Okay, that's right.
Specifically for 1.2, it's post out 0.
Okay, so gotcha. So this is post out. The other conductor is reset. Did I put this? No, that's PLL. And son of a bitch, I better look. Oh, God. Let's see. Whoops. Okay. Whoops. Right here. FT7R7. Okay. So we've got all this into position. Let's talk about our reset line, which is right here. This lives here. I think this is the BGA chip, and there's an array of resistors right here. Yep, I see them.
Yes, so that is the clock.
Okay.
That chip, it's responsible for, a lot of people call that thing a scaler, which is funny because it doesn't actually scale anything. But that is an HDMI encoder. It does clock generation and a couple other things.
Okay. All right, so we've got this little ASIC here that does a bunch of stuff. Now let's see very carefully. C3B2, R4B24.
Yes. There's 2 pads in the diagram because you can connect to either. I usually just slap it on the side of the resistor, but it doesn't matter.
Well, you know, I'm a little, yeah, okay, whoops, over here. Let me turn it, let me flip her around here. Whoops, okay, here we have it. Gotcha, thank you very much.
So yeah, those are all the clocks coming out of that chip.
Gotcha. So we're going to use this clock off the HANA to clock in this. Okay, let's go ahead and clean this off. And where are we? Okay. 1, 2, 3. Right here.
Bottom one. It's the first one that doesn't have 2 resistors. Yeah, there you go.
Wait. Am I on the right? I'm sorry. Right here?
It's
C3B1?
no, right. So it's
Oh,
the first
C3B2.
one.
Oh, I see,
Yeah,
right
where
here.
there isn't populated.
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
It's interesting that they planned to put caps there for filtering, but then never did. Probably just a contingency.
Okay, so this is going to be routing. Which way is it? Okay, it's going this way too. Gotcha. All right, so let's put a little bar love sauce there, right there. All right, let's snake this in very neatly. I don't care if it bridges across both. Actually, I want it to for rigidity, so All right, everyone, here we go. I'm going to butt it in like that. Here we go. 1, 2, 3. That's what we like. So we grab both that open pad and we grab the outside node of that resistor. Okay. A little bit stronger. Okay, we'll cut that down.
So when you're out this wire, make sure there's enough slack for it to be completely flat against the board until near the AV port. Because when you put that fan shroud back on, it's
Yep.
going to cut that wire off.
I understand. I understand. Where should it be? Should it be in this area next to these tantalums? Should it be? I mean, where do you? Because where would you like this to live? Will this oscillator here couple into it and wreak havoc on the clock line? I mean, you know what I'm asking?
Not really,
Okay.
but I usually just bring it pretty much like you have it now, all the way up there to the AV port, and then I just make sure it stays away from the other wires when you actually get it soldered in.
What I'm going to do for this in this instance is I'm going to come in here and I'm going to cure some UV on this. I'm going to cure some plastic on this, some epoxy. Just like that. And okay. So that this is totally and perfectly, sorry, you guys can't see this. I'm sorry. Here, let me do this. So this is perfectly isolated into itself. And I don't have to worry about this. Perfect. Okay, so now I don't have to worry about that being moved around. That's going to come right out next to this fan header here. Perfect. Okay, so let's go ahead and let's stuff our... Well, shit. What did I do? What did I do? Oh, here we go. So let's talk about this, Josh. Right here, I'm going to take this double-sided crap off.
Yeah, so what I recommend you do is put the chip pretty much as far to the left on the port as you can. Other way, flip it around.
Okay, so have this 90-degree header like butted up against the Ethernet port here like this?
Yeah. Right.
Okay.
And then have it so that there's just there you go, pretty much like that. And that way it's going to stay out of the way and it's high enough off the port you can still program it if you have to.
Okay, so oops. That's what we have. So good deal there.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, let's start wiring some of this shit in. Let's see. Let me look at the alphanumeric codes here. So what was this? Clock is
B.
B. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you, sir. All right. Okay. Oh, sorry, guys. You can't see anything. Here, let me fix this. There. Okay, so I'm going to put clock right into here. Okay, we're going to cut
Yeah,
this.
I usually do something pretty much exactly like that, where it's kind of like bent up, so.
All right, and I'm going to strip this very carefully. Okay, whoops. Oops, running a little cold. That's more like it. Okay. All right, everyone, here we go. I bet you guys didn't think that an RG3 stream was going to turn into an RGB 1.2 stream. You've seen the both. You've seen both worlds today. Okay, let's just advance that in. Oh, let me clean my tip. That's way too much.
Sorry, just my pro RGH 1.2 propaganda.
Oh, God, I couldn't see that. Here, let me clean these. Let me go ahead and just. Okay. Okay. Oh. Oh, my tip. My tip is.
You fell into the same trap.
My tip is too small to... Come on. Ah, damn it. I hate that. It's the one thing I hate about these. Oh, I need my bigger tips. I'm turning on all the irons, guys. Everyone, I'm upping all the soldering irons. They're all coming on now. Ah, okay. Let's clean this off. Sometimes you just have to have the right tip for the right job, just like that. Okay, so let me flip this around and let me see what we got. We've got... Okay. Post. Post is the wire, again, that connects to one of the vias that we use to test voltage with, right?
Yes.
That's right. Okay, so let's do post next. What letter does that correspond to?
C. 8 months. I still got them all memorized.
You're a legend. You're a legend in your own right. I want you to know
I've
that.
done too many of them.
All right, so here we go. C. Okay, is this C? Let me see. Let me see if this is C. Here we go. Pull on it. Which one is it? Is it? Oh, oh, here it is. Okay, got it. Okay, let's get C in there. So C. Whoa. C comes through here. I'm going to actually stuff this under this cap or behind this cap, like that.
You may
And
not want to do that due to that cap. I believe it's for the analog signals going to the AV port.
oh, I don't want those to couple
So
into
it
any
may
analog
be a little
video.
noisy.
Yeah, let's not do that. Let's pull it into here. I'll just make a straight shot like this. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, what I'd like to do if I can. Okay, perfect. Give me this, please. Thank you. Whoops. Okay, that's what I want. So I'll cut it here. Okay. Turn it this way. Strip this down. Good lord. My goodness, come off there. There we go. Okay. All right, a little bit of C here. All right, you guys want to see that being done? I will be happy to zoom in here. There's C. Okay, we'll advance this in like that. C is beautifully in there. Okay, let's see, Josh, we've got... What do we have here? We have... What was the... Oh, okay, that's PLL. Which one's PLL? I think the PLL is all by itself right here. Is this PLL? Yep. Okay, Josh, what's the letter for PLL?
A.
Josh, you're a master at this. I want you to know that. I'm proud of you. All right, so we'll get our PLL set up here. I will go ahead and bring this around. Okay. Yeah, go ahead and put this over here. Just try to make this look a little neater if I can. There we go. Okay, A's right here. Oops. Okay, cut A down. Now my layout here is not going to look good or be very efficient, but it's going to be functional for this. Yeah, come on, baby. Come off. Okay, perfect. Okay, let's do A. Whoa. Okay, there's A. You guys see A? Very good, very good, very good. There's A. Just like
Iron
that.
back.
Okay, good to have you back. Welcome back to the club. All right, let's go ahead and clean all this up. Okay. Give me a second, guys. I'm going to go off camera here, out of frame just for a second. I'm just going to clean up these conductors a little bit and route them a little more orderly here. Okay, that's good. Okay, what's left? We've got PLL, we've got post, I think we got clock. The wire that I have here by DB7R2, what is that? The wire by DB7R2. That's reset, right?
Yes.
Yep, okay. Okay, and that corresponds to letter
E.
E. Okay, gotcha.
No, D as in,
Oh, D is in
dog. Yeah.
dog. Okay, well, I could have thought of a few more words. All right, let's see. Okay, guys, sorry about this. This is our final wire until we get to our supply wires here.
Man, that board looks pretty under that scope.
Well, it's a camcorder, but thank you.
Well, yeah. I never get to see him that clear.
Let's see. I don't either because I don't use this I can't use it and work. It's very distracting. All right, let's see. All right. I'm going to rotate this around so I can have a better view of what I'm doing. Okay, so D. Like I said, everyone, like I told you, I am a rank Xbox 360 amateur. The real professionals are vastly more efficient than I am.
I wonder. I don't even know what the quickest I've done one was, but I'm probably around 10-15 minutes. Be my
Jesus
guess.
Christ. Well, I want to do something real quick here, if you don't mind, if you can give me just a second. I just want to clean up this whole path right here. Yeah, that's better.
Be definitely interesting to see how that wire routing works. I've not tried that.
Well, I want to just see. Let's see. So
It should be fine. Like they're not that picky.
I just want to come right here. What I want to do though is I just want to get a little bit of material in here. I'm not going to glue them up. I just want to come into this area. Now if I could... God, what did I do with it? Oh, here it is. Okay. What did I do with my... it's over there. Okay. So what I want to do, guys, is I'm not going to put a substantial amount of material here. I am just going to grab a hold of this to about right where my... Well, you guys can't see this. I'm sorry. You'll be able to see it now because I'm going to use some tweezers. I'm going to come right about here. Flatten these out nicely. Right about here, just like this. Not super clean, but it's organized. There's some order here to this. So I'm going to come right here. Hold this in like so. I'm going to use just a dollop here. That's all I need. I'm going to come here with my flashlight. We're going to cure this. That way I don't have to worry about ripping these things out. Okay, good enough. Now I can maneuver and manipulate these wires, these conductors a little bit, and not worry about ripping anything out of the board. We'll zoom out of this. But that's a pretty respectable little wire path here for this. Now that I've got that in order, let's go ahead and get Mr. D installed, which is right here. Okay, I'm just going to cut this to size very carefully. Now, Josh, how hard is our voltage supplies? Or rail-to-rail
Oh, they're
voltage?
easy.
Are they?
They're
Okay.
where you got that green and blue wire. They're right there.
Oh, great. On this header here, on this little.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, cool. Damn, that is easy. Okay.
Oh, I'll be honest with you. I usually just ground it to the AV port.
Oh, okay. I
Ground
did.
is ground.
Well, I mean, well, kinda. I didn't know if there was an analog ground for the. There's an analog domain and a digital domain here, right? So you've got analog YPBBR, composite video, things like that. Do they not have their own? Like, it's a mixed signal system. Do they not have their own ground plane for that?
Not on the board like this. If like anything related to AV is not connected to the shield of the AV port like that.
Okay.
The AV port is just grounded to the edge of the board, and yeah, to the ground plane inside.
You understand why I ask that though? Because if
Yeah.
okay.
You've got me curious now. I actually don't know. Let's see what the schematic says.
Yeah, yeah, we should look into that one.
I wonder if there is something like that. Dude,
I don't
AVIP thing.
I don't mean to be complicated, but I'm an analog
Like
domain
the shield.
engineer.
The shield is definitely ground, but curious now if there's any
Oops, why did I do that?
anything. Let's see what it says. I don't see one.
Okay. Well, that's okay. It'll be okay. Fuck it. Let's do it.
If there is, it's just grounded to the board. Like, so if there is a separate ground, it's just grounded to the board.
So you just grab this son of it. You just solder directly to the chassis of this connector.
Mm-hmm.
Gotcha. I'm going to do something to make it a little more rigid, though. So I'm going to take some wire. A little trick.
Like I don't do it like from the chip to the chassis, if that's what you meant. Like I run a wire to do it.
Where do you run the wire from?
I'll find you a
confused.
picture. Sure, I've
Okay.
got a picture somewhere
Okay,
that can explain it more than
No, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I thought that you meant that you blopped on some solder on here into the housing and that's how
Oh no.
Okay, that's what I didn't understand. I was like,
No.
well,
Yeah, here. I do something like this. Although recently I used the one all the way on the edge. That picture's a little older, but yeah,
Okay.
I just slap it on like that.
Let me see what you got. Okay, I understand. I thoroughly understand. Okay. All right, let's go for it. Nice short return. So what I'm going to do then is I'm going to take this wire. I'm going to strip it. Oh, Lord have mercy. These strippers suck. Hold on.
I use a pair of nail tweezers for that type of wire.
Yeah, I do too, but I have these tuned.
I have these kind of crappy ones that they're almost dull, so they don't actually slice the wire, which is kind of nice.
Well, I have this pair. You adjust the screw, and these are perfectly tuned, as you can see. They're perfectly tuned for this. So but I use nail clippers too. I do that a lot. All right. So what I'm going to do is I am just going to take this wire, ladies and gentlemen, and I am going to fold it like so, and I'm going to twist it. You don't have to do this. Okay. All right, so let's follow in Josh's example. I'm going to grab right here.
I don't know if I showed it in that picture, but what I've often done is run the ground between the clock wire and the other wires to just separate
create
them
isolation. Okay.
Yeah, it just prevents them because when you plug that fan wire in, it's gonna sit right near there, so it kind of just ensures that wire doesn't get pushed in.
Okay.
Because I've seen a console come into my shop and that wasn't booting, and literally the only thing I do is grab the clock wire and pull it away from PLL, and it starts up.
Now, which one's clock again? Which letter is that? I'm so sorry.
B.
B. I got you. All right, I'm gonna try this. Let me just try this fast. Josh. You are a champion. Okay. All right. Okay. Yes, indubitably. So what I'm going to do, now that I've done that, is I'm going to run some solder along this. Perfect. Actually, let me pick this up. Okay, good. Okay, so what I want to do, there's B. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to do something a little different here. B, you are all to yourself now. Alright, I'm going to show you guys a trick I learned back in my digital signal processing class back in 73. If I can do this, this would be really cool. Yes. Okay. Can this not go further? It can, Daddy. It can and it will. There.
I'm curious why you removed the insulation from the wire.
Because it's I wanted.
I mean, it doesn't matter. I'm just curious.
I want this ground. I'll tell you why I did it. I want this ground to be very rigid, and I want it to have a good return. So what I'm doing is, rather than using a thicker conductor like a 28, 26 AUG, even though this is a very low amperage, this is a very low, this doesn't sink or source a bunch of current, I just took a 30 AUG wire, stripped it all, folded it in half to divide the distance by 2, and then I twisted it, and then I soldered it so that I have a thicker conductor. And as a result of doing that, we've lost the shield. Do I need to do that? Most likely, probably not. But I've wrapped this ground. I've wrapped this ground around our. I don't know if you guys can see this, but I've wrapped this ground just a little bit. I'm wrapping it around just for fun around our clock. That way, it's a little stiffer, but also just like twisted pair cable, we may get some shielding effect from that from twisted, just like with regular twisted pair. So what I'm having here is this is just going to hold this up and away from the rest of this stuff, and then I'm going to come right in here and I'm just going to solder the ground into position. Like I said, probably totally worthless, but if ground is that prone to coupling across and getting all wonky, capacitively probably here, seeing all these connections, I will just I will do this for fun. Now, can you guys see what's going on here in real time? I am not a professional, Josh. I am not an expert on Xbox. That is you. I'm just having fun. I'm just having fun. Okay, there we go. So we have a ground in here. Now the 3-volt supply, you say that is pulled off of this, whoa, I'm sorry, off of this header here?
Yep. It's right next to that green wire.
To the left of it, or above it, or below it? According to relative to my
Below
perspective.
it.
Gotcha. All right, Josh. This is where we separate. I don't know. I don't know what's going on. Okay, let's give this a shot. Okay. Okay, guys, sorry if this, well, you know what? I can use my tweezers. Hopefully that, well, let's see if this keeps it in frame. Okay, I'll try. If it doesn't, I'm sorry. Okay. Sorry, guys, if that pulled out, if that pulled the shot out of frame, but we've got that perfectly in there. Now this voltage supply, I'm just going to run through here. Don't really care about tacking this baby down. Get it in there. Some tantalum capacitors. Maybe these are AC coupling lines for the YPPR. I don't know what these tantalums are for. Maybe to AC couple the video. I don't know if it even needs AC coupled off this encoder. I don't know how it does that. All right, here we go. Let me just... All right. You know what's interesting, Josh, and I would imagine it's all about power consumption. You don't see a lot of... you don't see a lot of Xbox 360 portables. And I would imagine that's because these things are furnaces.
Oh
Or,
yeah, I mean that board you've got has, well, the CPU ain't bad too much. That's about a 45-watt CPU, but the GPU is a good 50-something watts. And these are the better ones. If you go to those, those Xenons, they've got 85-watt CPUs. Some of them have 75s, but most Xenons have the earlier 85-watt CPUs.
incredible.
Those things are furnaces. In 2 minutes, those things hit 80C.
Oh, Lord have mercy.
Which doesn't hurt them. That temp is perfectly safe for them, but that's why they got that big chunky copper heatsink on them.
I see. Okay.
However, if you were going to do a portable, I'd say use a slim because the chip on there is much more efficient.
Plus, I mean, a lot of people do a lot of like cutting and like, dissecting. This thing is very complicated and it's a very intricate design. It would be very difficult probably and time consuming to wire wrap and reconstitute all sorts of connections in an effort to, stack PCBs in order to reduce its real estate. Like I would not want to connect a bunch of buses together on an Xbox 360 by hand. That would be terrible. Oh God.
Yeah, so the big limitation with the FATs is that it's still based around the over-designed Xenon. So even though starting with Zephyr, they simplified a lot of things. Like, for example, you can see there, they only got half of the FETs there installed because they didn't need the other ones.
Right.
The board is just laid out in a large way. Obviously, having the split CPU, GPU doesn't help them. But even like the Trinity, you're going to have a harder time cutting stuff down there versus a Corona, which has so much. The Corona is basically just 2 chips. You got the South Bridge and the CPU. That's it. So the rest is just power regulation, and that would be much easier. I'm pretty sure there's a guy that did that on YouTube that trimmed down a Corona really far. But yeah, I mean, the best board to do it is honestly the Winchester. It's just a shame it can't be hacked because that thing was really simplified down. They use small modern regulators and all that. And the chip is only 32 nanometers, so it doesn't put out a lot of heat either. But can't be hacked, so that's a shame.
Interesting. So we've got a green light, and it seems to be flashing.
Yes, so now you have to reflash the image to the new glitched image.
So, okay, let me ask you this. So if I understand, we put this timing file on here. The Xbox then takes when you boot it up, it learns and does something. The CPLD does. Is that what it's happening? Is it learning something, and then we have to explain this process to me because I was always confused by this.
By the way, the code for my timings is on my GitHub. But
okay.
what it essentially does is it waits for a signal to come from the post bus. Now, normally you'd have to wire up all 8 points to read it because it's an 8-bit bus, but we're actually cheating because the post out codes go in the same order every time you start the box. So what we're just doing is counting how many times one of the bits flips to know where we are in the boot process.
That's what you're
cheating.
Yeah, I remember now. Okay, yep, I got you.
So what happens is it waits for the system to enter a certain stage of the boot process.
Okay.
Which is just before it verifies something, and then it slows the CPU down. And it has to do this at a specific point because if you slow the CPU down too early, it will take too long to get to the glitch point, and if you slow down too late, it won't stabilize in time. So there's a specific point it has to slow down. Once you slow down, it waits for the glitch point, then it waits a little bit more, and there's a timer. And so that number you see in JRunner, the 20, 21, 19, 18, those are just the last 2 digits of the gigantic counter value it has. I can't remember the number off the top of my head, but I know it's in the hundreds of thousands. And when it gets to that number and it counts up to that, then it sends a pulse of ground to reset. and that's what actually glitches the CPU.
So it
And
pulls the
then
CPU
after
to
that,
ground, and that's when you get code execution, because it freaks out, and then you can inject your own code from there, and the CPU
yeah.
will
So
execute.
what it's doing is it's so when you pull a reset signal of a CPU to ground, the registers reset. So what we're doing is we're taking advantage of a flaw where not all the registers reset if you pulse it for a really short amount of time. And the goal is to flip the register that's saying, "Hey, this doesn't match my signature." We want to flip that to that register to 0 without flipping the registers that the console needs to proceed into the next bootloader.
I see. That's
So once
ingenious.
it passes that check, the next bootloader takes over. The good news there is that it resets a lot of registers in the CPU, and as a result, resetting some stuff doesn't break things. But if you reset too many registers, it will crash in the next bootloader. So that's why you have all these different values. And the reason why the light blinks on the chip is that you can use that data to tell if you should move the value up or down
Too
if
slow
you
or
hit a
too
console that
fast?
doesn't boot.
I
Right.
gotcha. I gotcha. That's it. That's amazing. Well, we've got that. So now do we what? So we're back into JRunner. We're connected back to our NAND. Is this the
Yeah,
part?
watch that black, by the way.
I'm sorry. Say that one more time.
Watch that black wire on the board.
Oh, yes. Yep. Hold on. I will fix that. That got a little lodged here. That got a little dislodged, rather.
By the way, I strongly recommend unplugging the system when doing that.
Yep.
Because as I said, there's no resistors in between that and the south bridge, that header and the south bridge.
Gotcha.
The green and blue wires have a resistor on them because Microsoft actually uses that header for something that can be hot plugged, but the SPI header does not.
Understood. I forgot all about that. Thank you for telling me. Okay. Oops, I did not mean to unplug that. Okay, so we're back in business here. Whoops, let me plug this back in. Okay, so we've got our image, we've got our NAND. Do we want to create the Zell now?
Yes, so for this option, you want to do a glitch to SMC plus image.
Glitch to SMC plus.
Every time that I make uses that same image to work.
So we're going to create Zell, and then we're going to write that Zell. We're going to write that image to firmware, to the NAND.
Yes.
Okay.
So the SMC plus enables some patches to make the console retry quicker. It's just a little bit of optimization.
Oh Lord, here we go. Let me see if I can close this and see if it agrees. Let's make sure it closed.
So FF is an error with the either the console's not powered or it's a connection issue.
Okay, let me just FF 255. All right, let's see. I don't know why I clicked that. Everything here's connected. We're back in business here. Everything looks good. All right.
You shouldn't need to run as administrator, by the way.
Okay, yeah, it's just
If you do, then I have to fix something.
No,
But
it's not you. It's
it
just
used
habit.
to be an issue.
It's just a habit.
It used to be an issue because JRunner would write something, I think, into program data instead of app data or something like that. But it shouldn't be an issue anymore.
Okay, all right, hold on. Let me just make sure. Oh, you know what it is? You know what it is? You were right. I'm an idiot. I unplugged this when I was soldering to the SPI header. We've been doing this for 19 hours. I'm exhausted. All right, let's try it now. Okay. Here we go. Oh, I didn't check SM. Oh shit, I didn't check.
It's fine. You can do it on the next stage. It's not required.
Okay, so now let's see if this boots.
It just all the SMC Plus does for RGH 1.2 specifically is speed up the retries, so it's not critical.
Okay. Okay.
There are certain methods that require it due to other instructions, but this one doesn't.
Okay. All right, we got a solid green light.
All right, let's see what happens. Yeah, clock that timing down to 19.
Okay, shut it down and...
Oh, wait, there it goes. Oh, or not. Yeah, bring that timing down to 19.
Okay. Okay. Where is that? Oh, here's that header. Okay. Ooh, this is convenient.
Yeah, so now that it's in the console, you'll want to flip the switch over to program before you plug it in.
Okay. SPI, where is that at? Where is that switch at? I'm looking at the wrong thing. Okay, hold on, right here. Set to prog. Okay, so this, we're separating the rails so that the supply from the Xbox doesn't collide with the supply from the USB. Is that right?
Yeah, because otherwise what will happen is it will try to power the whole standby rail out in the board off the X flasher, and that is not good.
Gotcha. So move this down to I'm sorry, did you say 19 or 20? Well, I'm so sorry.
Yeah, I'd go down to 19.
Okay. Okay, program. Okay, SVF flash successful. Okay, now put this back to...
Because that when that light stays on at the end, that's the system crashing at the end. So it's glitching and then crashing. So what it means is probably just too many registers got reset.
Okay. I was trying to put this so you could... Whoops, I was trying to put this so you could see... Okay.
Kind of hard to see.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Here, let me do this. Is that better?
Yeah, it's still stopping there at the end, so
You think something's wrong, like with the wiring, or...
I honestly think it's wire routing. When you see that, when it's crashing there at the end, it's usually noise related. That's why I
Okay.
typically recommend the other hole in the south bridge because it lets you come right through that clean path.
Okay.
You can try, just make sure really that clock wire's staying away from the other ones. It's kind of hard to tell if they're touching there.
Yeah, it's way off the board. Okay, let's power cycle it. Okay. Try it again, turn it on, boom.
Hmm.
The guys keep saying you forgot SMC, but again, as you said, that's not
It
necessary
doesn't
for this
matter.
step.
Yeah. Let me see what the bottom looks like.
Okay. Let me make sure I got all the wires correct. All right, let's see. So clock goes to B.
Yeah.
Power. Okay.
Based on the blink pattern, I don't think it's incorrect.
Okay, so let me back this out very
Let's see.
nicely.
What's
Okay,
that?
let's make sure these are in the right places. Whoops. Okay, so that is, I can't remember if that's reset. I think that's reset. DB7R2, let me look at this point real quick.
What's that? Oh. That chip there, U2B1 that your wire's on top is a DAC. So I would move them away from there.
Hold on, let me go back. Oh, okay, hold on. Well, let's first look at this. So let's just make sure. Whoa, 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 whoa. So again, this DB7R2, let's look at the, let's just real quick, let's look at the, right here. Okay. I'm just trying to make sure this point's correct. I'm looking back through the pictures.
Yeah, it's according to the board view, it's connected to the same point.
Okay, so we're okay there.
I can't imagine that's the problem. According to the board view, they're connected.
Okay, and here we have, oh, sorry. This is the CPU PLL right here.
Mm-hmm.
That's correct.
That's correct.
And then up here, whoa. This is the
Post is
post.
definitely right based on the blink pattern, because if you use any other bit, the blinks would change.
Okay, and so
So let me just see how the wires are going. Let's see.
here, I'm going to zoom all
Down,
the way
down
out.
there. I would move them off the heat sinking pad there of that rig, and see if you can get them so they're not kind of crossing the south bridge if possible.
So you're talking about on the bottom layer here?
Yeah.
Okay.
So RGH is a method that is affected by wire routing, especially on the fat units.
Okay.
You can leave post where it is, but whichever that top wire is there, but
Okay.
I would definitely move them away from that DAC on the top side. Because at this point, based on the blink behavior, it seems like a wire routing issue.
Okay. Let me pick this up, actually. Let me pick this up, pick this off the board altogether. Okay, these are all picked off the board. That's picked off the board. Okay, I'm picking these up. I just want to see. I'm going to plug this in. Let's see. Okay. Before I route the bottom, I've just picked everything up off the top.
Well, that's different, so that might be a good sign.
So does it stay, when it glitches, does it stay solid green?
No.
Okay, okay, I'm sorry. Okay.
All right, so now you're getting a different, so that's a different thing. So now try bumping the timing up again.
Okay.
I thought it was the timing, but it isn't. So when it goes off at the end of the cycle like that, so if it goes off immediately, that means the glitch failed.
Okay.
If it goes off, but like it looks like the light flickers for a second, that's a successful glitch.
Okay. Okay.
So yeah, bump that up to 21.
Okay, let me come back over here. My cat's outside. I gotta go let him
And
in.
then we'll hope. But the fact that the light changed is interesting. So that definitely makes me think wire routing, because it changed from crashing to not glitching at all.
Now, I want to move this switch back to program, right? Now that I've got it connected back to...
Yes.
Okay.
And make sure your flasher is in SPY.
I'm coming, cat.
What?
Okay, here we go.
It doesn't look like it's seeing your flasher for some reason.
Here we go. We're okay. Come on.
There it goes.
Get in here. Okay, so we've got these timings. Get up here. Come on. Oh, hold on, let me get my cat. Come on. Or just lay down. Whatever. Okay, so pull this off. Let's give it a shot. Go to, whoops, go to, where's my mod testing? No, modding. Okay, so we're back here. Now we're going to power it.
All right, good luck.
Give it a shot here.
Make sure you're, yeah, there you go.
Okay.
Oh, there it goes. Oh, or not.
Doesn't look like it. Let's see if it red rings.
It's definitely stopping after the glitch point. That's for sure. Because you can see the light.
So...
Yeah, I gotta say it. For me, this looks like wire routing.
Okay.
Because the fact that it's just changed to stopping to a different place just because you moved the wire, there's some interference there.
Okay, so what I'm going to do.
So yeah,
All right,
I'll show you a few more pictures, and I definitely recommend like try to follow the routing that I use.
what I'm going to do. Okay, very good. No, no red ring, no red ring. Okay. What I'm going to
Yeah,
do
you
is.
won't see a red ring on a modded NAND because it's got that infinite retry patch in, so it's never gonna give up.
I got it. I got you. Okay,
But
so
based on the lights, I don't think it's a red ring. Like it would if it red ring, you'll see it start resetting irregularly.
I think the clock is okay. Yeah, the clock's definitely pulled away. Um, let's see. Let me try this. Let me try this. All right, this will take me literally maybe 10 seconds. Well, it'll take longer than 10 seconds. Let me pull this out. Okay.
I've shot you some examples. That's
Thank you.
how I usually do it.
Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Ignore the DU chip on the bottom.
Where's my hot air station? I'll take this off real quick. All right. Give me just a moment to peel this off. Come on, off we go. There we go. Perfect. And you too. Oop, come on. Good. All right. All right. Oh, all right. So I've got D off. Okay. All right. Let's reroute this as you said. Okay, so here we have. What have we got here? What is this? Don't want these crossing over. Pull this forward. Okay, so this conductor is the, whatever this point is. I can't remember. Is this reset or post? No, this is reset. So I've got reset here. And I'm going to put it in. Actually, you know what I'm going to do? Let me look at your pictures. Oh, yeah. Let's see. Okay, I see your routing there. Here we go. That's an interesting chip you got on the bottom.
Yeah, so that's a dual NAND chip, but I ran out of the adapters, so I just wired it manually.
Gotcha. Okay.
I think that was during the pandemic when like China production was
At a
sketchy
standstill.
and yeah, and they ran out of them, and I'm like, customer wants a dual NAND, so.
Okay, I'm going to run this through here. I'm going to go wire by wire. Okay, whoops. Just for testing purposes. Sorry guys if this is off camera a bit, because it'll take me just a second to wire this in. Now that I got a pretty good handle on this. Okay. That's a lot. Okay, let's see what this does. Let's just for the sake of academics here, let's see what's going on. Okay, whoops. All right. Let's turn it on. I don't know. I have no idea. I'll go over these. Let me see. Okay, that's not working. All right, let's
You
just.
know what?
What? I'm just going to.
See, that's annoying because the SMC is.
That point's fine. That
I
point's
just
fine.
have a sneaking suspicion.
Is it something I'm doing? Do you think? I mean, seriously, has to be, right?
Pull the GPU X clamp off real quick, and let's just see what that chip is. I'm just. I just wanna see.
Okay.
Because if it's a bum chip on there, yeah.
Okay, well hold on. I'm just redoing this. Let me just
It's interesting that the light is doing that now. Like it's interesting. It looks like it's glitching. It's hard to tell on camera, but it looks like it's succeeding to glitch and then resetting anyway.
Okay, I just redid these points here. Let me just before we take that clamp off, I just want to see. I don't think this is going to. I think the chip might have went belly up when I had a successful RGH3
Maybe.
because
That would suck.
it glitched within 3 seconds. It was turn it on, 1, 2, 3, glitched, Zell loaded. A few seconds later, red screen.
If it it's a shame that the stock NAND don't work, because that would be an easy way to find out. See, the fact that the LED is like, you see that flicker at the end of each glitch cycle, it flickers just slightly.
Mm-hmm.
That's what happens on a successful glitch. If it turns right off or stays on, or like blinks and then stays on, that's a failed glitch. But if it does that little flicker fade off thing, that means it's glitched successfully. So the fact that it's doing that and then restarting is making me suspect of the GPU.
Okay. Well, let's pop
And
the.
obviously not having a stock NAND makes that kind of annoying.
Okay. Well, let's pull this out. Pull this through. This is the X clamp for the GPU. The low profile heatsink, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Now, as a head, it probably isn't an issue because it's been warmed, but the phase change pad, so what it does is at the factory they apply it, and then what it does is it reflows at about 60 something Celsius to perfectly fit the dies.
Yeah.
And when it does that, it creates a seal. So you're gonna kind of feel that break. But since it's been warm, it shouldn't be an issue.
Okay.
I'm gonna be real with you. If it doesn't work, I'm gonna want you to send it to me, and I want to see what's up with it.
Okay.
I won't even charge you for it, but I'm like invested now. I'm curious.
No, I can't get
It
that
always
one.
bugs me about the X clamp tools that they never designed it to fit right
The corners.
between the two.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, come on, baby. There we go. Okay.
Let's see what we got.
Hold on. Let me get my tool out. RAM or the? I'm sorry. The.
The main die. Yeah, all that text is on. Well, let's see. Yeah, no, that's a fixed chip. I doubt that thing went belly up.
I don't know. Like I said, it was glitched. First thing, first time, no problem. Turned it on. Glitched within 3 seconds. Blue screen loaded. And then I went to plug in the Ethernet, and then I got this fatal error. Then it red screened. I never saw that in the Zell menu before. I'd never seen a red screen. And then after that,
no, that chip is good. That chip is definitely that's a fixed chip right there. So if it did, I'm gonna have to stick with wire routing here. I would say give my routing a try.
Let's try it. We got 5 seconds here. So the bottom of the board, I've moved this stuff around to kind of spread it out. But do you think we should up the gauge from 30 AUG to maybe a 28?
You shouldn't need to. I'd
Okay.
resize the PLL and reset. Wire it like my pictures. Give that a try.
Let me look at your pictures real quick here. Okay, yeah, I gotcha. I see it. So let's go to the bottom here. So what gauge are you using here?
That's just the default Cool Runner wire. I'm pretty sure it's 28.
I don't know.
Although I've done it with 30 gauge Kynar with no issues though, so
I want to up the.
especially on a Falcon.
I really want to up the. Well, okay. If you think, listen, you're the expert. I'm certainly not. So
I don't think this is the issue. I have to be honest.
Okay, I'll defer to your
Like
judgment.
it's up to you,
No.
but I don't. It doesn't. It wouldn't be my first reaction to up the gauge. I'll put it like that. If it booted sometimes and not in other times, and I couldn't sort it out with wire routing, maybe, but I've never had that happen.
Okay, so I want to just mimic sort of what you've done here. I want to take this off the X clamp. Okay. Ooh, I made a nice, delicious blob. Where am I? Okay, everyone, we're going to drill into this. Got a little blob of solder here. Clean my tip thoroughly. That was my fault. I wasn't paying attention. Okay. Cleared that. You can pretty clearly see our point that we're going to be attacking. We're going to be following Josh's wiring schema here. And I'm going to come right in here. Sorry if this is off camera a little bit, guys.
Hey,
Yeah?
Survive 9. Your issue, you're on a Jasper. It could be a different issue. You may need to add a cap. Jaspers are funny like that.
Okay, so we're back in business here. That's the right point. No, it's not the right point. I'm way off.
Yeah, move up to the right.
We looking good? Looking great. Okay, that's perfect. This is good. We did this. I'm going to bring this down like so. And I am going to retouch this. This is all. You don't think it's our repair, do you? Here for this.
No, it gets past that.
Okay.
Yeah, that repair it would not even get to the point where the chip on the LED blinks because it wouldn't. The CPU won't even start if that's the issue.
Okay. This is pretty close now. Okay, so the bottom, for the most part, is pretty close to what you have. You've got two, well, they're all going in different holes here.
Yeah, so I'm going in that bottom right hole of the south bridge every time. And then the idea is to stay right along the edge of the X clamps until you get over there.
All right, so what I'm going to do then is I'm going to pull this out. Okay, guys, sorry, I'm going off camera for just a sec. Okay, pull this through. Okay. Okay, whoops. Yep, that's fine. Come right in here. Gotcha. All right, let's pull this in. Where's our little point? I see it again. I see it again. All right, good. Come right in here, right on the edge of the X clamp, just like we're supposed to. Right there, I see it. Okay. Where are my good strippers? Right here. Perfect. Okay. I can't really see very well anymore. Where am I? Oh, right here we are. Okay, good. Right. Here we go. Snake this in vertically like this. Sorry, guys. This is going to be really washed out. This is going to be really contrasty. You're not going to be able to see what I'm doing here. Okay. Now I'll skip the light off this so you guys can see. As you can see, this is perfect. Well, it looks like it might be neighboring that resistor. Hold on, let me just...
Yeah, that resistor is connected to it anyway.
Oh,
so
it is? That's a common node?
Yeah.
Okay.
The one right below it, it's the pull down for PLL bypass. So.
Okay, so it's down to ground. Okay. Whoa. That looks good to me. Looks good to you?
Yeah, looks good.
Okay, so these are going to go this way. They're going to round
No,
across.
just humor me and move reset to the thing.
Move it.
I can't. I refuse to believe it's that. But just
Okay. Yeah. No. Let's do it. I mean.
in fact, when I'm home, I'm actually gonna test this out because I'm curious. But I refuse to believe it's that.
Okay. Okay, now I'm going to show you that point so you can verify we're right in the zone. Okay, can you see that?
Yeah, that's the right one.
Okay,
I don't think it's that, but
well, before we mess with the top routing, let's see if this has gained us any sort of brownie points whatsoever. All these high-speed signals. Okay.
yeah, it's glitch. The glitch pulse itself is if I recall correctly, something like 60 nanoseconds,
Yeah. Yeah, so we need to.
or could be microseconds. Actually, I don't remember. It's been too long.
This is pretty
Let's
layout
see.
intensive. All right, we're going to try it. Well, I don't think you have to have this little power board in and connected, but and I don't have my heatsink in either. I'm just going to set the heatsink on top for just a second. Just a second. What do I do with the heatsink? Oh, it's over here.
Just heads up, that won't work because of the phase change pad. But you can, if you want, you can just add a bit of paste on top for now. It won't hurt it.
What if I?
But just like,
hold on. Let me ask you a question. Hold on. Just give me a second here. Okay. All right. Let me see. What if I put this bastard on top of it with a little paste? I mean, well, does it make any
I
difference?
mean,
Doesn't make
that
any difference.
works. It doesn't matter. Just make sure you add some paste because the phase change pad, once it's disturbed, it's useless. It's basically once it's disturbed, it's pretty much an insulator.
Okay. Oh, okay. Well, it's a good
Well,
thing.
maybe not that bad, but you get what I'm saying. Like
It's not going to conduct and sink heat away.
Right. Like once you take the heat sink off, once that seal breaks, it doesn't work anymore.
Okay.
But the reason they use this is because thermal paste was not good enough back then for these types of applications. And the types that were too expensive. So this is what you'll find in old laptops, old desktops. You'll find a phase change pad. They're perfectly fine, just they're not a paste.
Okay, so we've added a little here. Okay, make that nice and tight. Okay, let's go for it.
Just as a heads up, that heatsink is not balanced. So if you don't put the clamp on, it may whine at you.
Oh, okay. I'll hold it for just a second, just long enough to see if there's any change.
Yeah, now it's back to crashing.
I don't know. I don't know what else. I don't know what's busted on this. I have no idea, Josh.
There is one thing you could try.
Yes.
First of all, I can't really see too well, but you're making sure those wires are separated there by the chip.
Oh yeah, these wires are picked up a good 2 inches off the board here. And
yeah, but like near the clock wire, that it's not near any of the others.
Oh no, see this clock wire, it's pretty much. Let me pick it up a little bit here.
Yeah, just move those up even more because like it's hard to tell, but it looks on camera like the clock wire is crossing over C and
no,
and
you can't tell, but this clock wire it's because of
it's all okay. All right,
it's picked straight up to the heavens. It's nowhere near.
All right, let's try something. I would say take the reset wire off.
Yeah.
And then on the top of the board, move it to this point.
Okay, I'll just try this real quick. I moved the clock wire. I just wanted to see if there was a change.
I had this work one time, a long time ago. Just popped back into my mind. Something to rule out. Because honestly, I'm starting to lose ideas. I'd have to see the board to know.
Okay, we're going to just assume this is busted, and we're going to... Okay, so you've got a alternate point for reset.
Yeah, this is going to add a little bit of a resistor in between. Alter the timing just slightly and see if it will get that crashing to stop.
Okay. Let's
It's on the
see.
top of the board here, towards the upper right. And what I would recommend you do just for now is just keep the wire away from the board, like up in the air or through the fan cutout or whatever, just away from the actual board.
Okay. Okay. All right, so I want to come in here. I want to DC our current reset wire, this conductor here.
I mean, I don't know how much time you have, but we could
Dude,
I
I don't know how much
mean, I'm
time you
invested now. I'm
have.
curious. I'm real curious.
All right, let's see. Whoops, 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 whoops. Come
Part
on.
of me is thinking I should build an ECC that has an SMC in it that won't time out, or that will time out, and see what it's complaining about.
JBC1. Where's that header at? Did you say the top right of the board? Facing
Top right of the board, yeah,
with
with
is
the
it?
fan cut out away from you.
Oh, yeah, okay.
It's J8C1.
J8, not B, okay.
Yeah, pin 2.
Gotcha.
So yeah, the Xbox board is laid out in a grid. So the second 2 characters of every part is the grid ID number. So
Okay.
that part is in section 8C.
I understand.
Which I love, and I wish all companies did this because it makes finding stuff so easy.
Okay, we're in.
Yeah, and just keep the wire like far away from the board.
Oh yeah, it's off the board by about 15
All right.
meters.
I'd push it further towards the back. Just keep it away from those coils there.
Okay. Yep, I see what you're saying. Yep. Okay. The wire is way.
Yeah. Let's just see what this does. I want to see if it changes the blink.
Okay. Let me get the glitcher in frame. Okay. 1, 2, 3, on. Solid green now. I don't remember it starting solid green like that.
So when it goes solid green, that means it crashed.
Okay.
So let's see. Man, I don't know what it is.
I don't know. I think look, I don't think it's wire routing. I think something must have happened. Either Pico Flasher, I mean, well, like you said, well, that shouldn't have any bearing on it now, but like, if my NAND isn't right, like if something got corrupted in my NAND, could this issue still be related to some sort of corruption in the NAND?
The only thing I can think of is if there was a bad block in one of the early, like in one of the first few blocks of the NAND, and then because of the Pico Flasher, that bad block data was lost. That could be the reason. But I'm not confident on saying that. Like, I'm not confident about that.
Yeah, because historically, let's think about this. I did the RGH3. I dumped the NAND. I wrote back to the NAND. When I wrote back to the NAND, I wrote the ZAND image or the ZEL image to the NAND, turned on the console, blue screen, ZEL menu, started populating some information, and I remember saying to the chat, I'm going to plug in an Ethernet cable so that I can pull the CPU keys and the data off the network rather than having to manually type that in. And
Did it ever get as far as actually showing you the key?
I don't know, but we could watch the replay and find out.
Let me scroll back in the video, because if it showed you the key before it crashed,
Then we have something to
then
build a full
we can
image with.
rebuild an image with, and at least see if it will start. Trying to find it. Let's see. Okay, there's ZEL.
Oh,
I'm hoping.
does it come? Can you see it?
Oh
Can you?
no,
No.
it's yeah. You plugged it in like before it even got to the key. So
But why did me hooking it? So did it crash? Did this thing get busted as a result of me plugging in the Ethernet cable?
I don't think so.
Well, the timing then was impeccable because when I plugged that thing in, that's exactly when it died. I mean, it's exactly. I plugged it in, boom, red screen. I don't know. That's really strange.
Yeah, I don't know.
Um, it's kind of warm. I'll shut it down. I'll shut it down while we think. Um, you know, I'm more than happy to try other things. I cannot.
It's interesting to me that it went from crashing like to failing the glitch. Those are two very big extremes. That's just
Do you think I possibly when I it booted? So I don't think my soldering was the problem because it booted in, and then after, like I said, 7 or 8 seconds, I plugged it in, red screen, and then I turned it back on, and it was just a black screen, and then it red ringed. Or it didn't red ring, I'm sorry, but it was just, the light was blinking because it was seeking the DVD drive or whatever was disconnected. I can't remember.
it didn't start again.
And it wouldn't start again after that. That's right. I could not get it to boot back up after that. And that's when I took and I said, okay,
Hmm.
let me.
I mean, I guess it's possible that it was just bad luck. Like if there was some type of connection issue on the board or something, and then maybe pushing in the Ethernet just pushed the board in a way it didn't like. I see. It's hard to know without having the post out data. That's the issue.
Right. And we can't get that because we didn't grab, we can't get that data, right?
I mean, let me.
I wonder if I popped
I could
something.
build you an image that has an SMC that does not time out.
Yeah, yeah, I think that would be diagnostically, I think that it would be really important
Let's
because
see. I don't know if I have the thing to do it on here, but let's see if I do.
I just don't I don't understand why this booted perfectly fine and then I
It's
reached the
getting past 1E, I know that.
say it again.
It's definitely getting past 1E, or it's getting into the 2VL.
Oh, you mean as far as like the posting process, like
Yeah, so it's getting further than the retail NAND did. See, I gotta find it. I gotta find just a junk donor NAND to use.
who's been here since the beginning? I want to know of you all who's been here. Or just taking a break.
Let's use that. Falcon, clean, retail. Oh, that's not gonna work. Let's try it. Oh, let's do that. Let's see. Donor. Finish. Okay. All right. Now I gotta. So you gotta add a Zell image to it. There's my image there. Okay. Let's see. Flash tool.
I'm going to stretch.
I may need you to dump the NAND and shoot it over for me.
Yeah, yeah.
Just so that I have an image with. And you know what? Just for sanity, like recreate and rewrite the Zell image first. Then dump it and shoot it over to me and let me see if I
Okay.
can patch it.
Okay, so let me grab the, okay, no problem. Okay, so that's plugged in. Get some standby power here. Okay.
Yeah, I can't patch the ECC directly without, pulling it all apart, and I don't want to do that right now. So
Okay, no, it's okay. I'm gonna come in.
easier if I could grab a NAND dump and then patch that directly.
Okay, so we're in here. I'm going to let's read the NAND in. You want me to read it in, then patch it, and then after I patch it, send it to. Explain to me. I'm sorry.
I would say create and write Zell again, then write that to the console and then read it. So create, write Zell, then do read.
Okay. I think we're connected. Yes, we are. Okay, we're writing that to NAND. Perfect.
All right.
Okay, and
And
then
then what we'll have to do is then
you want me to read it in now
hopefully
and
it
send it
will,
to you, right? Read it. Read it.
yeah.
Okay, gotcha.
And if this works the way I think it will, what we should be able to do is on the 5th boot attempt, hopefully the glitch succeeds and it crashes and I can look where it's crashing.
Okay.
Or something like that. And we may have to do it a couple times, but hopefully we can get some information on exactly where it's hanging up.
Okay, so we're pulling that NAND in. We wrote that image in, which it's not. It doesn't totally replace the NAND. It just writes to a small section that basically injects this
Right.
little bootloader into the memory of the NAND. Okay, so
It
we're
writes to the first 50 blocks. So it has an SMC in it, I don't know if it has a config. I don't think so. I think it's just an SMC and a boot chain.
okay.
Just the minimum that you need to get going.
So I'll zip this. This should be under compressed under 16 megs. I could probably send this over Discord,
Yeah.
couldn't I?
I only need one of the dumps, by the way.
Okay. Okay. We'll let them read out both. Make sure they match.
Yeah. Well, I don't know. I don't know what to hope for. I don't know whether I should hope it's a hardware issue or not.
If it's a hardware issue, how the hell do you lock that down now? Like, how in the world can you trace that thing down?
If it's a hardware issue, hopefully the postcode will tell that.
Header is wrong, NAND is initialization finished. So that's
Header
obviously,
is wrong.
yes.
Is the flash chip bad?
Um, I don't know. Do you think the flash is busted? Oh, hold on, hold on, hold on. Wait a minute.
Header is wrong means it doesn't. Oh, never mind. You know what? Actually, I expect that because I'm pretty sure the Zell ECC does not have the header in it. Let's see if it does. That might actually be expected.
Okay.
Let's see what it says.
I'll read the second one in. I'll do a second pass just to
Yeah.
see.
It's been too long. Let's see what's in here. Glitch.acc. Oh yeah, because it's got SMC plus glitch2 image in the header instead of Microsoft. That's why. Okay.
Okay, so JRunner, it's fine, but JRunner doesn't
Yeah,
recognize that the header has been modified by the ECC unit here.
it's looking for the text Microsoft in the header of the image, which is just JRunner's very lazy way of checking whether or not it's an Xbox dump or not. But the Zell image, which usually you'd never read a NAND when it's in this case, but what it's seeing is it's seeing just the descriptor that was written into the Zell image. So it's like, hey, this doesn't say Microsoft.
Okay.
And it's also going to think it's a Trinity because of the bootloader used in the Zell image. That's expected.
Yeah, I was looking at this. It no longer says Falcon, so I was like, wait a minute, but I get it.
Yeah.
Okay, so I will go ahead. Give me just a second here. I will push this over. Right, here we go. Okay. Output. And I'm going to send this to you. Hurry up. Sorry, everyone. The VM makes this a little slow. There we go. Okay. And do they match? They match. Okay, so I want to copy this.
X-Flasher moment.
I want yeah. Let's see. Shoot. I can't even type. Okay, boom. Okay, and I am going to push this over here. Zip this up. Okay. Ooh, that compressed down to yep, okay, 14 megs. Great. Out of 16. All right, so all right, Josh, here this comes. Let's see. Boom. Hopefully that. Yep. Okay. My upload's pretty crappy, but it is there in 3, 2, 1, and now you should have it. Oh, guys, we're taking a small break. I'm going to rest my back for just a minute.
Meantime, I'm gonna patch this thing.
Saves you some work, does it?
Let's see. Oh yeah, it saves me from having to pull the ECC data out of it and manually patch an SMC in and then rebuild the image.
Good.
Which,
Very
well,
good.
that is if it doesn't complain here about it being a non-standard image. But let's see. I may have to edit the header. Let's see.
Oh, God.
It's turned into a rabbit hole.
It's terrible. This is horrible. Steve is going to be so mad that I broke his Xbox. Well, he'll think twice about spending 7 years to create the Dreamcast component cables. And you guys can clip that.
All right, let's see. Paste. Patch in the header. All right, please don't complain. No, it doesn't like this image. Fine, I'll do it manually.
I wonder what it doesn't like about it.
I think it's seeing that it's not a regular Xbox boot chain and freaking out.
Oh, I see. Because of
I doubt this tool is designed to deal with a Zell image. The only other thing I can think of is that the flash is bad and therefore the image is corrupted, but I have no way of knowing that.
Well, we would know that, wouldn't we? So if we write if we write to the NAND and
Well, the issue
we
is the
read
bad block data is gone.
Oh, that's right.
Because when the Pico Flasher write failed, that's my guess, is that if there is bad block data, it's gone. Because that's on block 0, if I remember right. So
that's been wiped.
it's not going to know that the blocks are bad. Unless they're bad enough that it fails to write to it, like, completely.
Have you seen that in Falcons? Have you seen bad NAND flash memories?
Yeah. Oh, I see what happened. Your original dump is no good either.
So the
file system's corrupt. So both of the dumps are bad.
So the original Pico Flash dump is busted.
Correct. Yeah, I'm looking at the file system now. It's garbage.
So most likely, this was never a hardware issue.
Yeah. So So the key to this is just getting it into Zell. That's the key. If you can get it into Zell, you can recover it because it's got a key vault in it.
Can we do it, Josh? Do you think it can happen? I got to stretch.
All right. You stretch.
No, you go ahead. You go ahead, Josh. I'm not leaving you. I'll never leave you, Josh.
Yeah, but I need to pull this ECC apart and change the SMC in it. And take a couple of minutes.
Take your time, Josh. I'm in here. I am elongating my loins.
Let's hope I remember how to do it. I did this last, I think, in 2021. So
I believe in you. I believe in you. Is it too distracting me for me to ask you a question that's not very
No,
strenuous. I hear mixed things. Yet some people say yes, some people no. Are Opus revisions factory serviced units? Are those fairly uncommon?
they weren't made for very long. So they had so they what they were doing is they had fixed GPUs for Xenons and they were making those for a bit. And then at some point they stopped producing the Y1 silicon. And they needed something to give people before the Elpis units were ready. So they basically just took the Falcon, changed the HDMI port and the AV port, and then gave it to people and said, here's a console. And it's actually a Falcon, but just in an AV case.
Can you recon?
So, and then as soon as the Elpis boards were ready, then those boards became what they replaced it with.
That's fascinating. Can you, excuse me, if you wanted to, is there a firmware difference? Like, is there a specific firmware for this board that lacks HDMI? And
No,
is it possible to put the HDMI transmitter on this thing and put an HDMI port on it? Are there
it's
provisions on the
there.
Opus like that you could populate
Yeah, like the pads are still there. They literally took a normal production
and just
Falcon
took the
and
HDMI?
swapped it. Right. So like that HANA has HDMI capability on the Opus. But
Interesting.
I'm pretty sure if you did that, some people would get angry because yeah,
Well, why would you do that in the first place? I mean,
I
there's
don't
so
know.
many Falcons out there. It's like just buy a Falcon, if you need it. Um,
All right, I got my raw file.
Take your
That's
time.
good.
Take your time. I'm blaming C Coolon for this.
Where is HXD?
That's what I was trying to install on this piece of shit. So when I did this, I was trying to open up. I couldn't get HXD viewer to install on this because that's my hex viewer of choice, and I couldn't get it to
Mm-hmm.
install on this VM. That's what I tried to do in the very beginning, and I said, "I'm sorry, guys. This thing's a piece of crap. I can't JTAG this. JTAGing doesn't work on systems like this because all the fuses are busted."
It does if you swap the CPU.
Really?
Mm-hmm. I got a couple years ago I bought a bunch of dead boards and I found a lot of JTAGable CPUs there. And instead of fixing the boards, I just pulled the CPUs.
That's
I
pretty
still have a
cool.
bunch of them left.
That's amazing.
Now and then I've built a couple Jaspers and for fun, but
Do you have
let's
any,
see.
do you have any advice for? I have a Xbox Premium 20 gigabyte Zephyr model. It was made in late 2007, I think, or early 2008. No, 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 no. I'd have to go look. Is there a way of by looking at a service date or manufacturing date or whatever the date is, if it's could be a reliable Zephyr or a crappy Zephyr?
All Zephyrs are junk except serviced. So if it wasn't serviced in at least mid '08 or later, it's junk.
Okay, so it's junk.
However, that doesn't mean all of the chips died. Throughout like '07, they did get slightly better at making the chips, even though they're still defective. So I have multiple systems with chips that are supposed to be dead, but they still work.
Okay, okay.
So it's not a death sentence. If it still works all these years later, I bet it's just fine. I've got a launch day Xenon that for some reason works. So if it's still
Wow.
alive and working and it's been used well, I wouldn't worry about it.
Are there still NOS in the supply chain like on in China and stuff, or are the replacement chips fact or pulls? Are they all pulls now?
For GPU RIA, you can get new old stock from 2010 because they built those chips until 2010, which is
Okay,
when most people's warranties were up. And, basically what they did is they produced those chips until all the people who had consoles that came with defective GPUs, their warranties were over. And then they stopped. So in 2011, they stopped producing those chips entirely.
I see. I
But you
see.
can get new old stock from China.
And it's the GPU, it's the CPU that fails most of the time, or is it both with the
It's the
interposers?
GPU that
It's the
dies.
GPU. It's the
Yeah.
AMD or ATI. Well, AMD fucked this up.
Yeah, it's in well, the actual fault was TSMC and their packaging partners. They're the ones that screwed this up. ATI didn't catch the mistake,
I see.
but it wasn't their fault. So that this problem affected both ATI and Nvidia chips. It wasn't specific to just the 360. Nvidia had like a bunch of lawsuits against them for this because the laptop chips were dying. Same reason.
That's interesting. That's really interesting.
Okay, I think that worked. Maybe.
Wait, did I miss what we found? Do we know what was broken? Well, Josh has analyzed this, and I sent Josh, for those who are just now tuning in or have are confused of what's happening, I sent Josh the original dumps made by the Pico Flasher. Even those verified okay, and even though that those populated like the Falcon information and all the stuff on the in JRunner, Josh says that those were highly corrupted, and he is now working to hopefully reconstitute an image that we can use with Zell loaded that I can use to hijack or to boot this machine so that we can grab the CPU key so we can get this thing hacked. So Pico Flasher evidently isn't very good um, as far as its reliability, in terms of its telemetry, and in terms of Pico Flasher reporting back that it's properly writing and reading in and out data. I made a mistake. I didn't know. I was, the Weekend Modder has a great guide. He has great tutorials, and the Pico Flasher is cheap. Anybody can make it for $4 or $5, but unfortunately, when it works great, evidently it's fine. But when it doesn't work great, you might not even know it's not working properly, and that's the issue. I don't blame the VM because I used Pico Flasher on two different Falcons. Uh, and I'm sorry, I used it on a Jasper, another Falcon, which is the Opus board that I RGH'd, and I also used it on that green um, Halo 3 Xbox that I actually installed in RGH 1.2 a long time ago. So I've forgotten all about it. But I've always used a VM to do that. The same VM I use today is the same VM I've used for three different consoles.
Interesting.
Take your time, Josh. Take your time. I think this stream, everybody, I believe you shouldn't have written Zell until you had good reads. Well, I don't think you're understanding what I'm saying. You really don't know if you have a good read or not with the Pico Flasher because the Pico Flasher does not report back errors. As far as JRunner was telling me, and this is not JRunner's fault, we had two good reads where the data matched each other. All the information in JRunner populated, 16 megabyte Falcon ROM, all that data specific to this console was there, but some of the data unfortunately was corrupted, and there's no way for JRunner to report that, and Pico Flasher has no way, well, it currently doesn't report that.
Yeah, the problem is the area where the NAND is broken is outside of where JRunner touches it.
Right.
JRunner only pulls a couple things out of the NAND that it needs. It doesn't, and I don't even, it's been a while, so I can't remember, but I'm pretty sure you can't get into the file system without the CPU key. So even if JRunner wanted to, it can't.
It can't. It just can't do it. So,
But don't quote me on that. I do not, I'm not the Xbox software guy. I'm a hardware guy first. So I'm not the expert on what's encrypted with what.
I'm not an expert on any of this. I am just a newbie. But The idea, though, is that the data was corrupted. We wrote the NAND back. We got it to boot, but then it immediately crashed. And the flash ROM, the data, was corrupted. It would not boot back. And so now this was the current working theory is that this was never a hardware problem. The RGH3 was most likely perfectly fine. Unfortunately, what we're experiencing here is software. So Josh is trying to rebuild an image or build an image based off my corrupted NAND dump to inject a Zell back into. We can load this back into memory, and hopefully we can grab those CPU keys.
All right, that's step one. Okay.
See, Josh, that was my thing. This guy, a really good question. How can you have any level of confidence if you can dump your NAND twice and the validation checks out, but both dumps are bad? I've always taken the validation to mean that the NAND was good. It's a good point. Is there anything that can be done, Josh, outside of because, like you said, the data outside a certain little block, it doesn't really concern itself with because it doesn't have those CPU keys anyways to be able to decrypt and look at that. Is there
Yeah.
is there a way to avoid this? Is the way to avoid this just to use the X flasher for the time being and don't use the Pico flasher until maybe there's an update or till maybe it's more mature, I guess?
So the key is, and that's I think why we were careful with the wording, is that JRunner doesn't tell you the nans are good. It tells you the nans are the same.
Right.
Because JRunner doesn't know. Like you could write garbage to the console, dump it off the console, and the nans will match. And it will tell you nans are the same.
That's right.
All it's checking for is that your reads were
It's just looking for
the same.
disparities.
It would be odd if the Pico Flasher dumped garbage in the exact same way both times. However, I have seen that happen.
It happened. It happened here. You've got the dump.
Yeah.
You've got the
I,
dump.
I I can't explain that. I don't, as I said, I don't know enough about how the Pico's firmware works to explain why that happens. If I did, I would fix it, but I don't.
What can you talk a little bit about the so you've seen it happen with my system, and you said you've seen this happen too. Was it a? Do you remember the type of Xbox it was? Was it a Jasper, a Falcon, a
I
Corona,
think it was a
Trinity?
Slim. I've seen it multiple times on Reddit and through Discord, and I'll say, "Send me your NAND dump," and I'll open it up, and it's garbage.
And it's just
And
busted.
I'm like, okay, well, how come it dumped the same garbage twice? Like that's weird. That shouldn't happen, but yet it does.
Okay.
So, as I said, this is why I love the X Flasher. I think it's the best flasher ever made. 100% worth the money because it just doesn't have these problems. When you use an X Flasher, it just works.
And it's not expensive. I think I
And
got this for.
I've done hundreds of Xboxes with that thing.
Well,
It just works.
I get that the Pico Flasher is more attractive because it's $4 or $5, but this thing's only 30. I think
Yeah.
I bought it for like $35 or something. I mean, and if that $35 means that it's going to work and not create a 7-hour live stream that was supposed to be about an hour and a half, I'd say it's paid for itself.
I love the thing. So E10-0, right? Okay. And then SMC size is at 7A. There.
So the rule here, or I guess the best practice is, it's not to say anything disparaging about the not the X Flash, I'm sorry, but the Pico Flashers. That great if you're willing to take some risks. Um, I've had success with it with the 3 systems that I've done, but this is in a situation where it didn't work correctly and it didn't report any problems that it was having, and I have totally compromised. We have totally compromised the memory on this system, and it's corrupted. So I would. This is not. I'm not defending my. This is not user error. This is not user error. This is a failure of hardware and firmware. Get the X Flasher. I get the X Flasher. I was going to do a whole YouTube video talking about this $4 development board will help you hack your Xbox 360. I can't in good conscience do that now. I can't. I just can't do that. I cannot direct people to the Pico Flasher in its current state. can I throw something else up on the HDMI port? This is all I got, man. This is all I got. I don't want to change anything. I could put on cops. But you know, yeah, the X Flasher, very easy to use. I love all of its little breakout interfaces here. Solid. Looks like it runs off a, what does this run off a PIC32 or an STM32? What is this thing? I can't see it. I'm too blind. By Element 8592. Well, Element 8592, you did just a fantastic job. Very proud of you. Good work. The NAND X, you know, I bought an NAND X. No, what was the cheap one you could get? It wasn't an NAND X. There was it a JR programmer? I think that's what it was called. I bought it off AliExpress about 4 years ago. I can't find it now. But I never used it. A lot of people evidently had troubles with drivers or something. It seems like I read a lot of people having trouble getting that thing to be recognized. But
Oh, that's fixed now.
oh, has it been okay? Well, see, it's been a really long time for me.
Yeah. There's signed drivers for them now in JRunner.
Okay.
I can't remember who made them, so I feel bad about that. But somebody made them. Maybe it was Alexi. It could have been him.
Well, I'm going to message the Weekend Modder and say, you need to put up, hey, Weekend Modder guy, thank you for the tutorials, but man, you need to put up a disclaimer about this Pico Flasher because evidently it can be problematic. He seems like a nice guy.
Let's see. Almost there.
Dude, you take your
As
time.
I said, it's been a while, so I'm having to relook through my notes and be like,
I'm having a good
oh,
time.
I'm retarded. That's why it didn't work. I need an encrypted one, not a decrypted one.
I am having a fun time. I am just stretching my back out here and just trying to take a break. Oh my God in heaven. Oh yeah. Ooh. When was this Halo Xbox service? The service date on this Xbox is... That's amazing. You know something, Josh? This Zephyr Xbox, excuse me, has a service date of April 21st, 2012. And they... Isn't it kind of weird that they took a... In 2012, they fixed up that they didn't just swap the main board with Jasper or a Falcon or a Jasper in
They probably
2012.
didn't have any anymore, so they were like,
Oh,
let's just fix this.
so they reworked the...
Because what they were doing with the problematic consoles is they wouldn't actually fix your board, at least not right away. They take your board, send it to their service center, and then they take another board, marry it to your disk drive, or give you a new disk drive and send that back to you. So you'd get back a completely different console in the same case.
Interesting. Interesting.
So, and then they'd later fix your board and give it to somebody else. But obviously they weren't doing that in 2012 anymore, so they'd actually fix your console.
Okay. Cool. It's pretty cool. Yeah, the Xbox 360 is a lot better. You know what? I used to think that the PlayStation 3 was vastly superior, and you know, even owning an Xbox 360, I just played my PlayStation 3 more because it was easier to hack at the time. But God, Jesus Christ, don't the graphics and everything just look a lot better in 99% of games on the Xbox 360? I always thought that the PlayStation 3 was the superior system, both in in the way it was utilized by developers, but like I played Red Dead Redemption on the Xbox 360 after playing it for years on the PlayStation 3. I'm like, my God, this looks so much better. There's another game too. I don't think it was Devil May Cry 4. Devil May Cry 4 and Resident Evil 5. I'm like, Jesus Christ. I should have stuck with the Xbox when I was young. Does the Halo 3 have the special edition Halo 3 Blades Dash, or was it up? I'm sorry, unfortunately, it was updated. It's running that stupid dashboard that I can't stand. That is Always too slow and clunky. Is there, Josh? Is there a way? Have we found a way to run, even though those fuses are fused or fuses are
Is
open
it
now?
modded?
Yes, it's RGH'd.
If it's modded with RGH 1.2,
Yes, it is.
or then yes, you can do that. You can downgrade it with JRunner as long as you keep it in the modded state. But it has to be. It can't be an RGH 3. That will not work.
So, okay, so that's amazing. You guys have made me wonder if the reason my RGH3 Trinity freezes only when standing vertically is due to wire routing and noise interference now. Could be. Could be.
Uh, Before you do that, I'd say give it like a little smack and see if it freezes then, because you'd be surprised how many of those slims I've had to reball the CPUs on.
So, as from from a reliability standpoint, are Coronas pretty good?
If it's not a 4 GB, yes.
Okay. Because the 4 GB unit, that memory's can pretty busted,
Yeah.
right?
If you have one, just there's a patch in JRunner that turns off the MU, and that will stop it from dying.
I have a Corona. I don't know if it's a 4 GB unit. I'll have to disassemble it. I guess you have to
Well, you can
disassemble.
check in the storage menu if it's got a 4 GB storage option in it, and it's a Corona,
Oh,
not a Trinity.
okay. I'll hook it up and check.
This did not work. All right, I'm gonna try again.
Take your time. Take your time. There's no hurry here.
It's been too long.
So this is a roundabout, but you can RGH 1.2 it and then downgrade it and then JTAG it. So I thought that JTagging.
No,
So
you can't do that.
oh, you
So
can't.
you can via the glitch chip launch. So a good friend of mine, SGC Sam, he created custom kernel patches that allows the old Blades dashboard to be launched on an RGH.
Okay.
So it launches the new bootloaders, and then through the modded software and the patches, it goes to Blades. However, you can't JTAG it because the bootloaders are still the new ones.
Okay. I see. I see. Yeah, new
I wish
Xbox.
it was that easy.
Well, the new Xbox experience, I hate, hate that dashboard.
Agreed.
I want to go back to Blades. I'd like to put Blades on this.
You can if we get it running.
Oh, it will happen in real time. So let me ask you, if you do that, all the software that's so there's a hard disk that's full of games already from a from a retail standpoint. Is that drive null and void now in terms of like its configuration with all the software loaded onto it because now this has been hacked and it's not that drive like is no longer, let's say, digitally signed to this hardware? Is that,
No, there's no locking of the hard drive
Oh, okay.
at all.
Okay. So
Yeah,
theoretically,
it's
I could take this hard drive out of this Xbox and put it in another Xbox and all that information would still like populate, like, right?
hmm
Wow, okay. I didn't know that.
You can move the drives between consoles, no problem.
Without formatting or doing any sort of special transfer thing. You just put it in and go. That's cool.
Correct.
That's pretty cool. How did the
All right.
landscaping go? Terribly. I don't talk about it. It's horrible. I've got a lot of digging to do. Oh my gosh. I just don't. I don't know. Do you think that? So I wasn't around. So let's talk about Xbox hacking. Like, so when did RGH? When did reset glitching take over JTagging? When did that start becoming like the gold standard or the standard for hacking these systems? 2013, 2010?
I think RGH came out in 2011, the first version, and then After that was yeah. So JTags was patched. I think was it mid 2009? Man, I'm rusty on these dates, but something like that.
When did you start hacking these systems?
Oh, not until recently. I started in 2019.
Okay. Okay.
I'm new to this. Yeah, I was a small kid back then.
How old are you, if you don't mind me asking?
23.
Oh, God. Old enough to be your father.
All right, this I have no idea if this has worked. As I said, I have not done this in 3 years, so it may not work. But let's try anyway.
Sure, let's go for it.
If the console does not power on, we'll just have to erase it and start over.
Okay, I got it. Falcon.ecc.
It's very possible. Like if it doesn't power on, I have no idea if I patched this right. My notes are very vague. And as I said, it's been a long time. So
So we're going to.
let's just see.
So what the? I'm sorry. So let's go over. Let's go over the procedure for this. So I'm going to import this. I'm going to put this ECC on my
Yeah.
VM, which I've already done.
So what I want you to do is go into advanced and go to the NAND options menu.
Okay, so here we go. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to share the screen. We're going to get back in real time. So here we go with Windows 10 VM. You should be able to see me now. So we're going to click on Advanced, and we're going to click on. I'm sorry. What are we clicking on when we get in Advanced? I'm sorry.
Yeah, NAND timing file functions.
Okay. Okay, I'm there.
And then load up the file I just sent you.
Okay. Oh, where did it go? Falcon.ecc. Oh, you sent me an ECC file, not a bin file. Does that matter?
Correct. Yeah, that's the correct file.
Okay, do I need to rename it? Because this menu will only recognize bin files.
You have to select write first. That's why. It's still in the read mode, so it only reads out to bin.
So, okay, so click Write Excel.
No.
I'm sorry.
In that menu, advanced
Oh, I
NAND
see.
functions.
I see.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm in here. Special Fusion Write.
No, under NAND timing functions, on the very left of that dialog,
Gotcha.
there's a write radio button, and when you select that, it's going to it changes it.
Okay. Do I need to click any of these boxes to recalc the ECC or anything like that, or?
I will have you click that, but you don't have to do it. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, then just have that.
Okay.
And write 16, that's correct. And then run that.
Okay.
Again, it's very possible when you do this, it won't turn on anymore.
Okay. Well, that's
because
okay.
I have no idea if I patched the SMC properly. If that's the case, we'll just have to erase it, and
It's okay.
let's see what happens.
We've got a backup of the corrupted, busted.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's DC this, and let's move over to our modding camera so you can monitor the. Whoa, easy. Where's my mouse?
What should happen if I did this right? It should try to boot 5 times and then red ring. But
okay.
Well, as I said, I'm not too confident in this file. I got to be honest.
Let's give it a go. I think everything's connected here. Yep, that's in. That's in. 1, 2, 3. Well, I'm not even getting power.
Yeah, okay, as expected. All right, I'd go back to that dialogue and do an erase 16, and I'm gonna try again.
Okay.
Something didn't patch right. I'll give it another try.
Okay, no worries.
It should just allow you to erase. If it doesn't, we can fix that.
All right, let me connect this back. Okay, so we're going to go back into the we're going to go back into the advanced menu. We're going to go into NAND timing file functions, and you want me to just click on the erase button?
Erase 16 and then run.
Okay. Okay, it is filling
Cool.
these up.
All right. So what? Yeah, it's just erasing the NAND, getting the bad image off. All right, I'm gonna try again. I'm not sure why.
Okay, no worries.
I must have not written down one of the steps to do this or something. Let's see. I know I did it because I did it for all the ECCs for SMC Plus, but I must have just screwed something up. Let's see. That's the clean SMC dump.
So what this is going to do is it's going to try 5 times, and then on the 5th time we're going to get an error code.
Yeah, and once that happens, you can go to the bottom and get the post out data.
Okay.
That's what I'm trying to get working here.
Gotcha.
So let's see. If we had the CPU key, all this would be so simple.
I know. I'm sorry. I wish,
No, you're good. All right.
it's my fault for using Pico Flasher. That was a rank amateur move. I'll never get over this. So, Xbox Live, is that still around for 360 or is that going away?
It's still here.
Okay. I wonder, so back in the day when everybody was hacking those Call of Duty lobbies, that was only possible because they had a modified RGH, or a J-tagged Xbox, right? That's how all those people were hacking on Live, was with modified consoles.
Yes.
Cool. That's really fun. I think that's amazing.
All right, let's sanity check this. Let's make sure it's being compiled properly. Okay, so it's compiling the image just fine. You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna go connect to my server, and I'm just gonna grab a Falcon SMC from a random NAND dump.
Okie dokie.
And then just do that. Probably also help if it wasn't so late here and I could think.
I'm sorry. I know it's 2 o'clock here. I'm
No,
okay
you're
though.
good.
I don't want to keep you
No.
up if this is bothering you.
No, you're good. I honestly, I've been studying all day, so it's a good distraction. All right. Let's grab a Falcon, just a random one. Let's grab my Falcon that died.
I'm sorry to hear that.
Yeah, it had a bad GPU on it, and I can't remember what I did with it. Probably used it for experimentation, but
So Falcons, okay, are not impenetrable to, or they're not immutable from from a bad GPU, from a bad.
yes. Unless they were made in May, June 08 or later, and they have the fixed GPU installed. Then they're good. Oh, all right. Extract. Cool. So there's our SMC. SMC encrypted. HXD. All right, let's pop that. Oh yeah, that's a very okay. I don't know what's up with that other file I had on my hard drive, but this is a different file, so hopefully this will work. I'm gonna have to check that out.
Go for it,
I
brother.
don't know what that file was. All right. I'll put down raw.
I just had to plug in that Ethernet cord. Yes, absolutely.
Copy.
This
Paste.
wouldn't have happened if this was a
Save.
gigabit Ethernet and not fast 100 megabit Ethernet.
Okay, let's try this.
Okie doke.
Okay, it looks like it worked that time, so I think whatever that SMC was on my hard drive,
Just
it's not what I thought it was.
okay.
So that's interesting. Okay, where is it? All right, give this one a try.
Okay. Falcon retry.
Same procedure.
Gotcha.
Yeah, this one actually, I don't know what that other file was. But it had a bunch of dead space at the end of it, which I thought was funny, but turns out it was because I literally did everything the same, and this time it recognizes properly. So
Okay.
I have much more confidence in this.
Okay, we have got that moved over. Whoops. Well, we almost do.
Yeah, get rid of that old one just so you don't use it by accident.
Yeah, it's out the door here. Okay, so let's see. Let's go to okay, we're in here. And there we have it. And advanced. Tamming file functions. We're writing this data in. We're going to browse. We're going to do Falcon retry, and we're going to keep recalc ECC data. You're going to have me check that. 16 is the
Yeah.
size because 16 megs is the
You
size.
it shouldn't need to because I did it when rebuilding the ECC, but
Better
you
safe.
know,
Just
better safe
whatever.
than sorry.
Okay. We're going to run this. Programmer's connected. Yep.
All right.
Here we go. Okay, great. So let's decouple the programmer. Okay, sorry,
All
kitty.
right.
Let's
So
go.
hopefully it should retry 5 times and red ring on you, and then we just gotta hope that that last retry was a successful glitch.
Yep.
That's what we want because we want it to get past the glitch, and then where it's crashing, I want to see what that postcode is.
Okay, so let's go ahead and turn this on. We're booting.
Cool. So the SMC works.
Yep.
Nice.
Yep.
Yay!
Yay!
I figured it out. All right. Cool.
All right, so let's let this boot.
Imagine if it starts up now. That would be hilarious. It won't though.
Okay.
All right. So when that red ring pops up, we're gonna do that postcode procedure again.
Gotcha. Just a solid green light. Oh, it's flashing now. All right.
Yeah, there you go. Cool, I did it right. Nice. All right, I'm gonna add that to my steps here. All right.
Waiting for that. Waiting for it. Waiting for it. Sorry, guys. I wish you could see this.
Hasn't red ringed yet?
Nope, still flashing green.
All right, give it a moment. Should take about 30 seconds. Is the chip still cycling?
Yep. I was trying to get this so I could.
Wait, did you replug the console power?
I'm sorry. Did I plug in? What do you mean?
Like unplug the console power and plug it in again?
No, I didn't do that. Do I need to do that?
Yes.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. No, I'm sorry. I didn't do that.
You're good.
All right. So wait just a few seconds for this to de-energize, I guess, and the board.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Okay. Okay. I did it, and I'm powering it. Okay. Okay. Green light came on for a
Stop
second.
after 5 times.
All right. Then the green light went off. Now it's glitching green light a few times there. Zippity doo dah. All right. Yeah, that's a little bit different behavior on the green lights here. Or the green light here.
Let's just.
Okay, let's just give this a second.
What? Hacked a binary. What? Did I? Oh my god, you're gonna hate me.
What did we do?
I patched in the wrong SMC. I patched in a glitch SMC.
Oh, that's okay. That's all right.
I'm retarded.
That's all right. Don't worry about it. It's not a big deal.
All right, let me do that again.
Okay.
So I guess whatever NAND dump I happened to pick at random just happened to have a glitch SMC in it.
Okay.
That's fun. All right, let's grab a different one. Take that console.
Yeah. So just to remind,
that console is still working, but I don't care.
People are asking. Yeah. So we did an RGH3. The install was perfectly fine. But unfortunately, we were using Pico Flasher, and Pico Flasher, even though it will verify and tell you that your dumps match, what it won't do is it will not tell you if those dumps are matching and both corrupted at the same time. So some of the data in my dumps were corrupted. We were able to boot into Zell once, but then it quickly crashed, and the chip is corrupt, the NAND is corrupted. And so we went through a bunch of things to test the RGH3. We removed the RGH3. We've installed an RGH 1.2. And Josh, thank God, is here working, trying to reconstitute an image that will let us boot. Well, we're trying to get the. What are we doing, Josh? We're going to get the post codes, and then what are we going to do with that data?
Yeah. That will tell me what is wrong with the console. That's
Okay.
going to tell me where it's hanging up.
Okay. Okay.
All right. This one is a retail SMC, and before I send it to you, I'm going to confirm that it is.
Okay.
And that was so... I can't believe I happened to pick the one console
it's
that
late.
had a glitch one for some reason.
It's just what happens. It's just fate.
All right. Indeed.
I blame Robert Neal. That's Retro RGB. www.
It means I, for some reason, dumped it after it was modded. I don't know why I did that, but whatever. All right. NAND output.raw, open in HXD. All right, let's put this new SMC in, and then we'll rebuild the image. I'm just glad I automated rebuilding it because I do not feel like doing that manually. Okay, let's do that. Okay, and then I'm gonna check this here.
When you have a system that's hacked, can you read out and dump firmware and software on the system?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I didn't know.
Once you have the CPU key, you can do anything.
Okay.
Anything.
Yeah. So Wilson, yeah, you've been using the Pico Flasher. You may not have any problems ever. You can watch.
Yeah, that's luck of the draw.
You can watch the playback on this from the very beginning. You can see everything was done by the book. There were no errors reported in terms of the Pico Flasher, not reading in the right data properly or reading the data improperly. We got 2 dumps. They both verified okay because, they matched for whatever reason. It read corrupted data once and then it read the same corrupted data twice. We had no disparity. We patched that with Zelle, wrote it back, and software, we've just screwed this thing.
All right, give that one a try.
Okay. Oh, I didn't see that. I'm sorry. Here we go. All right.
Unless I'm still stupid, that should be right.
No, you're not stupid. Retro RGB is stupid, not you. All right, let's see. So let me delete these so I don't get them all mixed up here. Oh, whoops. Okay. Okay, whoops. All right, Falcon retry.
Just make sure it's the new one.
yeah, that's what I was making sure I didn't.
I should have changed the name.
Bust that one up there. Let's see. All right, so. Okay. Let me pull this over.
I really should at some point just generate these for all boards so that if someone's troubleshooting, put that on my list of things to do.
Falcon retry. Okay, here we go. Okay, so here we have it. Let's move into Windows 10 VM. So we are going to go to Advanced NAND Timing Functions. Keep all this the same. Write this in right here. Now this is the new one. Run it.
Yeah, 154, that checks out.
Well, it helps to have the programmer plugged in. I will say that. That is a big important component to this. Sorry about that, guys. Whoops. Okay, let's try that again. Here we go.
All right.
Push this data over. There we go. We're writing it in. And we are going to now decouple the programmer from the Xbox. And we're going to come back into modding. Okay, I'm going to move this so you guys can sort of see what's going on here. Okay, it's pretty good. All right, now we're going to turn this on.
All right.
Here we go.
Let's see if I did it right this time. We should get 5 tries and then a red ring.
Okay.
Hopefully it does that on the next boot attempt.
Oh shit! I forgot to plug it in. I forgot to power cycle. I forgot to pull power from
No,
this.
it's okay. Did it red ring?
Yes. All right.
Okay, good. All right, flip it over and grab that postcode for me, please.
Okay. Wait, flip it over? I'm so sorry. What do you mean, flip it over?
Like, take the board and make it the other way up.
So, am I just going to hold on? I'm so sorry. Do you want me to hold the sync button and press the eject button to read out the code, or do you want me to physically take the board, flip it over, and do what after
Yeah,
you flip it?
Just make sure that heatsink's on there.
Okay, so this is going to be very interesting.
See if you can. Well, you may not. You may want to put the clamp back on.
Hold on. I think this is good. Okay, okay. I hope I don't die.
Just be careful because if the heatsink touches the board, it'll short it, and there are caps sticking up. So.
Okay. I know what I'm doing. I was a once. I'm a priest. Okay.
All right. Yeah, I'd put that clamp on ASAP.
All right. I'm holding it right now. I'm gonna. Where is the clamp of truth? Okay.
I'm scared.
Don't be afraid. I'm here with you.
I'm scared.
Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid.
You got balls doing this.
Yeah,
I'll tell you
well,
that much.
let me tell you something, dude. Been doing this many years. Let me just prise this forward a little bit. There we go.
Good thing it's on low power.
Can't get that one on. Can I turn this thing off and just...
Yeah, you can do it again.
No sense in killing myself here. All right, now I can grab a hold of this thing. Okay, now let's get this on here. I want results. Okay. Down, up. There we go. Come on, baby. Right in here. Come on. Oh, man, I'm cutting the hell out of my hands. And just sort of get this movement here. There we go. Push this down. Okay, there's that side. And that's fine. I can never get... Ah, Lord. Hold on. Okay. Put that out of the way. Perfect. Bear with me, guys. I gotta... There we go. Put the clamp on like that. Come over here. Okay, advance that in a little more than that. There you go. Okay, clamps are in. Let's move this back out. All right, let's get power into this thing. Okay.
When we're through here, you'll know the post bus like the back of your hand.
Yeah, yeah. Does it post? Did you get a red ring if you don't have any video output? If you don't have any AVs connected, either the AV port or the HDMI, does the Xbox get fussy about that and say, and alert you with a code saying, "Here's a red ring because you don't have any video source connected," or anything like that?
Only Xenons, but on any consoles, the video delay is like in the very last stage of the boot process, so
Okay.
it's much farther than we're doing right now, so it doesn't matter.
All right, we're back in. Let's give this a second.
Alright. Hopefully it stops on a long pulse. That'd be ideal.
Do 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 do. Okay, waiting for it to red ring. Waiting for it to red ring. Here we go. Okay, so here's what we got. Ready? We have 0, 0, 2, 2.
Mhm.
Okay. Now we're going to flip
I
this
need the
baby over,
postcode.
right? We're going to flip it
Yeah.
over. I was just seeing if it was
Mhm.
the same. I was making, I didn't want a 0,
Yeah.
0. I didn't want a 0, 2, 2, 0 because that would be horrible. Okay, so let me go. Where's that little? Oh, here we go. Gotcha. Okay. All right. Okay, get these little voltage sources here that are going to give us some digital bits. Okay, ready to go?
Mhm.
FT6U8 is 7.4. FT6U2 is 7.5. FT6U3 is 11.6. I'm sorry, 1.16, excuse me. FT6U4 is 7.4. FT6U5 is 1.16. FT6U6 is 1.16.
Uh-oh.
FT6 is 1. Yeah, FT6U6 is 1.16. Do I need to stop there or
Go ahead, but I think I know where this is going.
FT6U7 is 1.16. FT6U1 is 7.4. FT6.
Wait,
Whoa, I'm sorry. Something wrong?
wait, that's too many.
Okay, maybe Okay, I'm so tired. Maybe. Let me do it again. Let me do it again. Let me do it
You're
again.
good.
FT6U8 is 7.6.
Mhm.
FT6U2 is 7.6.
Mhm.
FT6U3 is 1.16.
Mhm.
FT6U4 is 7.6. FT6U5 is
Wait,
1.16.
wait, 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 wait.
FT6U4 is 7.6.
Okay.
FT6U5 is 1.16.
Mhm.
FT6U6 FT6U6 is 1.16.
Mhm.
FT6U7 is 1.16.
Mhm.
FT6U1 is 7.5 or 7.6.
Okay.
Do you need
Okay.
do you need
Yeah.
FT6U10 or U9 or
No, no.
11? Okay.
So that's 2E, which is hardware init.
Hardware
So,
initialization.
yeah, this is bad. And the reason this is bad is because it could be one of two things. It
Okay.
could be that the system is just crashing on hardware init, or it could be that the GPU is dead.
So,
And unfortunately, there's no way to figure out which one that is without having a CPU key.
um,
However, I'm leaning towards it. Well, yeah, I could go either way on that.
um,
But let's do this. Let's do another boot attempt, and let me see the lights on the chip, and then if it stops with a different behavior, we can try it again.
okay. Let me put this in frame here so you can see. Okay. Okay.
Again,
I'm getting
let's just
everything
see
ready
if we
here. Yeah, okay. So here we go. Let's move
let's hope that it's just crashing right on 2E.
all right, so here we go.
Let's see if
One.
we can get another data point from it.
Okay, here we go.
See, that's on that blink is where I want it to stop. I want to see what it's doing there. Okay, hopefully it keeps doing that because that looked like it glitched and didn't crash and then stopped later.
Okay.
So we just have to hope.
Red ring. Red ring.
No, next cycle when it damn it, yeah, we gotta restart, try again.
Okay.
I want it to
Okay.
I want it to red ring when the light doesn't stay on.
Okay.
I want to see what code it's throwing then, because it's throwing a different code.
Okay. Okay.
Oh.
Excuse me.
Okay, that looked good.
Red ring.
Cool. Please get that postcode for me. I'm hoping this will tell me a lot.
Okay, here we go.
Well, it will tell me a lot. As long as it doesn't throw the check failed at me. F2, that'd be bad, but let's hope it's helpful.
Okay, FT6U8 is 1.159.
Mm-hmm.
FT6U2 is 1.159.
Mm-hmm.
FT6U3 is 1.159.
Mm-hmm.
FT6U4 is 1.159.
Mm-hmm.
FT6U5 is 7.5. Actually,
Mm-hmm.
I'm sorry, 6.2 millivolts. FT6U6 is 6.2 millivolts.
Mm-hmm.
FT6U7 is 1.159.
Mm-hmm.
FT6U1 is 6.2 millivolts.
Yeah, that's F2. Okay. Well, that's not helpful.
So what is F2?
It means the glitch did not succeed.
Okay.
So every time it succeeds, it crashes. Yeah,
I don't know.
I'd have to start logging it to know more. That's
So
hard to diagnose remotely because what's happening is every time it's glitching successfully, it's crashing. That could be wire routing. It could be a hardware defect. The only way to know is just to play with wiring. There's not much more really to know.
I can't really do. I mean, I'll try to get you a two-dimensional. I'll try to get you a side profile of this, but I just want you to understand, the wires are absolutely picked off the board. Like there is no, as far as the routing is concerned, and our clock is as separated as can possibly be.
Yeah, I see that.
Um,
Well, the last thing I could say is give it if you want to give it a try with 28 and try to follow my pictures as close as possible, and if it still does the same thing then you'd know, but it's up to you whether you want to take the time to do that.
when you say, I'm sorry, you said 28. What are we referring to?
Wire.
28 what? I'm so exhausted. What is that mean?
Og
Oh,
wire.
28 og. Oh, 28th gauge conductor. Um,
I mean, it's up to you.
yeah. Let's try it. I'm gonna do it real quick. Let's just do it real quick. Ow, that hurt.
And yeah, try to follow the routing I have in my images as close as possible because I've had great luck with that.
Okay.
And that would, in my opinion, absolutely rule out any possible issue with the wiring.
Should we move? Should we
get it close to those pictures?
Should we put reset back down here?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, that's as far as I can really go remotely, to be honest.
Okay. I'm ready to do it. This should actually go fairly quickly. Oh, sorry. Whoops.
But I'm gonna be honest with you. I kind of want to see the board Like if this doesn't work, like I kind of want to take a look at it. I'm not gonna lie.
Okay.
I don't like it when a board defeats me.
Well, it's defeated me. I don't know what I don't know I don't know what's happened. I just don't understand. Okay.
Well, this is why I love the X Flasher.
Yeah, never again using the Pico Flasher.
Because I will say this, having a stock NAND to revert to gets rid of all the confusion.
Right.
All of it.
Right. If I had a good dump, we wouldn't be doing this right now.
Yep. And there's no, we wouldn't be worrying about the glitch chip. We'd know, like if it gave a 2E on a stock dump, you already know there's a hardware defect. There's no,
Guessing here too.
there's no guessing. There's no, you know. I'm just glad it didn't throw something. Like if it threw something like 0x40, that would be a definite hardware problem. So
where is that?
At least you're up there.
This is the point, right? Right here? Yeah. Okay.
That one.
Yeah. Okay. It's a little confusing.
Yeah, give that a try with 28 AUG and well, I wish you luck.
Are you leaving me?
No.
Don't you dare leave me. Let's see. Wait a minute. Let me do this real quick.
Okay, bye.
No! You can't. I'm not ready to survive without you here. All right. Let me go ahead and get reset here too. I want to cut these down to size. Thicker conductor. More resilient to transients. This might just be... But you said you've done it with 30 AUG plenty of times, right?
Yes. I've used 30 AUG Kynar. I don't recall having an issue.
Well, here's what we're going to do. I'm going to put this in right here. I believe that's the spot. It's right here, I think. Get out of my way. No. It's on the leg of this. Okay, just real quick. It is on this pad right here for reset. That's right?
To the right. Nearly under the clamp.
Damn, I don't see that. Oh, I see it. Yeah. Okay. Yep. Okay. Okay. You can't see that, but it's in there. You guys see that right there? Okay. I was wondering ESD, but this is a very ESD friendly facility. This is a very nice ESD mount that's ground referenced. I'm on an ESD mat underneath me. I don't
think so.
I don't think this is ESD related. It would be nice if it was, at least then I would know. But I do not think that this is a matter of ESD messing us up here. All right, hold on. So let's see. Reasonable suggestion, no doubt. Now I'm going to make this look a little nicer because I want this to work. So I'm going to cut this down right here. Okay. I want to say this out loud, and I want somebody to remember this. Brown is Brown is PLL, black is reset. If anyone could please remember that for me, I would really appreciate
I
it.
got you.
Thank you, sir. Now, I'm confused. Whoa. Let me come over here. It's this resistor, right? Like this node here.
Yes.
Okay, great. So I'm gonna center this.
And PLL just makes sure that it gets a great connection. That's the touch you want.
Doesn't get any greater than that. Okay. Let me check that center one. Make sure that's not just lighting. Pretty sure that's okay.
Just make sure it isn't shorting across the resistor.
Good there. Very careful lifting this. Nope, we're in good shape. Okay, so. And like Flynn, okay. What is left in this area? Oh, yes, okay, I see. Just want to pull these off right here. Lord, I hope these are long enough. I think they are. Okay. Pull this out. Get all this crap out of here. No. Yeah, leave that out. Pull that out. Thank you. Okay. I want to pull the PLL. Not the PLL, the post signal, right? Whoa, here. Perfect. Pull that out. All right, let me reference your picture. Gotcha, okay. Okay. So what I would like to do, if I can, if that's quite big enough. Now this hole might be too small. What? Be quiet. Alright, let's see if I can feed them. I separate them like this. Shove one and then shove the other in behind. There we go. Okay. So I'm going to... Okay, I'm going to mimic what you've done. Pull these through. South bridge little area here. Pull. Okay. Just like that. Okay. How's that? What do you think about that? For reset and PLL. Coming straight
So
through
the
there.
key is you want to get them just away from those capacitors, and then yes. So you see how there's like all those points on the board, and then there's a little bit between there and the clamps where there's pretty much no points. That's where you want them to run.
So something...
It's like right up against the X clamps until you get towards the south bridge.
Okay, so something like this effect.
Yes.
Okay. What I'm
Because
going
you
to...
see all those like where there's like 10 little pads in a row there.
I do.
That's part of that's the digital video bus from the GPU to the HANA.
Okay.
Now, if you keep it near the traces, it'll be fine, but I wouldn't run them right over the pads.
So,
It may not make a difference, but that's just how I do it.
okay, I'm going to run it this way. I'm going to put some my special sauces here. Kitty, there's nothing here for you. All right. Let me pull this out here. I'm going to come right in here. Keep away from this. That's pretty good. Yeah, use that as a holder. That's exactly what I want. Okay, so I'm going to...
No, don't put it there. Put it like right against the clamp.
You mean riding the don't bite me. Riding the clamp. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. I just want to tack this so I don't have to so I won't yank this out. Now what did I do with No. No, blast it. Damn. Go on. Go on, sweet kitty. Be careful. Okay. Okay, so I'm going to come this way. That's just going to hold. Okay, so that's pretty good here. We've avoided all of this. I want to come right in here. Okay, just a little dollop here. Okay, so what we have, we've got the PLL and we've got the reset. Pretty close. Now, how do you feel about this?
That is fine. Yes.
Okay, so now we're going to come up here and we're going to grab, what do we grab from up here? Oh, post.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so let me grab a conductor. I'll make post white. Thicker gauge. Stranded wire too. It's even better. Okay. Okay. Okay, great. So let's move this. Make some room here. Now, according to your documentation, you have this pushing okay right across. I see what you've got. Okay, just so that everybody can see this, I'll clean that up just a bit. Okay, so what we have here, guys, is we're just going to bring this, okay, right in here. Very nice joint. According to his wiring, we're going to bring it through. Now this is kind of an interesting run. It goes between these two clamps, and then it hooks on the inside. Whoa, what's going on here? Hooks on the inside of this bad boy like this. Now run this straight across, get it off this little grid here. I want to come right in here with just a drop of that so I can turn this down. Yeah, I want to avoid that if I can, just a drop. Okay, perfect. Play with it here a little bit. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. Okay. Okay, Josh, we're doing pretty good here. Now I want to take this and I want to bring it according to your picture. It comes down. I want to run it through this. I don't have enough room. I don't have enough room here. There's no way I can run it in there. I want to have to run this conductor.
You can use yeah. You can use the hole that's closer. It's not a problem.
Okay, so I'm going to
Just make sure that there's enough room on the top of the board. No, I mean like the one that's above.
Okay. Sorry about that. Are you still there with me?
Mhm.
Okay, so we said that brown was PLL, black was reset, and white is post. So does everyone got that
Yes.
memorized? Okay.
I suggest using the upper right hole instead.
Upper right hole. I'm sorry.
That way you can avoid running it across the bottom of the RAM chips when you're on the bottom of the board.
Okay, hold on. So What hole are you referring? So a different hole in the south bridge, like not this hole, but
Yeah,
taking the
the
wide
one that's in the upper right.
here. Oh, here,
Yes.
here.
Yes.
Okay.
Because that way you avoid running not only over the south bridge but over the ram chips. So if you look at my picture, you can see that the way the wire is routed avoids the bottom of the ram chip because it's very noisy.
So I'm going to push this away from these arrays here, from these footprints.
Correct.
Okay, so what I'm going to do then, very good, what I'm going to do, okay, right there, push this in across. Okay, I think this is a pretty reasonable route then.
I agree.
Okay, I think that's not bad at all. We're going to flip this around. Now, as far as moving these conductors in and out, so this is all, I'm going to move just straight across like this.
Yes, and if you look at my picture, you'll see that
Let me look at your
they're
top
kept
board.
like not entirely touching the board or the chip. Like it's just kind of like a smooth
I
curve up
understand.
to the chip.
I understand. Well, I have to remember though, there has to be some slack in this, right? Because
Yes,
the optical
correct.
drive has to live on top of this. So this has to come.
Correct.
Gotcha. Okay. So let's start with A. Okay, so what are we doing first, Josh?
A.
A, which is brown or black.
That is the brown.
Okay, so here's what we're going to do. I'm going to come right in here. Make sure it's got enough slack. Yeah, okay. It's there. I can pull that down pretty nice. Yeah, that's pretty good. Okay. Look at your picture again. Yeah, that's perfect. Okay. Okay. Okay, everyone. Here we go. Sorry, I'll zoom in a little bit. Can you guys see that a little bit better now? Sorry about that. All right.
Yes.
All right, we're going to take, and I'm going to 10. Brown conductor here. Perfect. Okay, and I'm going to trim this down. Okay. I'm going to curve this in, and I'm just to help me, because I can't hold both and video this, I'm going to put just a drop of flux there. Okay, guys, sorry if this is a little blown out, but okay, perfect. So we've got A in there quite nicely. You guys can see that. Very well done. Now black is what corresponds to what color, what letter? Josh?
E.
E? Okay.
D.
Oh, D. I'm sorry. Okay, D.
Yes.
Gotcha. Okay. Okay, right there feels pretty good to me. Still keeps it off the board. Okay. Okay. Whoops. Give me a drop of flux in here. I'll rotate this actually. Okay, so D it is. Here we go. Okay, D is in. Now white, which is our post, that corresponds to what letter, my good man?
C.
C, gotcha. Okay. So again, right through here. C is here. Actually, I want to run C underneath this. Yes, exactly. Perfect. Okay. Okay. Perfect. Okay. Bring this forward. Flex. And B, of course, is our clock input.
Yes.
Okay. Okay, let's see. Where's this would make it easier if I had some tweezers. Okay, guys, just so you guys can see this a little bit nicer here. Okay, so C's right here. We're going to elevate this line, bring it in here. It's just not easy to do on camera. Boom. Just like that. Just like that. Okay. Now, as soon as I get the clock reestablished, I want to stiffen this clock. No, no, no. I'll leave the clock alone. I'll leave the clock alone. Leave that clock like that. I'm going to pick it up. Now, what I'm going to do, this looks horrible. Spray this down. Okay, let's see if this... Oh, that's much nicer. Okay, so here's what we got. Okay, Joshua, we got everything. Our clock line is this 30-aught conductor, but I'm going to leave it for now like this, just for testing purposes. I think it's okay, right? Certainly.
Yes, it should be fine. Clock is not so sensitive
Okay, so we've got it, and we've
to that.
also got
But
it.
just make sure that the other wires are not near him.
Not at all. So here's clock
Okay.
right here. Here's my finger.
Okay, good.
You can see how high. See, here's the clock line. How high
Okay.
elevated it
Yeah,
is.
perfect.
Okay. Okay, let's give it a go.
Just make sure that the IPA is dried away. Very important.
Yep. Okay. We're in good shape. Okay. Yep. All right. Okay. Back out here. Whoa, way off base. Okay. All right, ready? What are we doing? So what are we testing? What are we working on? I can't
Well,
even.
it should start.
Okay.
The ECC should still start, or
Okay.
red ring. Well, he's only blinking once. So that makes me think, are you sure all the IPA is dried away?
And the light's solid green. It's no longer red. Hold on.
Well, it's not blinking, so
What is that noise? Is there a... Okay, here's a really crazy question. Is there a fan in these power supplies?
yes.
That's what that noise is. I never knew that. Okay, so should we hook video in to see if it's doing something?
Well, it only blinked once, so something is wrong.
Okay, we got an error code here. Be quiet, cat. 0022. Okay, well, let's see.
Yeah, please restart because the chip was not blinking.
Okay, yep, gotcha. Let me get you back here. Okay, let's crap out of the way. Move back to modding. Okay, yeah, we're in frame. Okay. Okay. Boom.
It's still only blinking once, so something is wrong.
Okay, so we'll take a look at maybe we'll just check some soldering here. Okay, hold on. You got to go out. Okay, let's flip this baby around and take a quick look. Making sure that... Yes, yes, yes. Okay. Ouch. I think it's the reset point. I don't think I put it in the right place.
Let's see.
You see it right there under 7R2?
It's not attached to the motherboard.
Yes, it is.
If it is, it's not in the right spot.
Okay, see, I was confused. I thought when you said it's more under the heatsink, I think I went too far in.
Yes.
Okay, so... Okay, probably just a stupid mistake on my part. I think I see it. Is it this point right here on the corner of the two? Do you see the R2 right there on the corner?
It is not. It is above that.
I don't see anything above that.
I do.
I had this affixed to this point right here. Here, right under the 7R2.
I sent a picture.
Let me see. Okay, hold on. Let me sort of get this back in frame so I can see. Two, three. I don't know what the hell. You know what? I must be blind here. Let me really dive into this. Hush, cat. God. He's so needy. Let me. All right, now I can. Let me see if I can see a little better here now. Okay. Well, I'm gonna have to put this down. I can't. Okay, so here we have your picture. DR7R2. Oh, oh. Well, this is a different. This looks different on here.
That picture from your stream.
I know. It looks different to me. Like this doesn't even look like the same. Let me go down. Okay, R7, R4. Okay, now I'm starting to see. Okay, now I see it. Okay, it's this point. It's this point right here, isn't it? This middle. I'm sorry. Let me point to it. This middle via or this middle pad right.
No.
Above it or below it?
To the right.
Okay, so we've got this resistor here, and then we've got this via right here.
To the right.
I can't go any further right. So it's under the...
Yes, you can.
Hold on. Hold on. Okay, I'm lifting this up. We've got 7R2 right here.
To the right.
You mean my... Okay, I'm so sorry. You mean my left? Like this direction?
No, right.
Oh, wait. These two little areas right here. It's this pad right here.
Yes, correct.
Okay, I'm sorry. I see now. I see what I've done. Okay, I got you. Okay, yep. Right. Whoa, right here. Okay. I'm sorry about that. Here.
Yes.
Okay, yep, gotcha. Thank you very much. Sorry about that. That was really
No, you're good.
that was really hard for me to visualize for whatever reason.
It's late.
It's, I've been doing this. Well, this stream, I started soldering this at 6 o'clock in the afternoon. All right, so okay, so right here, I want to tilt this vertically like this. Okay, like that. Okay, that's got it. Okay. Let's see if it boots. Okay. Okay, I'll zoom this camera out. Oh, wrong way. Come on.
I wonder what you connected it to. Now I'm curious.
I
Where's the
don't
board
know.
view?
I don't know. All right, here we go. Ready? 3, 2, 1, go. Now we're blinking.
That looked successful. Or not.
Black screen.
Yeah, it's not starting.
All
When
right.
it red rings, you should check the post again.
Okay. Red ring. That was a quick red ring.
The
Okay.
chip looks like it's succeeding, so that's interesting. But maybe not.
Okay. Here we go. Ready?
Mm-hmm.
Alrighty. We've got 6U8 is 7.5. U2 is 6.5. U3 is 1.15. U4 is 6.5. U5 is 1.15. U6 is 1.15. U7 is 1.15. U1 is 6.5. And
Yeah, that's the same thing, 2E, so
I don't know. I don't know what else to do.
yeah,
Josh,
I'm out of ideas.
I think we're what
It
we
seems like some hardware fault to me, but I couldn't tell you more without having the board here.
um I don't know. So we don't think it's BIOS, or we don't think it's necessarily the memory contents of the NAND anymore. I mean, we're pretty confident that this is
I don't think so. It wouldn't stop at 2E if there was a NAND flash issue.
okay.
See, now, the fact that it's stopping on 2E, but the light is behaving differently is interesting.
Yeah, I don't
So it's stopping there regardless.
yeah, I don't yeah.
I mean, you could try to write the generic ECC back and see what happens. I don't think it'll make a difference though.
We've red ringed. Okay, well let's try it. So we'll try this and then we'll call it quits for the evening. I mean, I've exhausted this wire
Yeah, I
routing.
don't have any other ideas.
There I know this has nothing to do with the routing. I do not believe that this routing is interfering with the booting of the system.
I agree.
Okay, so we're going to go into the Windows VM, and what is it that we're Josh? What is it that we're going to do? What are we going to try?
What I want you to do is to try to write the let's do this. Let's load up the no, let's not do that. Let's go to NAND at the top, the menu.
Hmm. I'm sorry. Oh, where do we go?
To NAND on the upper left, and then go to load glitch to Zell,
Okay,
and then select Falcon SMC Plus.acc.
here we go. Okay, and
And then hit write Zell.
no other options. Don't click SMC
Correct.
plus. Okay, okay. Console not found. Oh, whoops. I'm sorry. Yep. Okay. That should go. That should kick off. Here we are. Okay. Power side or decouple the power from it.
Yeah,
Okay.
I highly doubt this will do anything, but
Well, we'll try.
under the off chance that my NAND is junk, but I don't think so, because it wouldn't stop at 2E.
Okay, let me come over here. Modding. Okay, let's give it a shot. Okay. That's definitely different behavior. It's crashing. Right?
Yeah.
And we did
Yeah, I'm out of ideas.
we did revert the timing file back, didn't we?
I mean, you could try timing 20. I'm just spitballing ideas
All
at
right,
this
all right,
point.
all
Like,
right. Well, we'll try it real
I don't
quick.
have any faith in this, but give it a try.
It takes just a second.
Yeah.
Change this to no. Come over here and change this to program. All right. It takes that rail off of the chip from the Xbox. Now we're powering it from here. Well, I should have been doing that before. It doesn't matter. It's fine. Okay, so let's go to program timing file. Set this to 20. Program. Okay. Successful. Okay. All right, let's give it a go. Oh, I have it. Whoops. Sorry. My bad. Forgot to flip the switch. There we go. Okay, let's give it a go. No, I don't think so.
Yeah.
I don't know, man.
I don't know. It seems like a hardware.
I just don't know what could have happened.
I mean,
it was working
you know what?
fine.
You know, you're gonna hate me, but just try a different cool runner if you have one. I've gotten a couple from China. I don't know why I didn't think of this earlier, but I've gotten a couple from China that are just junk. It's the only thing I can still think of it being. If it's not that, then there's something on the board that gave up the smoke.
Let's see. Let's see. Oh. Let's see if I have one. Where was it? Where did I pull these from? Here. I think that might. Oh no. Yeah, I'm afraid. Well, let's see. Corona postfix adapter. Sorry, that was my last one. It's the only one I got. That's unfortunate. I don't know, man. That'd be a big happenstance. Like, my goodness.
Yeah, it would be, but I don't know what else. I don't know what else to tell you, to be honest.
I'm just going to put it to the side. I don't know what else to do.
Well, hey, when I'm home, I may see if you want to send it to me and take a look at
I'll
it.
love to. I'd be happy if you'd like to take a look at it. Look, I don't know what I could have done differently. I mean, never mind the software, never mind Pico Flasher. I don't know what if from my install was my install bad? I don't get this.
Yeah, I don't have an answer for you. So if I yeah, I'd have to see the board and take a look at it to really tell you. But at this point, I don't have a good answer for you.
Well, I mean, we've done RGH3, we've done RGH2. Clearly, it's reading in memory because it's responding with. I mean, we were able to get those the post codes because we were able to let it try 5 times and then it would red ring, so it's responding to something, right? I mean,
Yeah, it's stopping during the initialization of the RAM, which can't happen if the glitch is just being funky. But at this point, I'm leaning towards a possible hardware issue.
has to be. I don't know what the hardware issue is, but the worst thing that I ever did in my life, evidently, was while this console was just as it is, I did this. And then it all went to hell.
It happens. Yeah, I don't. It's very difficult to tell you more
Ethernet is 100%
answers.
hot pluggable, so I don't think it was my fault.
I agree.
I mean, it's hot pluggable. I mean, what the hell? Should have done the dump first, though. Bad idea from earlier chat to skip that. I did do the dump. I don't think you guys I don't think some of you are understanding. The dump was done. The dump was
It was
done.
junk.
But the dump was junk, and we had no way of knowing that. We had no way of knowing that. We did two reads. They matched. Unfortunately, those two reads were corrupt. And even when those two reads were dumped into memory, JRunner saw that it was a Falcon, 16 megabyte NAND memory on there, and it reported some information. But unfortunately, only the first few bytes were okay. You know, when you get deeper into the memory, it was busted. And the reason we know that is because I sent a copy of what Pico Flasher dumped to Josh, and he looked at it, and it was all sorts of corrupt.
Mm-hmm.
So it wasn't anything. I mean, I'm not saying I'm not blameless, but what I dumped, I could only dump what Pico Flasher read in from memory, and JRunner has no way of knowing if whether or not, because of due to the nature of the way the files or the DAN is encrypted, it has no way of knowing or validating that data. That's why it's so important to get the CPU key so that you can do that. But unfortunately, with Pico Flasher, we just got busted reads. I mean, I don't know. I'm not saying I'm not responsible, but I don't think this is on me. I mean, I don't think this has anything to do with my procedure or what I did. I think that we just got really unlucky with Pico Flasher, and we didn't get good reads and good dumps. I tried. I'm sorry. We can come back to this. When Josh gets home from school, if he wants to take a look at it, I'd be more than happy for him to take a look at it. I'm going to have to buy.
Try this. I don't know if this will work, but just I found something on my drive. Let's see.
Oh, Jesus. I'm going to have to buy Steve another Xbox. I'm going to have to buy him a Falcon motherboard because I've busted his.
Try this timing file.
Okay.
I don't remember what STRC means, but it says Falcon, so I'm assuming it means something. So I don't know. Try this.
So how do you now? The question is, how do you load up a custom timing file in JRunner?
Oh, very easy. To the right of the program box is a drop-down arrow. If you click that, there's an option to select any file. That's the easiest way.
Okay. Okay. Hold on. Okay. Let me pull this over.
Just make sure you power down the box first.
Okay. Yep. Okay.
No, it's not the same timing as RAM. It's a different type of timing.
Okay. So
It's coincidental that if a console is glitching, so we glitch into the bootloader that sets up the memory. So if too many registers get reset in the CPU, that bootloader that tries to set up the memory fails. So it's very hard to tell whether that's happening because of something funky with the glitching or whether it's a hardware issue. But based on everything we've narrowed down, I'm leaning towards a hardware issue.
I'm sorry, Josh. So I'm in the timings directory. I clicked more timings. I think that just reaches out to the internet. What?
Yeah, that goes to find more. But if you click on the drop-down arrow to the right of program.
Oh, I see. Okay, select file. Gotcha.
Yep.
Okay. Boom. All right, let me plug the header in. Oh. Okay, so this is right here. 1, 2, 3. Whoa. Okay, we're in like Flynn there. Okay, great. And I'm going to write these in. Okay, there we have it. I'll power cycle the machine. Okay.
No, that is not the right timing.
Oh, I'm sorry. Did I mess something up?
Yeah, you have to select. So when you select the option, it writes it right away.
Okay, I'm sorry. I made a mistake. Let me see. Whoops. Okay, let me change this back to program. Let me plug this header back in. Okay, so when we click the drop down arrow, all I did was I selected file and I
Right.
selected this and
As soon as you do that, it
oh,
will try to write it. Yeah.
gotcha.
I could probably clean that up a little bit and have like a custom radio button or something that then gets selected. But
Okay, I see what happened. Okay.
there, yeah.
All right, so
Try this. I don't know what this does, but it I know when I add a suffix onto a file, it usually means I was trying to get a console to work. So
okay, so here's what we're going to do. We're going to go right over here and we're going to go back to modding and we're back in real time and we're going to press the button. Okay. Ah.
it doesn't look like it made a difference.
Well, I I have exhausted all efforts. I think there's something that's just
Yeah, I'm
gone
out of ideas.
something's gone foobarred here.
Yeah, I'd have to like get a logic analyzer on it and see exactly what it's doing.
Yeah, I don't want to pull out my logic analyzer and do
Because
that.
like I see those blinks on the chip. It's glitching successfully and then stopping.
Yeah, I don't know. Something happened. Something happened when I have successfully RGH'd this. Booted instantly the first time I turned it on. It was loading in information in Zell. You could probably see it in the playback. I think you already looked at the playback. I plugged in the Ethernet. I got a red screen, and it would never turn back on. Don't know.
What diode was initially used?
The one in the 4733 that you said was too good because I chose it because I had them on hand. I said, this is better than the
Yeah.
die that they.
The only thing I can think of is I wonder if like something happened with that. I don't know. I'm grasping for straws at this point. But
It's okay. Look, I'm going to
mhm.
whenever you get back home in a few weeks or whenever that is, a month, 3 months, if you would like me to send this to you, I'd be more than happy for you to check it out.
Yeah,
Um,
I'll let you know. I think so. I'll probably be home like end of July, something like that. So I'll let you know. If I get it running, I'll make like a follow-up video or something. And you're like, hey, this console's working now.
I just don't understand what I could have done different. I hate leaving videos like this unsettled and unanswered, but guys, excuse me. This thing just died on us. I don't know. I'm gonna blame I'll blame myself. I messed up. I must have messed up somewhere. Other than, Pico Flasher getting some dubious reads and dumps on that. Unfortunately, we weren't able to get the key in time. That was the whole reason for me hooking runner could just pull the keys because I think that Zell starts with when that shell comes up, it starts a TFTP server. It starts the network stack. I think it has a network stack, and that JRunner will automatically come and pull um, all that data off and load it in. That way you don't have to manually look at the
Right.
key and type it in. That's what we were aiming for, and unfortunately, we didn't get it. We just didn't get it. I'm sorry I disappointed you guys. I know you're disappointed. But hey, I tried. Listen, it's 6 o'clock, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 1, 2, 3. I've been at it for 9 hours. Anywho, Josh, you're a gentleman. You're a scholar. You're a wonderful man. And you don't think it's our little green bodge wire next to the South Bridge where we busted? Well, no, because you said we're getting past that point.
Sorry, I couldn't help you.
Is your networking PoE? No. No. Nope.
I don't know because it's see that all yeah what that's doing is when the South Bridge gets that signal, it's
Let's do
It's
something for
starting
fun.
the training between the PCIe interface
You know
between
what?
the south bridge and the GPU.
Let's just lift
So if
this.
that signal is not there, it won't do that. Or if that signal was there prematurely, it will fail when it tries to do that. So that's part's all fine.
I'm pulling it out. I pulled the green conductor out. I'm just curious.
Well, if you lift that, yeah, it's gonna zero. Well, it won't do it now because it's patched, but
Okay, I was just looking. Yeah, that's funny. Boy, this board gets warm. Jesus, that board gets extremely warm. Well, of course, there's no active fan taking this heat that's sinking off of this and blowing it out. Yeah, I'm sorry, Josh. I'll let you go to sleep. You've got a busy day tomorrow on
yeah.
Saturday. What do you got going on tomorrow? You got anything cool happening? I think my microphone died. All right, man. Look, we may chat about this a little bit later.
Yeah, I've got some projects to work on.
You need to get those finished.
So.
You've got to get them finished. All right, guys, we did everything we could. We had the absolute authority on Xbox RGHing walk us through.
Oh, I have delayed sound. That's why. Sorry about that.
Oh, that's okay. No, that's fine. I don't know what's caused the delay. I don't know. It's starting to increase, but we had the authority on Xbox modding, the premier person. He did his best. Thank him for being here. I certainly thank you, Josh. You did not have to come here and spend all of your free time. I really appreciate it. We'll come back to this. Maybe we'll do another one tomorrow. I've got a bunch here, so it's not that big of a deal, but I just wish I could understand what happened. At any rate, guys, I'm going to end this. Thanks so much for joining. We will come back to this. We will take care. We will fix this one way or the other, or at least we'll figure out what's happened. But Josh, thank you. Everyone, thank you. I'll check you guys later. Thanks for sticking with me for all
Good
of
night,
these
guys.
hours.
Thanks.